Turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It is the season finale of White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. I say season.
That's it. No, it's like you said.
There's no way it's not coming back at some point after Fan U.
Absolutely. Next fall.
You got to give the people what they want.
Next spring.
Give the people what they want. I'm going to empty the clip today on NFL, if you don't mind.
Man, look, I'm just going along for the ride. I had to silence some haters out there.
Really?
And, let me tell you something. First off, shout out to Bobby Belt. Shout out to Roberto Belt for being the sleuth and just internet guru that he is. So during Crosstalk yesterday, we only had a 1 hour show, hour and a half shows this week because of the West Coast ball games, right. Yada, yada, whatever. So it was brought up during Crosstalk yesterday that apparently Bobby brought up or tweeted, or I don't know what he did, but there was a video of me benching 225 15 years ago with Ted Johnson. All right.
All right.
And we put it on YouTube back in the day when I was on Sports Radio 610 in Houston, which is now 95.7. And that's how old I am. And so me and Ted, it was a bet that we made on air. Blah, blah. You guys know I love to bet on air, yada, yada, whatever. And so it got posted on YouTube and whatever, okay? Again, 15 years ago, I've forgotten all about it, blah, blah.
I don't know how he finds this stuff.
Seriously. Just randomly. No one's mentioned bench pressing. No one's mentioned Ted Johnson. I mean, I don't know how he just stumbled across a 15-year-old video of me and Ted Johnson bench pressing.
He has archives on all of us.
He's a wild dude. He's a wild dude. Shout out to my boy
like
Bobby
the
Bell.
FBI of radio.
Look, I appreciate the Bobby Belt sensibilities, okay? Because I'm down for that rabbit hole. So he brought it up, I guess, on the morning show. I don't know where he brought it up at. Anyway, Gavin Dawson brings it up to me yesterday during Crosstalk and says, "Hey, what's this about you benching 225?" And so, of course, we all start talking about it. And they asked me, "Can you still do it?" I said, "Yeah." Now, that being said, I haven't benched heavy in a while, all right? Because at the gym I'm at, it's they got all these machines and, why not? So I don't bench quite as much as I used to. And so, and as my cousin and I talked about this morning.
225, what? That's two plates and a 25?
2 plates on each side. And that's 275. And so,
Would it surprise you to know that at one time I could
see. Look, man, that's the goal for every man, all right? You need to be able to bench 2 plates, period, end of story, all right?
Because I was thinking, is that 185?
No, that's just a plate and a 25. So, your boys, and so we're all talking about it last night, and then, of course, we got some folks on the text line who said, "Oh, you're full of S. You can't do it. I don't believe you. Film it, liar." See, that's where you've taken it too far, all right? Calling me a liar? Say it, I can't do it. Now you've taken it too far. So I had to go to the gym last night anyway, but it was back night. So I finish up my workout, and I said, you know what? Let me just see what 225 feels like, because I haven't done it in a while, okay? So I throw my 2 plates on there just for bleeps and grins. I get 6 last night, and I'm like, "Ooh, this is heavy." Because I'd made up my mind. I was like, you know what? I'm going to record this tomorrow to shut everybody up. All right. But I do 6 last night, and I thought, ooh.
How they feeling today? How your pecs feeling today?
So here's the deal. So I do 6 last night, and I thought, oh, let's see how this goes tomorrow. So eat a good dinner, go to bed. Wake up this morning feeling, I get my morning routine in, my little meditation, my reading, my journaling. Boom. Okay, let's go. Get to the gym. I do a quick 4 sets of 20 of 155. Then we did some incline. Then we did some pec flies. And then we said, okay, now it's time. Legs up! 15 times, boys.
There we go.
15 times, 225.
Where are we? Ring that bell. Ring that bell.
And here's the thing from the 702. Calling 225 heavy is weak sauce, Fred. Let me tell you something.
All right.
Okay, let me tell you something, meathead.
Yeah. Seriously.
Like 90% of human beings can't do it.
That's weak sauce, Fred.
Okay, that's
Get down.
So,
225.
Shout out to all my bench press meatheads. And for anybody that says to you, you can't do something, by God, this weekend is the weekend to prove them wrong.
Love it.
I will also add at one point in time I had benched 225 plus.
Okay. Khakis to the khakis. Kevin Walker back in the Pimp Cup, ladies and gentlemen.
It's good to see you.
Yes.
The
2
other
weeks.
white guy.
2 weeks. We did, following our Light Roast Radio last week, 2 weeks from Fan University. This is going to go heavy NFL today. Cowboys in action tonight. The boys are back. We will have pregame coverage right here on your Home of America's team at 4 o'clock. Kickoff around 7 in Seattle against the Seahawks. The NFL is back, baby. But is it really?
Who's back?
I feel the same way every year.
About what? Say it again. I'm sorry. I was
like
reading.
the excitement of NFL. But then it's like preseason, and I'm just kind of like, I can't really watch this crap.
No. The preseason sucks. Let's not get it twisted. But you know what it is? Kind of like let's keep a very bench press, workout themed show today.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. Let us know, everybody out there thinks 225 is weak. That's so ridiculous.
Let's see. Here we go. 803, legit work, Fred. Legs raised is the secret to full pec action. Props, F the haters. Shout out to my boy from the 803.
No doubt.
Shout out to my boy from the 803. All right. Oh, there's Abby. Oh, we didn't see that you didn't want to introduce your better half? You didn't want to introduce the future Mrs. Khaki Kevin Walker?
I mean, who introduced her to who?
The Tolos, the Fatties, everybody on a Saturday morning.
The tubers.
Unrequited young love. I mean, let's celebrate it, okay? I'm here for it. I am here for it.
Speaking of which, we'll have a fair or foul at 12:20.
Oh. I mean, I'll just say this and we'll move on. I mean, for as much slander and disdain as marriage gets in today's society, to see two young folks in love the way Khaki Kevin and Absolute Abby are, it warms the heart. It warms the heart, all right?
Yeah.
When you're talking about two dudes that are two perpetual bachelors, and yet here we have this just glowing example of what the future holds.
I wonder what example you like from the other side of the glass, that you two look at us and be like, man.
No, everyone has different lifestyles.
Well, Abby probably shakes her head.
Yeah.
And says, my God, if
As
you
she
ever
should.
turn into one of those two, so help me God.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm out.
I think everybody thrives in different lifestyles. I genuinely believe that.
They do. I'm a big believer in the do as I say, not as I do philosophy. At least that's what I tell my kids.
I think every parent ever has told their kids that.
You have to. And see, your parents are the only people that want to see you be better than them. I don't think that enough, and kids need to remember that. Your parents legitimately want to see you as I want to see my daughter and my son better off in their lives than I am. All right. Like, that's my goal as a parent. Keep my daughter off the strip pole. Boom. Done that. All right.
Okay.
She's 23, living her best life. Okay. Got a boyfriend. He's a good dude. And then my son, that's a work in progress. Okay. That's all I'm going to say on that.
You also have to keep him off the strip pole, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's a good point, Kev.
Bro, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously. He did, update. He did break up with his girlfriend.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
He did break up with his girlfriend. We'll save that conversation for another time in the show. But, big development. Found this out last week. And, still processing a lot of things, though. I mean, 18, first love.
Happens.
Whatever. But, it's a lot going on in Familia de Davis.
Yeah. God, I remember being 8. I was talking to my parents the other night at dinner about school and life at 18 to 21. A little shaky over here. Doing better than what I did at that time.
Yeah.
Low bar. It's a low bar. Okay. There's not much you got to hurdle there. Okay, let's call those a few wasted years in there. Okay,
but it helped make you the man you are today.
It did, without a doubt.
That's really what matters.
It changed on a dime, though. I woke up from that like, what are we doing here, buddy? Oh,
there's nothing worse than playing college football. I think this would have been 02, college football 01, college football 02, drinking a 40, and you get a phone call from the woman that you'd slept with one time, and she says, we need to talk.
Yeah, that's a good... No anxiety comes from that.
I'm trying to win a dynasty here. What do you need from me right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pregnant.
You're year 2 of that dynasty?
I think I was okay. Two things. I think I was Mizzou because I was playing because my cousin played football at Mizzou, so I was playing as the Mizzou dynasty and knocking back a 40. And I'll never forget it as long as I live. I don't know if we'd won a bowl or if we were just plodding through the season.
Yeah, or you're looking at recruiting.
My bar phone goes off. What could she want?
Yeah.
Why is she calling me in the middle of a day on a Sunday? Yeah. Sunday Fun Day wasn't a thing yet.
No.
In 2002.
No. I mean, it was. We just didn't call it
We just didn't have a name for it.
Yeah.
we
that was Sunday Fun Day. College football on a 40.
And this would have been, this would have been spring. This was spring of 02.
Yeah. Oh, man. You're really in the doldrums.
Spring of 02
Patio
in Brunswick,
weather.
Maine. Yeah.
Patio weather.
Oof, what a time to be alive.
Man alive.
Time to be alive.
Speaking of which, of a low bar to hurdle, the Cowboys defense all begins tonight and taking a look at two guys that will see the field at least quite a bit. We'll preview what we want to see tonight. Cowboys and Seahawks. Game 1 of the preseason here on The Fan later on today. We'll preview it next here on White Guy Radio.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio.
Seriously.
serious in here.
It is.
Getting serious in here.
I can't with intolerance. But I can tolerate some garbage football.
Preseason football.
And if you watch Tua Tagovailoa, you would know exactly what we're talking about.
His brother's good, though. Did you guys see the highlight of his brother?
No.
Ended the 14-year flag football American streak.
Really?
Apparently, the American flag football team hadn't lost since 2012. And Tua's little brother, Little Tua, led American Samoa to
So we're
a victory.
fragmented.
I think it's Talia.
Talia's his name?
Yeah, what's Talia? Well, he played college ball.
He played
Maryland,
at Maryland,
right?
didn't he?
Maryland.
Yeah. We played at a couple different places, if memory serves.
Hasn't everybody?
Shout out to Jaden
Started
Daniels.
at Alabama.
I didn't know that that's where he was residing nowadays.
What, American
Flag
Samoa?
Football League.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
American Samoa. That's what he plays for.
I don't think that's where he resides, though. I think it's kind of like the whole, World Cup, where if you've got some lineage or something like that, boom, you can play for him.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, makes sense. I mean, I want to say Tagovailoa and the crew
They are
Samoan.
Yeah, they
so.
are. Yeah.
That's who he plays for.
I wonder if they wash feet in that culture. That's my question.
877-881-1053.
I'm on it.
Yeah, thank you.
Shout out to the Booyah Tribe. If you know, you know.
Okay, not to bring up old stuff.
Yeah.
But how are things on the debate front with our boy, you guys on RB2? Because it looks like, if anything,
why are you asking then?
yes. All right. I mean, all right. Is there anything bigger tonight that you're looking at? I mean, I guess we all want to see Caleb Downs on the field. Malachi Lawrence.
I don't think he'll play. I don't think Caleb Downs plays tonight.
No, I think there was some talk that it looks like
might
that
play
they
like a
are.
series.
Hold on a second. I saw RJ Ochoa. Shout out
Samoans
RJ.
do wash their feet, for those who are wondering.
Okay.
Now, but that's kind of an abstract. Like, do they wash their feet? Like, yeah. I mean, we all
They support daily hygiene.
Oh, okay.
but-
No,
well,
that's different.
yeah,
no, we're
no,
talking
that's-
about the exercise of washing of the feet. Per what they were planning on
Like
doing at the
customs and
airport
what
and
have
not
you,
doing
yeah.
it at the airport now. Which, by the way, goes back to the days of Jesus. It's always funny to find out people look at that like, oh my gosh, you can't hit. I'm like, dude, that is a very Christian thing too. But anyway,
I washed my feet last night.
I as well. Do you wash your feet in the shower?
Typically.
Yeah,
Typically.
I remember having a discussion
Typically.
with the Nosebleed Boys years ago about it, where they believe in the trickle down
Okay.
showering.
940 Booyah Tribe, led by Stu Scott. Wrong affiliation. Wrong affiliation.
Yeah, CBS Sports Texas's Brianna Aldridge. Cowboys first-round picks, Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, will most likely see the field for the preseason game against Seattle.
Well, Malachi Lawrence should be playing. Like, I no one has any issue, but there was questions brought up, and hell, they asked him about it during when Caleb Downs sat down with the morning show about whether or not he was going to play because Shotty's already said he's not playing starters, and so that was my only thing as to why Caleb. I mean, look, we know Caleb Downs is going to start.
Yeah, absolutely, he's going to start. I didn't know it was really that, or how he looked at it that way as far as, playing starters and that. Because when I look at, if you're a rookie, you got to get the rookies out onto the field, right? Let them have a feel for NFL action before it's live bullets.
I think a series or two is fine. Like we're acting.
We don't need to see Dak.
No, but you know what? I wouldn't be. I would have zero issue with Dak playing a series.
No, look. There's a reason why the
old.
Chiefs have always done it that way with Mahomes. I mean, this year is different for obvious reasons, but they'd always had him playing, quite a bit.
Andy Reid doesn't do inter-squad scrimmages either.
That's probably why he hasn't gone.
He's one
preseason.
He's one of the last. He said there's 4 teams this year that are not doing inter-squad scrimmages. Chiefs, Titans, and I think there's 2 other teams that aren't doing it either. So,
but back to RB2, that has to be the thing that
right
we're
now it's
watching
probably
the
Malik
most.
Davis.
But is that not the most intriguing part of preseason?
It is. I mean, I'm fascinated by that. I'm looking for. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm kind of a nerd about this. I'm anxious to see what Joe Milton looks like. I want to see if Joe Milton has added any touch to his throws because he was not good last year in the preseason. I mean, he just wasn't. Yes, can he throw a great deep ball? And the frustrating thing about Joe Milton is he'll throw a deep ball that less than 0.0002% of the planet can throw, and then he'll have a simple 8-yard crosser that he'll throw 100 miles an hour, 15 yards behind the guy, and you're just like, how? Why can't you just figure it out?
Well,
because we know what Sam Howell is.
I've been saying this forever. That can you play the position?
Yeah.
Playing the position is not just your ability to throw a ball.
No.
And some people have rocket arms. But do you understand footwork and timing and all the other things? That's why, I was saying this forever about Anthony Richardson. I'm like, I watched this dude play almost all of his snaps at Florida. He's not a quarterback. He's an incredible athlete that they put back there in the hopes that he could figure it out and get it right and that athleticism, progresses into being a good quarterback. But he never showed it. He never has. Milton is a better version of that. Certainly at Tennessee showed, some ability to do that. But it's like, all right, what are we doing here? I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go elsewhere for QB2.
Well, I don't mind. I mean, I think Sam Howell is as good a backup quarterback as you're going to get. I mean, outside of a Mac Jones. I mean, he's been a starter in the NFL. I mean, hell, they brought him to Seattle a couple years ago with the idea that he might be able to be a starter, right? Or at the very least compete for a starting position. So I think you're okay with Sam Howell, and I think it also shows what they think of Joe Milton. That you bring in a Sam. I mean, look, Sam Howell at one point was leading the NFL in passing 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Now, granted, it was for the Commanders, but I mean, he can sling it. And he's the kind of guy that, God forbid if you lost Dak Prescott for, if he's going to be out for a game, or like say he got concussed and was going to miss a game or two, you could win a game or two with a Sam Howell. I think with Joe Milton, you're a little nervous until we see based off of what we saw last year, I would be petrified of going into a 2-game series where I had Joe Milton as my quarterback.
Right.
Whereas with Sam Howell, Sam Howell can make all the throws. Sam Howell can do enough. You can game plan enough to where, all right, Sam Howell won't kill you. All right. Now, if you get into a situation where it's like, all right, you're down by 10, 17, something like that, and you need him to help bring you back, you're probably, cooked at that point. But Joe Milton, I need to see tonight that he looks like a functioning NFL quarterback. And that's what I'm hoping to see. But to your point about the running back, too, I think the biggest question now with Jaden Blue is, okay, and shout out to CA because he's been saying this all off season, and it started to ring true again, is, he keeps fumbling. That was one of the knocks on him coming out of college is he can't hold on to the football. He's had
on
2
the ground
fumbles
again
this week. He had one against in the scrimmage. He had another one in another practice. So that continues to be a problem. Phil Maffa hasn't done enough to really separate himself. So you're kind of it's kind of that worst case scenario that we were all afraid of. Is like, okay, yeah, these guys have some talent, but there's not one clear away winner. Jaden Blue, who definitely gives you a little bit different look and a different type of burst than what we got with Javonte Williams, but yet there's always something with him. And so, I think by default, you're going to go back to Old Faithful and Malik Davis, or you're going to I think we're going to see, you've got 2 games to figure out if Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa can be that guy. And if they don't show enough to give anybody a warm fuzzy about, okay, God forbid something happens to Javonte Williams, here's your running back, then I think at that point you're going to have to go out and either trade for somebody or see what's out there on the old waiver wires.
What did you feel about what we saw at linebacker?
I mean, from what everybody said, and from we talked about...
Justin Barron...
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about that's bizarre, is we really haven't heard much from him outside of that game. Or outside of that scrimmage.
Yeah, it was just like, wait, he did that how many times? Like, what?
Yeah, 3 picks.
And here's where I am with it. And the reason being is because I'm not a scout or a coach or anything like that.
You're
like
not Brian Broaddus?
I'm not Brian Broaddus.
No.
And so, I'm listening to G-Bag the day after, and he's just like, yeah, look, and he credited Bobby for, like, Bobby talked about Barron, like, I guess a week earlier or a few weeks earlier, whatever it may be. And I go, he's like, okay, I don't know really what to take away from these things. Like, it's good that if you're running everything very efficiently and effectively, right? It's just everything is smooth and crisp and like that. Flashes of athleticism, but it's the same thing for me in watching preseason football. I'm like, okay, now I have to go to the other side and go, how many of these people on defense or offense, depending on what you're looking at for your particular team, what are they going against? Are they going against ones, twos, a mixture of 1 and 2s, a mixture of 2s and 3s? Like, what exactly is this? And the fact is that they're playing vanilla defenses. Like, that was the whole thing last night about Tua, where you're like, man, they don't really show a whole lot defensively in preseason games. No. The fact that you can't be efficient, it's not good.
No, Tua's in a bad way. The Atlanta Falcons are in a bad way. I mean, if Cooper Rush, there's a very real possibility that Cooper Rush could start the season as the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons.
Which is odd, because they signed him, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. And tells you just how far Tua's fallen.
Yeah.
They got the bag.
I tell you what, I did my bold predictions, what was that? I mean, at least a month ago, probably longer than that. And there's some other ones out there where I'm like, not that I had strong thoughts about Atlanta. I mean, I feel good about, some of the talent that they have, but the quarterback position is, they're as big a question, if not bigger than Minnesota. And
they're a 10 times bigger question than Minnesota. I mean, at least with Kyler Murray, you kind of have an idea of what he's capable of. Now, that said, CA and I, when we were on earlier this week talking about Kyler Murray, did you know what his career record is?
No.
He's 10 games under 500 as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
It's really not surprising. Like, he's got one season where he's got one winning season, I think, in 6 years. And and then so we looked at, we're like, well, who's he had to throw to? You had DeAndre Hopkins for a year. You had Marquise Brown. There was one other. I'm trying to think. There was one other wide receiver that, off the top of my head, that was decent. So he's had some decent talent to throw to. As far as, now again, you could argue that, the Marvin Harrison experiment has been an absolute disaster.
Which is one that is absolutely stunning to me.
It's stunning on one hand, and then on the other, it's like, maybe he just needs to get the hell out of Arizona.
Yeah, and that's where, when you say 10 games under 500, I go, it's not
Arizona. Shocking. But to our point, though, real quick, just bringing it back to Minnesota, you've got, if Kyler Murray can't get his career on track in Minnesota, he's destined to be a backup for the rest of his career.
Yeah,
or go play baseball. Honestly, if I'm Kyler Murray,
well, that was the thing I heard, that he wasn't exactly pulling away as of a week ago
from J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
And that's because here's the reality. If you're Minnesota, if you can't figure out the quarterback situation, whether it's J.J. or Kyler, or they just both turn out to be just mid, as the children say, Justin Jefferson is on the next thing out. Like he's the next. Yeah. I want out.
Yeah,
I want to be traded type deal. And why wouldn't he be?
Doubt. Absolutely.
I got no problem with it.
Yeah. So we talked about it last week, or maybe the week before with you, where I said, when you look at these rankings, because they come out with all these lists, I go, the wide receiver one every year is one that I kind of laugh at, only because you'll see like the top tier, like Justin Jefferson, like the best in the NFL. Well, they don't have Justin Jefferson at the top, but I'm like, but he's still arguably the best, in my mind, wide receiver in the game. But he's had hot garbage at quarterback, so what do you do with that?
He's going through this Andre Johnson arc right now.
Yeah.
Where he's you know what I'm saying? Where he's a legendary talent and he's got, TJ Yates thrown to him.
Right. Matt Schaub.
Matt Schaub was a dog for a year.
Yeah, he was.
Matt Schaub led the NFL in passing for 1 year with 4,700 yards. Think about that.
I know.
Which, just to say this, give some flowers to Gary Kubiak. We do not give Gary Kubiak near enough praise. We love to talk about offensive minds and offensive gurus. Let me tell you something. Stop the boot. Stop the boot with Gary Kubiak.
Seriously, I mean, they won 3 playoff games 3 years in a row.
Yes.
Because I think they beat the Bengals every year.
They beat the Bengals, and then Joe Flacco had his best season ever with Gary Kubiak as OC. Mm-hmm. We interviewed I'm dating myself here. Back in the day, it was when Teddy J and I were doing the night show in Houston, and we had Steve Young on. And Steve Young started off the conversation by saying, Gary Kubiak is the greatest offensive mind I've ever played for and one of the top 5 best offensive minds in NFL history that doesn't get enough credit. And that's coming from Steve Young, who knows a thing or two about offensive football.
You know who else does? A few teams that are playing today, one of which...
3 o'clock. Don't get me started.
I mean...
Don't get me started.
Sean McVay v. Andy Reid. You've got Ben Johnson's team in action starting at noon. We'll take a look at the preseason games today, next here on The Fan.
Picture this. Today's your kid's birthday, and you're on magician duty. But today's also car shopping day.
MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Each extra minute you listen makes us work even harder to give you the best insider information. Opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Kevin. We got 3 games to watch on TV today. Week 1 of the preseason of the NFL. We have finally arrived. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. Appreciate all you out there hanging with us today. Hollywood Brown, I think that might have been the other one that...
I said Marquise.
Oh, that's right.
I used his government name.
Yeah,
I apologize. Right. I used his government name, Marquise.
Yeah. Why not?
He hasn't been playing like Hollywood.
He's never played like Hollywood.
Yeah.
Okay? He's played like Modesto. They should call him Modesto Brown. Okay? That's what he should be called. 2 years I watched his raggedy ass in Kansas City. He's every year, for as ballyhooed as he was coming out of OU, he was a bust in Baltimore. He was a bust in Arizona. He was a bust in Kansas City. My man busted his shoulder on the first play of preseason. Where's he at now?
Modesto.
877-881-1053. How can one Chandra be so Levy? That's the question I want to know. That's the question. We're just going to do nothing but 90s references the rest of the program, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to school our young fledgling couple over here on all things 90s.
They're fledgling. What happened here in hour 1? What's going on back there? Hope everything's all right.
I'm excited for these two.
We'll talk a little college football coming up next hour. The games on NFL Network today, starting at noon, Browns-Bears. Then you'll have Rams-Chiefs at 3 o'clock. And then, of course, tonight, 7 o'clock, the Dallas Cowboys in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. We'll have pregame coverage starting right here following Brennan and CA at 4 o'clock. 3 games at noon, Carolina-Buffalo, nothing to see here. Browns-Bears, some light rain is falling in Chicago. The only Chicago storyline I think out of this, because you're not going to see Caleb or any of those starters, is that, dear Lord, don't anybody else get hurt, please, out there. Just whatever. All eyes are going to be on what's happening with Deshaun Watson as he starts preseason game number 1, with Shedeur Sanders expected to see some action. I've been thinking about this, and, we talked about it here and there over the last few weeks. It's not like Deshaun Watson is going to retire, right? He's too young. There's too much money on the table. But it's almost like...
He's got a lot of money, though.
It's like he's lost the will to live as an NFL quarterback, to me. That whole situation is just bad, and I think we're going to watch him go out there. Now, I could be wrong, totally. And let's say this guy has he's had a rejuvenation, that he is like, he's like, I've put everything in the past. I am raring to go, and miraculously comes back to some sort of resembling the form that he once had. I don't believe that's what will happen. I think it's just he has completely lost everything that he has had. Now, the Browns and everybody that talks about the Browns and Deshaun, it's like, well, we've seen him, play at the top of the game.
Yeah.
I don't expect to see it at all.
I think the Deshaun Watson saga is one of the most complicated and misunderstood stories that not enough people really know what happened. And without sounding irresponsible or insensitive to the women that were involved with what happened. I think and I know there's a lot more to that story, and I've shared it a handful of times here on the station. I was in Houston when that whole fiasco went down. I know a lot of the details behind the scenes that went into that story, that went into the accusers that were involved, and I say accusers in air quotes, because I don't think they were near as helpless and or as quote-unquote affected as the story would lead one to believe. And all I'll say is that I think
it shook him up bad.
Well, it absolutely did. Okay, look, is Deshaun Watson a freak? Absolutely. Okay, and last I checked, provided you do it within the confines of your home and with people of legal age, that's not a crime to be a freak. And oh, by the way, the Houston Texans were complicit with what he was doing, and yet suddenly. And again, you guys know I'm a big read the tea leaves. Let's, as they say, success leaves clues, and so does stories. All right. I don't think it's a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't believe in coincidences, that right after Deshaun Watson asked for a trade, that suddenly 5 women came out of the woodworks and said, "Oh, he sexually assaulted me," on a massage table that was provided by the Houston Texans. Oh, by the way, and it was Tony Busby, who just happens to be next door neighbors with Cal McNair, the owner of the Houston Texans. Okay? Let's connect dots here. Mm-hmm. And then, oh, by the way, Deshaun Watson's story never changed. Never changed. From day one, it never changed. Now, we can argue all we want, and we can question, wow, you hitched your wagon to Bill O'Brien. All right, outside of Mrs. O'Brien, maybe the only human being that's ever done that. So and
fair,
okay,
yeah,
and so you can say what you want about him for those choices, but I firmly believe that what went down in Houston and the way it unfolded and the flack that he caught, because by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, did the NFL suspend him? Or did he just sit out games?
No, I think that.
I don't check real quick.
No, I believe it was like the NFL version of administrative leave.
And
he was suspended 11 games.
He was suspended 11 games?
He was suspended 11 games,
but it was
fined $5 million.
Yeah, but he was fine, but I want to say, and I could be wrong, just not remembering it correctly, that he was suspended with pay, even though he may have been fined.
There was
anyway,
because by the way,
odd.
It was a very odd the way they construed the entire suspension, right? And it just, again, on the surface, and the way it was brought out to the media, all right? It was a very, very ugly and a very, the whole Me Too thing was going on at the time. So it was ugly on all sides. But we tend to forget that the Houston Texans also had to pay a fine to and a settlement with all those women. But
it was without pay, by the way.
It was without.
But that story was dropped on a Friday evening in your typical Friday news dump, all right, where, the Texans have also reached a settlement with all of the Watson accusers. So, again, just telling you all that to tell you this, all right? I'm not trying to make Deshaun Watson a sympathetic figure, but when you look at where he was at for the start of his career, and then to your point, Will, to where he's at now, and the impact of what went down in Houston and how that entire thing unfolded, there's a lot more that went down behind the scenes, and I think people realize, and maybe, just maybe, Deshaun Watson's not the monster that he's been portrayed to be, all right? He's a freak, and unfortunately, he got caught up in some things that went beyond his control, and suddenly the NFL and the Houston Texans exacted their revenge. And, you could argue, well, I mean, was it the end of the world for him? Because then he got the NFL's first ever $230 million guaranteed deal.
Right. But he was, and it just goes to show there, I always hate it when you'll get, but he's got all this money. That money does not mean everything if you are broken. And I think this whole thing absolutely broke him. But anyway, he'll be in action today at noon on the NFL Network. As Vikings Giants.
In other news, he will be playing quarterback. But real quick on the football note, but it was 2 years ago when he hurt his elbow. When they beat, I want to say they beat the Browns had come back and beat the Ravens. And he played really well in that game. In fact, that was like the last good game that Deshaun Watson, like that year, he was starting to kind of show flashes of the Deshaun Watson that we had come to know and love. Mm-hmm. All right. And then.
Look, I think the Browns this year are. Everybody talks about the Giants, like, the Giants can make the next step. And I think it's just because of the fact that they signed, because of their coach. And a little bit because of, the flashes that they saw from Jackson Dart, last year. The Browns do have some young talent around. They're not going to be as awful as they were last year. I think the Giants hype train has started to come off the rails a little bit. And Harbaugh himself, he did not do a good job last year with the Ravens. And Steve Bisciotti was adamant. Remember that press conference where he was like, "Oh, no. It was my decision to fire him." Like, he wanted to make it very clear.
Steve Bisciotti is I don't know that we give him enough credit for what kind of gangster owner he is.
Dude.
His last name's Bisciotti, for God's sake.
I mean, Rams Chiefs later on. Now I don't know about how, you're like, okay, cool. It's something that's on at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Check it out. Obviously,
Ty Simpson and Justin Fields, baby. Although, is Stetson Bennett still the backup?
Yes. Yeah. I believe he still is.
So we're going to have it's the Stetson Bennett versus Ty Simpson backup-a-thon.
Right.
To see who.
I'm sure we're going to see Stetson Bennett first. And then we'll
see
a good amount of Ty Simpson.
To the 214, listening is fundamental. 214, give it a try. But when you respond with curse words, that tells me about all the comprehension that you're at. So,
right,
it's when you preface something with "I'm privy to more details that were made public," and yet your whole response is "You're a POS." Well. Go wash your feet at the airport. Try that out. How about that?
I'm not sure that's allowed anymore.
But
I don't think so.
You can if you want to.
Sure.
Which, by the way, somebody texted in and said...
Use an air dryer after.
Somebody said that there's actually more. There's always been feet washing stations. They're just adding more.
Oh, okay.
The more you know, ladies and gentlemen, the more you know.
Are there chapels at the airport? I'm just curious. I want to say yes, but maybe I'm just thinking of hospitals. Could be wrong there. How do you feel about Justin Fields as your backup?
DFW Airport does have a chapel.
There you go.
Oh, I've got some questions for Governor then.
In every terminal, by the way.
Okay. All right.
Terminal.
Yeah.
How do I feel about Justin Fields? How do I feel about colonoscopy screenings? Okay.
Really? So you're that high on him?
They're necessary.
All right. We give opinions, and sometimes maybe that you just so badly maybe want that opinion to eventually show that you weren't totally wrong about something. That's where I'm at with Justin Fields. I was so excited when he got drafted. And then I thought he got completely ruined. I think Matt Nagy absolutely on a totally different scale and level as to what those masseurs did to Deshaun Watson.
Wait a minute, what? Hold on, what?
In breaking Deshaun, Matt Nagy did so to Justin Fields.
Wow.
Completely broke him. And now I'm like, man, I'd like to see him under Andy Reid. I'd like to see how that would go. Now, it looks like we're not going to see that, obviously, because Mahomes, it looks like he shouldn't be missing any time in the regular season.
Well, we'll get to see him in the preseason. I mean, look, if you can't look functional in the preseason, then that tells me all I need to know about Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen... Here's the funny thing about Justin Fields, and I think this is where we're at in this stage of his career. There are throws that he'll make where you'll be like, okay, I see why he was a first-round pick. Then you'll see throws that he makes or decisions, and you're saying to yourself, this is why he's on his 5th team in 4 years or whatever it is.
Oh, no doubt. All right, I got so excited talking about Justin Fields, but we're totally up against it. Let's head into talk some college football at the top of next hour. There is a team. Last year, Indiana was 100-1 to win the national title. They were ranked 20th in the preseason. There's another team there, too, and they're local. Could they be next? That's next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the... Leaving it on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Great to have you with us on a Saturday morning, preseason week number 1. Cowboys in action tonight. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. Kevin Walker back in the Pimp Cup. Pregame coverage, Cowboys Seahawks. That is today at 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Shout out to Adam in Arlington.
I know. Apparently I've got a new...
What a freak. And I'm here for it. So is Deshaun Watson.
There's a new drop here, apparently. I kind of knew
and
it
I
as
love
I
women,
said
by
it.
the way. I love women because I was. Somebody said I was the same guy that called me a POS. Said I was a woman hater. Just so you know, 214.
There was no sexual assault, but anyway.
I was on the phone with my daughter for 45 minutes last night, talking about life and updating, telling me about work. I'm going down to see her next weekend. So anything but. Shout out to my mom.
You ready to hear it?
Sure. Man, I'd like to see him under Andy Reid. I'd like to see how that would go. Justin Fields.
Would he make it? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Hopefully it's before our burger.
Only if Deshaun Watson's officiating.
Or on the play-by-play.
Shout out to B-Dot. Black guy listening to White Guy Radio. You guys are cool, though. I like it. Fred is hilarious. B-Dot.
Adam and also saying on here that Penn State is a team that could make some noise after crashing out. I don't disagree with that. I don't know where you're at with that, Kev, with Penn State.
I like Penn State.
Fighting Matt Campbell's.
Interesting. Going to be interesting. So I mentioned before the break that last year, Indiana started out the year in preseason rankings, and if you know me at all, you know how much disdain I have for preseason rankings. But they were 20th. They were 100-1 favorite to win the national title. There's another team that's in exactly that same spot this season, and that would be your SMU Mustangs. And I'm here to tell you, folks, that is not a bad bet. That's a good value bet.
Really?
I am not here predicting that SMU is going to win the national title. Let's make that clear.
Go ahead and get that as a drop.
However, I'm a big SMU guy this year. And the reason being, I absolutely love Kevin Jennings.
Yeah.
Kevin Jennings, Kevin and I talked last week about our whom we believe is going to be in New York for the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
Okay. Isaiah Marshall.
Isaiah Marshall, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isaiah Marshall. What, you guys?
That's a sneaky pick right there.
You guys want to?
Yeah, odds on that?
We're not doing sleepers. We're not doing sleeper picks?
Yeah, that is.
Work that into FanU, okay? Work that into FanU. Hey, Fred said Isaiah Marshall.
Plus 30,000.
Is it?
It's a value bet, boys. All right, are we trying to make money or not? Are we trying to make money here?
I mean, at this point, just throw a buck on it.
Throw a dollar on my boy Isaiah Marshall.
Why not?
Hey, Jalen Daniels, 11 for 15 yesterday in the second half of that Tampa Bay game. Okay. Not the other.
How much were you tired of Jalen Daniels?
I was over.
Jalen.
It's so funny you say that because me and my dad were talking about it last night on the phone because my dad texted me and he goes, "Jalen Daniels looks great right now," and I said, "What?"
I'd be like, I don't want to hear it ever again.
Well, at first I thought my brain told me Jaden Daniels. Yeah, I was like, why is he playing? So I call him. I'm like, what channel is this on? He goes, no, the KU quarterback. Oh, yeah. I removed him from my brain because I was so. I mean, he was at KU for like 10 years.
Yeah. By the way, about a little more than 10 minutes from now, we'll get into Jaden Daniels and arguably the biggest PR crash out.
I tell you what, though, I love it. It's got the internet going nuts.
Save it.
Love it.
It is. It is my favorite thing this week after being like calling him a little B. But we'll talk about that.
But no,
up.
To your point though, I like the Kevin Jennings. I mean,
they had some close calls last year. Yeah,
is this year 4? Year
fifth.
3 or 4? Fifth.
Yeah.
Fifth. Well, we get 4 plus 1.
4 plus 1.
4 plus 1
with respect to Jaden Daniels.
Thank you.
Look. There are so many teams And we look at strength of schedule, and that's what we talked about last week, that in the NFL, I do not believe it matters as much. We talk about schedule. The biggest thing that I had when we talked, did our, went through the entire NFL as to whom I thought was going to be where and why I had the Cowboys not winning the division. It was only because of the schedule, and not necessarily as much about, it is about the opponents, but it was about the trip to Brazil. Mm-hmm. It was the time in between. There were some elements of it that I didn't love that I thought might hold them back by like a game or two. When it comes to college football, it is absolutely a much bigger deal. That said, it can flip. The teams that you thought were good may not end up being very good. Like last year going into the year, I'm like, you know who my preseason number one was? Or I thought the best team in the country. I don't do rankings, but I was like, I believe Penn State is going to be number one. Well, Penn State was bringing back Katron Allen, the other running back, Drew Aller. Like, they had a squad, and they completely underperformed.
Hell, got their coach fired.
Exactly. So it can switch, but I think that a team that is in the upper team, like Penn State, Adam and Arlington talking about them, they're at 17th. I talked about Michigan a few weeks ago on how I think that they are going to be a lot better just because they can't be coached any worse than they were last year. And I'm a big believer in Bryce Underwood. This guy's a freshman, but he was a number one overall recruit, and he showed at times like what he can be. Does he progress? If he does, then I think Michigan will be tough.
Though I think he's a great athlete. In the couple games I watched him last year, and of course the game that jumped to mind to me that I probably watched the most, and I'm not going to pretend like I was dug into every Michigan game, but against OU, he looked awful. Yeah. Now again, he's a freshman, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. But at the same time, his throwing motion and just his throwing ability it gives me a little cause for concern. You think he's going to bounce back from that?
Yeah. He needs a massive improvement year.
Yeah, no, he does. It was bad, against Ohio State. Like I said, there were some flashes in there of him actually looking good. He's a true freshman. Well, you got quarterbacks that end up being great quarterbacks
who had rough first years.
Had rough first 2 and 3 years.
No, I'm with you on that.
Joe Burrow was not good as a freshman.
No, he wasn't.
Not good. And then he's one of the best quarterbacks on planet Earth right now.
I would say the universe. I don't know what the Martian quarterback crop looks like, but I'm going to say the universe.
We're getting there. We'll ask Elon.
But they do have, but when you look at these spaceships that they're flying in, you got to believe that they've got great prospects at quarterback.
At least the facilities have to be out of this world.
Tip top. Can you imagine what their protein looks like? I might do 30 reps if I had some of that alien protein.
No doubt.
877-881-1053.
Yeah, especially if you've got a lead on any of that alien protein.
Do we think that, and just throwing this out there for, because I like to speculate, and I'm a woman hater, do we think that Michigan, the folks knew behind the scenes what was bubbling at the surface?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that it was only a matter of time before things blew up?
That's why the AD is
out.
Yeah.
So you just
Such a terrible athletic director, by the way. So
you just wonder, hey, look, he did great hiring Dusty May. But you just wonder, and again, I'll go back to, especially in college, where if Sharon Moore knew, all right, look, he's got this brewing down the pike, and that festers down into your staff. Because let's be real, Michigan's been a bleep show
since Harbaugh left.
When he was there. What was our boy's name? Stallions?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
They're full of controversy.
Dude, Michigan has been just a comedy of errors over there.
Which is wild considering what a kind of academic institution that it is in Ann Arbor.
Look, just because you got book smarts doesn't mean you have common sense.
Yeah. Well, the athletics department is, as we know, a pretty good deal separated from the academia element of it. But you just expect more. I expect more.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we?
I do. I'm
glad you do.
I'm kind of like, oh, all right. Okay. That's kind of the point I was.
I think we know why Dusty May wanted to leave, though. Let's put it this way. Let me rephrase
he talked
that.
about
that. He didn't want to leave, but I think it was right for the taking.
I enjoyed him saying that there needs to be a CBA.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
Because, look,
in men's college basketball?
Yeah, he was
in
on
college sports in general.
I don't remember what he was on, but he said that there needs to be a CBA and binding contracts.
Oh, yeah. 1,000%.
Because he was saying that you could have you sign somebody one day, and then the next day they meet with another Big Ten team,
and they're gone.
And they get a bigger deal for another $500,000 or $1 million more, and then bye gone.
No, that's when the whole if coaches can leave, we can leave too. And I'm for that. Let the kids get the bag, but man, these bags are getting out of hand.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
but we'll see if they get there. Anyway, I wanted to bring it up that I thought it was interesting on the SMU front that they find themselves exactly in the position that Indiana was preseason last year. And I thought that Indiana was way too low. And what I was just saying about, Burrow, Mendoza, you look at these quarterbacks that they're fledgling quarterbacks early on in their career and they come out of obscurity. This kid has a tremendous amount of talent. I think he'll be coached better. And that they'll be better.
Real quick, our guy, and I don't know if you were on the show that day, if you were producing that day, friend of the show, SMU grad, and I want to say Mansfield product, Ahmad Moses, their safety. He had the neck issue. He was at the combine. Never missed a game at SMU. Hell, I think he said he's never missed a game since like third grade or something crazy like that. Came on the show, was absolutely incredible. Good kid, great head on his shoulders. Proud SMU alum. But they found a disc in the back of his neck or whatever it was during the combine. So of course that scared a lot of teams off. He was probably going to be a mid-round pick, 4th, 7th round pick. But because of that, it scared a lot of teams off. So he didn't even go. He went the undrafted route. But later, not even how within the first hour of the draft, everybody gets signed.
Right.
It was like 2-3 weeks, a month later, before he even got signed after that because he had to get cleared. But he's with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So shout out to our boy Ahmad Moses. Made his debut, I think last night or the night before, whenever it was, when Pittsburgh made their preseason debut. So shout out to Ahmad and continued success to a local product and friend of Fan After Dark.
Rhett Lashley. I'm in, bud. I am in. I'm in on your squad.
Great gear, by the way, too.
Oh, yeah.
Love the SMU gear.
Oh, yeah.
I will, look, you guys
take notes, Aggie fans.
I'm a Nike guy. You guys all know that.
Yeah.
All right. If anybody wants to send over some SMU swag, I'm down.
Okay.
Because they're not a Big 12 school, and they're a Nike school, and it's right here in the DF Dub.
Make it a double order.
Okay?
Triple. I'm down.
Okay.
We're
on the bandwagon.
What are you, a schmedium?
Medium, large.
Yeah.
Let's just call it large.
I'm more
large.
I'm more schmedium.
You're a schmedium. Okay,
Yeah.
So we've got a child schmedium here for Will.
I don't need to go too tight here. I'm 47.
It's the broad shoulders, Fred, okay?
Yeah.
What it is. I want an extra large, okay? And preferably a long sleeve. So.
Okay. There you go.
I like the nylon coaches style shirt, okay?
So you can hit the 225 again.
In case I need it. We're going for 20 next time.
Yeah.
Okay? We're
All
going
right.
for 20.
Anything collarless or in a quarter zip, too.
Hey, see, that's your style right there. That's your style.
All right. The thing that has taken over the internet this week, thank God for it. That's next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports.
800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Paid for by Liberty Bankers Life Insurance Company.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I have questions for my man here, Fred Davis. I'm Will Chambers. It's White Guy Radio here. The season finale, as Fred will be off next week. Want to visit the daughter, and then Fan University starts 2 weeks from today. Week 0/1
It's so
of college
stupid.
football. Kevin, of course, hosts the Walk-Ons from Crown Global Media.
Crown Global Media.
Jacob Ray. And they gave their top 25, their preseason top 25. So Kevin's going to give us his top 10 coming up at 10:40. So excited to have that.
And then I want one of your 11 through 24 that might surprise people.
As in making the playoffs, or just surprise people as in you don't know what to expect?
Yeah, I tell you what, you take that definition to mean whatever you want.
All right, I have it.
My computer just completely crashed out. But you were watching quarterback. Are you still?
No, I'm done.
By the way, I have
Okay.
I have an entire compilation of these jokes on my Twitter.
What's that? The Jaden Daniels ones?
Oh, yeah.
They're fantastic. Look, I said after I watched that show that I thought Jaden Daniels and his mom were bizarre.
Okay.
Like I'll take it a step further. That I question him, like it
as a leader of men.
Yeah.
Me, I have watched only 2 episodes.
Yeah.
But I remember you talking about it a little bit, and the same thing occurred in my mind with the story this week that Jaden Daniels sends a cease and desist to LSU because they gave one of their top recruits or incoming freshman, a defensive back, DJ Pickett, the ability to wear a number 5 jersey. This was something that Brian Kelly had okayed as he was recruiting DJ Pickett. I think he was like the number 2 cornerback.
By the way, didn't Brian Kelly brought Jaden Daniels in, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
they give him the number, and now he's saying he cease and desist on using any kind of name, image, and likeness. And now he's even asked LSU
wants the Heisman back.
Their copy of the Heisman Trophy back. Is there... I don't know, because off the top of your head, can we think of anything that is as just totally blown up in their face worse? I mean, I can't think of one offhand over the course of the last few years of something that has been this much of a PR disaster as it has been for Jaden Daniels. And it also has me questioning, without a doubt, as to whether or not he is the right man to be the face of a franchise.
Kevin, can you bring up his response? Because he's see what Jaden Daniels has fired off a response on IG, because that's what you do. But man, I'm trying to think. That's a great question. Who's had as disastrous of a response? Now, I listened to G-Bag yesterday, and I thought Brian Broaddus had an interesting response. Now, again, he's a LSU guy. Die in the wool, Bayou Bengal. And he's kind of siding with Jaden Daniels on this. And he's the first person I've heard on planet Earth that actually, outside of Jaden Daniels' mother, who's siding with him on this. Because he said, look, he won a Heisman for LSU. He had an incredible year. And now, I don't know if he was being tongue-in-cheek about this, but he said, if you win a Heisman, you should get your number retired.
Okay. I don't disagree with that totally. However, do you have it, Kevin?
Yeah, I got it. So, verbatim, I have been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved with a tiger emoji.
Lane Kiffin also weighing in. DJ is in number 5, and that was a situation that was promised to him in recruiting here for him to sign here. I've done a lot of research on that with the family and the representatives and the people, so really I didn't have a decision to make. It was promised to the kid. It was done for whatever reason. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge something that was done when I wasn't here, but when a kid is promised something to come to a school, he should wear it. So at that point, I don't think that's really my decision. We should honor what he was told. I agree with Lane Kiffin here. I know that, like at USC, at Southern Cal, if you win the Heisman Trophy, your jersey is retired.
Okay.
So I don't.
Which is saying something because they've had a handful of Heisman winners at USC. Is OJ still retired?
It's a good question. I do not know.
Because I'll tell you what the Buffalo Bills did to OJ
was great.
It's disrespectful.
Well, it is, and I'm all for the OJ disrespect.
No, you can't leave OJ out. You can't leave OJ out.
You look. I
was
think
he guilty or not?
Oh yeah,
guilty or not? No. But what did a jury of his peers find him? Not guilty.
Yeah, no.
Hey, I'm just Boy, saying.
You're skating on thin ice with the women. With the women hating.
I'm not hating on women. I mean, we can't. Was OJ Simpson guilty or not guilty?
Actually, he was found to be guilty.
Civil.
In a civil
much lower
case.
Threshold, much lower bar for guilt in that one, okay? If the glove don't fit.
Oh, boy. I think, but the way he went about it is absolutely, I mean, it shows so much immaturity. And now, I say immaturity because it comes across that if he is actually the one leading this. But I fully believe that this is something that it's actually his mother is on a crusade on.
100% it's his mom. 100% it's his mom.
Here's the thing about the number stuff.
When you're a helicopter parent to a grown man, I don't know. It's just there's something about that is odd to me.
2 things that I take away from this whole thing. 1, I found it to be ridiculous because if anybody who has ever been to a college game or has looked and watched a game and they've got the, zoomed out view of a sideline so you could see how many kids are on college football teams.
Yeah.
There's 80 some odd kids on the team. You have people wearing the same number, more than one player.
Offense and defense.
Yeah. There's not a lot to go around. So, there are a number of programs that do not retire numbers at all.
No.
The other thing, once you become a joke, your reputation as a leader takes a huge, huge hit. And now Brandon Ayuk, who still looks crazy, doesn't look as crazy for saying all the stuff that he was saying about Jaden and his mom.
I just don't understand why we never hear from Jaden's dad. Like, Jaden's dad had a role in his life. Like, he played football. He was a coach. He coached him in Little League, Pop Warner, whatever it was. Like, his dad played college football at Iowa State. Right? So it's not like this is I'm just so flummoxed as to that whole situation. But I'll tell you what, real quick, because the whole, the number retired and all this kind of stuff. Interesting take from the playmaker on why he's not a believer in retired numbers.
Why would I want my number retired? When you retire the number, they put it in the rafters. And as soon as you leave time and go to eternity, they say, lost Michael today. Back to the game. That's it. That's all you get. That's the only time you get your flowers. When C.D. Lamb wearing number 88, every Sunday he step on the football field. When he misses a ball, they said Mike Irvin wouldn't have dropped that. If he catches it. Watch him catches the ball. They said, look like Mike Irvin. So no matter what, I get my flowers every Sunday. I don't understand why everybody don't do this. Why?
It's great.
I mean, that's sound logic.
Yeah.
That is one of the most, because here, and you know what? You know why that makes a lot of sense when you think about it? And shout out to LeBron for this. When he wears 23, what's the first thing you think of?
Michael.
MJ. I mean, it's that simple. When you see certain numbers, you think of certain players.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
So I don't have, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. It's like, all right, you will be, anytime you see a number 5, now, and this is where and again, I'm not the biggest LSU fan in the world, all right? But, and I think this is and this is where, and look, Jaden Daniels, God bless him, all right? This is where the transient nature of college football is starting to affect old school traditional things like, I'm sorry, but if you'd have put a gun to my head, I don't know if I would have even been able to know what number.
Oh, I thought
he
the
wore
same
at LSU.
too. Yeah, I didn't
okay?
either.
Like, and here's the reality, okay? Like, you spent 2 years there. Like, you spent more time at Arizona State than you spent at LSU.
It's a bad look anytime you have to fight for recognition. When you are asking for recognition as opposed to giving it, you put yourself in a very weak space.
Didn't LSU go 8-4 the year he was there?
9-4.
9-4. Okay.
Yeah.
They went 9-4.
And Burrow doesn't have his number retired, but he's been told that nobody will wear it. He also won the Heisman and a national title on one of the greatest teams in the history of the sport.
And I got to give my boy Blake credit for this. One of the most iconic football images ever of him with the cigar in his uniform after the game in the locker room. Like that picture, I mean,
right.
I mean that's just an iconic photo. And again, not to take anything, but now by doing this, you're I mean, I'm not a die in the wool LSU fan, but I mean, look, I'll be honest. I think more of Tyrann Mathieu number 7 at LSU than I think of Jaden Daniels number 5.
Yeah, the situation is so ridiculous, and the internet has gone nuts with it, and it is incredible.
It's out of control. Yeah. I'm here for it. I mean, you got school. Columbia University, which I didn't even know had a football team, said we've taken the number 5 off of our football field in honor of Jaden Daniels. The Mets scored 4 runs last night, and they said we stopped at 4
out of respect
to Jaden Daniels. I mean, everybody I love it. I love it. And you know what? Now, if he's smart.
5 guys changed to 4 guys.
If he's smart, he'll lean into this and say, you know what? We've reversed course. We've fixed it. We've hashed it out. And now, I mean, maybe this is the play. Because now we all know Jaden Daniels wore number 5 at LSU, outside of just LSU fans, right? And you can have fun with it, all right?
Yeah.
This could be a PR course where how you reclaim something where you made a complete mockery of the situation. Because I think, and I don't know, the whole thing with his mother, him giving her a piggyback ride during training camp. And look, I get it. There's people out there. That's his, God bless his mother, and we need more of this. And okay.
Did y'all hear that he turned away 5-year-olds for autographs?
I see. They're giving high 4s.
High 4s. Oh, wow. All right. We're not going to do 4. I'm going to do top 5 because screw Jaden Daniels.
That's
but
right.
Kevin is going to give us his top 10 teams in college football next.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
It is a Cowboys game day here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. Pregame coverage with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus at 4 o'clock today, following Brennan Baxter and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. We're going to do a little college football here before we get back into the Cowboys and training camp and preseason beginning in earnest here today. They take on the Seahawks. By the way, Brad, Babe, and Christy with the play-by-play. Around 7 o'clock. Rangers A's tonight. Later. Just later on, I guess.
Who's that? Who talking about, the Rangers?
Yeah. No. Well, later on.
I'm out on the Rangers.
You're out?
No, I'm out.
More on that in the 11 o'clock hour. College football preseason rankings. The coaches poll. Ohio State #1, Oregon 2. Georgia 3, Texas at 4, Notre Dame, Indiana, Miami 5, 6, and 7. Then A&M, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss round out the top 10. I used to not believe in preseason rankings at all. I think it's a little bit different now because you have more known entities with the transfer portal. It's not all incoming freshmen, all people, that you're like, okay, are they going to be good college football players? Now you got guys that have tape that have been out there, that have been playing across the country, playing pivotal roles on a lot of different teams, so you have a better sense in my estimation. I still don't believe it. I'm like, I want to wait until I see them for a couple weeks. But Kevin with his partner, Jacob Ray, and my future partners, along with Brendan Baxter, Fan University, that starts 2 weeks from today, right here on 105.3 The Fan, as we open up the college football season. You guys on Crown Global Media, on the walk-ons, revealed your top 25, eh?
Hey,
yeah, we did.
Just real quick, let me interrupt, just say one thing and then go.
I'm used to it.
Are you guys going to have a governor on how much Texas Tech talk is going to be allowed?
I would be the governor, actually, of that.
I was going to say, not me.
Well, you're the producer. I mean, you can pod them down if you want. As someone who's
that is true.
As someone who's been potted down.
If Will gives me permission, to pod down after X amount of Texas Tech talk, I will
that's
do
what I'm
it.
saying. Like, I've got the two guys here that can stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear that you
I can
two
reel
have
back
the
my
power.
Texas talk, so they can do it for them. Their Texas Tech talk.
Well, I mean, no, I get, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I know you're going to be the Texas guy of record, but I'm just saying, like, how much Texas Tech talk are we going to have to, subject ourselves to?
Hey, there'll be enough for as much as they bring to the table, which will be a lot. That is what the Red Raiders. I don't mean Jacob and Brennan. They bring a lot.
They bring a lot as well.
But look, Texas Tech is going to play a huge role in the college football season for all the obvious. I mean, I'm stating the obvious. They're a good football team, and they're an interesting football team. But yes, as anchor of this esteemed program, I
want to know.
I will veer things if I feel as if we're just all of a sudden diving, into their three deep a little bit too much.
I'll start hate texting.
I'm just gonna let you know. Me and Brennan might get into it week one because of his top 5 Texas teams for the 26th season. Put SMU over Texas. We're going to fight. Wow. But it's okay. We'll do that in FanU, okay?
All right. I'm done.
You're right. I do control
Brennan
the
is so
pods.
out.
Told you.
On Arch already. Just he's out. He said
Brennan
he's seen enough.
I mean, wow. Okay, I've said too much. All right. I'm done. I'm shutting up.
All right, Kev.
I'm going to fight with the texters.
I'd like to hear your top 10 teams going into this season. Start with one.
Start with one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's not where I was prepared to go. I've got Oregon as the best football team in the country.
Okay. You and I are lockstep here. If I'm to choose where I think these teams really should be, I would have Oregon #1.
Oregon is #1. You brought back already an NFL caliber, NFL ready quarterback to play. You have talent literally everywhere. You've got an incredible head coach.
And you had, some you got caught with the injury bug, especially at wide receiver last year, and these guys are coming back healthy, at least to start the season. Evan Stewart being top of mind there.
Right.
But yeah, loaded with talent. The biggest question, honestly, I think with Oregon is how are they going to look just with losing both of their coordinators?
And that's a fair point, but Dan Lanning is a major, major part of that team.
Absolutely.
And also, I think we talked about this before, when you go and play in Oregon, that's an early wake-up call. And that's something that I think not enough gets talked about. So Oregon's number one for me. Shocker at number two. This team does not get enough love for what they did last year. I've got Indiana at number two.
Oh, my God, me too.
I've got Indiana at number two.
And they loaded up in the transfer portal once again. If you were to take the top 15 guys, say, at each position available in the portal, Indiana landed a bunch of them. And I'm a believer in Josh Hoover. And I'm a believer in Cignetti.
We talked about it last week. I've got Josh Hoover as a dark horse to make New York. I love Indiana. Their wide receiver core is insane. Like Indiana, we're going to be talking about like week 3, week 4 is be like, Indiana really is still that team. And it's going to be like, yeah, we've been saying that. Kurt Cignetti's not changing.
Right. I could not agree more on this. And one of the other elements when it comes to Hoover is that Hoover is a more accomplished quarterback as he arrives in Bloomington, more so than Mendoza was when he was at Cal.
Very, very true. I've got Ohio State at 3.
Plus, by the way, real quick, they will be, and this is no shade at North Texas, but they're going to be an easy 6-0 by the time they take on Ohio State at home.
Hey, that's fine. North Texas will give them a fight. It's okay.
All right.
Ohio State at 3. You're losing a lot of talent, and Ohio State's one of those places where you get 5 stars to replace 5 stars, and that's great. But the guys that they had on that defense last year, we're seeing it right now. We're all practically NFL ready. And, I mean, we have one of them here in Dallas, and Caleb Downs.
Interesting that you have Ohio State there, because I actually have your Texas Longhorns at number 3 with Ohio State at 4.
Texas fans fall on two different sides. They're either too hype or they're a little too...
skeptical.
Skeptical is a good word to use. I am a little bit more on the skeptical side. Not even... See, I don't like skeptical. I just...
Cautious optimism.
Cautious optimism.
Reluctant.
Skeptical is not the word. Cautious optimism is correct.
Pull out the thesaurus. Let's go.
There are some things about Texas that worry me.
Sheepish.
What things worry you?
I'll get to them. Okay. Because I've got Ohio State at 3. I've got Notre Dame at 4.
Oh, my.
I know. Notre Dame at 4. Cakewalk schedule. All you have to do is just win. You're going to get in. It's practically guaranteed for them. Texas at 5 is where I've got them. I've got Texas at 5. I believe in Arch Manning probably more than a lot of other people do, but I need to see this team do what they're supposed to do. I need to see Sarkisian stop calling these stupid screenplays when we need big plays. I don't want every single game to go to the end. We need to be blowing teams out because we weren't blowing teams out last year. We had a lot of great wins. Also had a lot of terrible losses. And
some near misses.
I need to see it from Texas. And I haven't seen it from Texas. I haven't seen it from Sark yet.
A couple of things. And by the way, I love the point on Sark. That Sark gets a lot of credit for a lot of stuff.
And he should.
And not enough blame for a lot of things that did not go well last year. And play calling was among them. The talent, it's just too much. It's just too much. Arch Manning, from November on, had the best QBR in the country. He really started to put things together. So
with his wide receiver dropping footballs.
And like I said earlier, that Joe Burrow was not very good as a freshman. A lot of these guys, Francisco Mendoza, you go down the line of how many that develop over the course of their career, and yet Arch Manning has to do it now or else he sucks. Yeah. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, if he doesn't want a Heisman or take his team to the national championship, then the reason why he went to Texas was
total
for no good at all.
What a bust.
Even though, no matter how big of a bust he might be in college, he's still going to go in the first round of the draft. There's just no doubt about it.
I bet he stays. I mean, if it's not clear cut, or he's like, it could be a top 5, but he's got a lot of work to do. He'll stay.
I will buck against that, not buff against that, because we've learned that's not a real word. I will buck against that only because I think they've got a plan, just like they had a plan with Quinn. They had a plan for Arch, and I think they've already got Diabell and KJ Lacey behind them. I think they've already got a plan that, hey, Arch, this is your last year. They've put everything into this roster. They left no money unspent for this roster for Arch Manning.
Maybe. If Dante Moore can come back, so can Arch.
That's also true. Georgia at 6. You can't discount the SEC champs. I do think Texas is the best SEC team, but Georgia at 6, and I know we're a little up against it. I've got Miami at 7. I feel like majority of the country has Miami at 7, but I've got them at 7. And then
that's my Heisman trophy.
What did you just say? The majority of the country has them at 7? I have them at 7?
I do. I feel like most people have a good reading of Miami.
You feel as though you're the majority of the country.
He is.
I don't even know how to take that.
That's right.
And then
I've got him at 13 in my standing. Thank you very much.
At 8, this is the last team I think genuinely has a chance to win a national championship.
Oh, really?
Who dat? Isaiah Marshall and the Kansas Jayhawks?
And it pains me to say it, but it is the Texas A&M Aggies.
Really?
It is.
Of all the teams that I have the biggest amount of, and I'm a huge Elko guy, I think it's a really good team, but damn, Marcel Reed.
He ain't going to win them the games.
New OC this year.
I'm not saying that because I believe in Marcel Reed, because if anything, I've been a doubter of Marcel Reed. He wasn't even in my top 10 mentions. But Texas A&M is a damn good football team by a damn good head coach, and they're going to win the tough games.
Gig 'em.
Now, maybe it is true that Texas A&M at the end of the year will decide that route to the playoff.
Yeah.
But Texas A&M, for me, is the last team that has a real chance.
You think that there's only 8 teams in the country that have a real shot at winning?
Well, I'm saying like the actual real contenders as of right now. Now, everybody after that, they have a chance. They have a shot. But like the real contenders.
Oh, man. The Sooner faithful are going to be
and that's
coming
fine.
at you.
That's fine.
How about these Bayou Bengals?
He wants all the smoke.
No doubt.
Texas Tech at 9. Texas Tech at 9.
Wow. So you're saying they don't have a chance to win
No, they don't have a chance to win a national title.
Brennan Baxter
They play the Big 12.
is adding you right now on his Twitter.
That's fine. That's
Top
all
5
fine.
reasons why Khaki Kevin's an idiot.
That's fine. Score a touchdown in the playoff, okay?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh!
All right.
And then
Sorsby. Wait, never mind.
Will Hammond, let's go.
Put a gamble on that. All right, at number 10, Ole Miss. Number 1 quarterback in the country for me in Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if it's going to be enough, so I got him at 10.
Okay.
Where do you have Boise State?
I don't.
From the 406. Calling it now. Boise State will beat Notre Dame.
Oh, nothing would make me happier than to see Notre Dame lose.
Okay.
All right.
From the 972, Indiana got that Babe Laufenberg money.
They got the Mark Cuban money is what they got.
Love it. Shout out to Babe. He was on the show with us. He's great.
All right. Rangers out on the West Coast, and Fred is out.
Are we doing Tolos on the telephone?
Yeah, end of next hour, 11:40.
11:40. That's what I told one of the texters.
Let's do this thing. We'll have that and Rangers. Why Fred is out. That's next.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say,
of experience in, and that is taking you for the next 2 hours here on DFW's #1 sports station, 105.3 The Fan. It's White Guy Radio. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. Khaki Kevin Walker back in the Pimp Cup. Cowboys game day, preseason game #1, pregame coverage starting right here at 4 o'clock. Also, your home of the Rangers, and that was ugly. Was it not last night?
I know, and I switched my pick last night. We always do predictions at the end of every show that I'm on prior to the Rangers, and I picked the A's to win, and then I was like, oh wait, my boy Kamar Rocker's pitching, I can't do that to him. And he only gave up 3 runs in 5 innings, which that's not the end of the world. I think his ERA is up to like 4.5 right now, though.
Yeah, it is,
which is not great. But no, this thing is we're about done.
How you can lose 3 of 4 to the Angels, and now you're dropping games
You've
to
now lost
Oakland.
4 straight. You've now lost 4 straight to the
Oakland's
dregs
damn near
of the division.
30 games under 500.
I heard something last night on the pregame. Shout out to Ted Emmerich doing a bang-up job. But they were 38-38 and then proceeded to win 9 games after that. Of course, they won their 10th last night after beating the Rangers. But no, this team has this team. And I don't know what the line of demarcation was for what's happened. Maybe it was a 6-game losing streak. I don't know. But this is the same team that you saw last year, actually. And I would argue it might even be a little bit worse, the way it feels. And, you put all your stock in 2 aging pitching powerhouse guys, right, in 2 power pitchers, in DeGrom and Evo. And I'm not necessarily even mad at that. Look, they were under contract. This is what you had to do. Clearly, DeGrom didn't want to go anywhere, and I think it has more to do with his family, the fact that he's 38 than anything else. The Braves wanted you for a stretch run. Mm-hmm. Now, I think it could also mean, too, and I think we're starting to see it a little bit, that he knows his body is starting to give out. Because he just hasn't looked good in his last 2. He looked okay against Baltimore, but he owns them over the course of his career. But outside of that, he has not looked good in 4 of his last 5 outings. So, we're still waiting. I guess he had imaging done last night. I don't know if we heard anything back yet. Skip said on the pregame yesterday that he was going to get imaging yesterday. They were hopefully going to find out or kind of know what the plan was moving forward, or what the latest was on Jacob DeGrom. I'm imagining. We got to hear about it today. We'll know something today as far as that goes. Evo, still nothing new on his elbow. Jack Leiter pitched, I think, 2 2/3 the other day, but he's going to go back into the rotation, which he has to at this point. But I think it's irrelevant. I don't think it matters even what your pitching staff is doing right now, because you had 8 guys last night who went 0 in the lineup. Okay, you had 4 hits last night, 4 or 5 hits against the lowly Athletics.
By the way, the A's, they're the worst team in baseball. And look, record-wise, they're right there with the Angels, but they have a negative 175 run differential. That's worst in baseball. There's 2 teams that are tied for second worst. The Royals and the Rockies at minus 113. That's 62 runs that separate the A's from the Royals and the Rockies as the worst run differential in baseball. They're awful.
Not good.
And then they beat you 8-3.
But don't worry, Mackenzie Gore's in the bump tonight.
Okay. I was just going to say.
Against JT Ginn.
Might be Gin. Might be a soft J.
Soft G. Apparently just run. I'm going with the Ted.
Teddy?
The Ted version
Ted
of
again?
it. Yeah, I'm going with the Ted version of it. JT, 8-6, 3.4 ERA. He's given up only 107 strikeouts on the year. and he's pitched 121 innings. So, JT.
Rangers a half a game out of the wild card as it stands.
And
right
that's
now.
and again, to our point, our boy Chris Arnold, who says, blame the AL for why we're living and dying with these Rangers, because the fact that the AL is such ass.
Yeah, and
that's why you're still in. I mean, the fact that you've been dreadful, and I mean dreadful, on this road trip, and yet you're still a half game out.
It is getting more interesting, though, I will say. For a couple weeks we were talking, well, longer than that, a few weeks we were talking about the Red Sox, like, holy crap. I mean, just going scorched earth, and they've certainly cooled off. They've
they've definitely cooled off.
6 of their last 10. But, and the Rays have just looked terrific, especially lately. But Detroit won't go away.
No.
Detroit,
this is what they do.
Tarek Skubal, they trade him away, and they're, right now, if the season ended today, they're in the playoffs.
That does not surprise me, though. Sometimes with these teams, and I wonder, this is kind of what it feels like with the Rangers, where, and this is where and I don't know what to, I'm torn on Chris Young. Okay, I'm torn on Chris Young because how much of it is his fault and how much of it is a byproduct of ownership telling you we're not making any moves or you have no money to spend. Okay, it's clear they wanted to be sellers at the deadline. And you went to Jacob deGrom. He said no. I guess Evo said no. All right. Now, I don't know what Seager said, and I don't really think it matters at this point. I've been saying for over a year and a half, get rid of Corey Seager, and I think you need to. Mm-hmm. I think you need to cut your losses this offseason and rebuild and tear this thing down. I mean, now it's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out because there's a very real chance that we have no baseball next year.
Right.
Okay. Right. I mean, there's from everything I've read from Jeff Passan, and the ownership is saying, because I was talking to my boy Bitter Mike Babbo about this, about how well, I think we'd be okay if you had a floor, right? Just a salary floor. Well, the owners are hell-bent on, if we're doing a salary floor, then we need a salary cap. Like, you can't just do one. I don't think anybody would have an issue if it was just a salary floor. In fact, I think that would be more beneficial to baseball than an actual salary cap would. But it's going to be interesting to see how that whole thing plays out. But to finish on this thought, this team has just been so mismanaged from a personnel standpoint over the last 2.5 years that you rode out on you held on to some guys for too long. Injuries have wrought havoc on you. You gave big money deals, which I guess in some cases you had to do. But, you held on to guys that, you should have gotten rid of Corey Seager a year ago. You really absolutely, the writing was on the wall when it came to him. And I'm not convinced he's a leader. All right, there's just something about his demeanor. There's something about his just the way he carries himself. Like, I just don't feel like he adds a lot to the clubhouse. And I think there's something to be said for what Kevin Pillar said a year ago about this baseball team and how everybody was off doing their own thing. And it just feels like that. And here we are now with a different manager. Okay, well, Boch is old. He's disconnected from the guys. That's why it is. That's why they're having the problems they're having.
Not with Skip.
Okay, Skip's. Skip looks like he'd go out and take a couple cuts today if he had to. Mm-hmm. All right, same exact issue. All right, so I don't think it's a managerial issue anymore. I think these are the bodies you have. You have an ownership that has said, you know what, we won a World Series. We let you guys spend like drunk sailors for 2 years. We're done. And we're rolling out Kelnick and Foscue and the Pips. And you got Corey Seager making a boatload of money and could care less whether he wins or loses.
And yet they're still right there for the playoffs.
And they're a half game out of the wild card.
It's wild, dude. The whole year.
What a weird deal.
The whole year has been nuts. When you look at, two teams in the AL Central, 5 games over 500, leading the division. AL West, 3 games over 500, winning the division. It's just, it's not good. But like I said before, It has become more interesting. As much as I hate the White Sox, look, they have been, garbage. They have been the absolute worst basement team, really historically in all of baseball, and they're in first place now. So, you've got some new blood in there.
By the way, in these last 6 games, you've been outscored 37-13.
That doesn't help your run.
I mean, I'm no Peter Gammons or Bill James, but that's going to lose you a lot of games.
Wow. You finally got back into the 90s there. That's good. That's good stuff. The Dodgers were, they're reeling a little bit. I
love it. I love to hear it.
Yeah. I've said this for a long time about how you just really need to get in the playoffs. And we know that the Dodgers are just doing that, right? That they're setting themselves up, that they'll hope that Edwin Diaz, his fastball is fine, but his slider has not come around yet. He ended up, breaking his streak, and he was able to close out the game last night. They are going to be formidable. However, if you're watching the Cubs play right now, they look like they are absolutely the threat to beat the Dodgers. Not to mention how good Milwaukee and Atlanta still are.
Yeah.
The National League.
Your World Series winner is coming out of the National League.
Yeah. Yeah, this ain't football where you beat up on each other and then you're like, you're just spent by the time you get there. It's baseball. It'll be just fine.
The National League playoffs will be a lot of fun to watch. Like we said last year, what did we say last year that we thought the NFC Championship was going to be the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
and it kind of turned out that way. It kind of turned out to be the case. Will the NLCS be the de facto World Series? Now, some people said the Western Conference Finals were going to be the de facto finals this year.
Yeah, but we all saw it and agreed that this Knicks team was an outlier.
They were. Raise your hand if you had them winning in 6.
Yeah, that would be this guy right here. All right, back into the Cowboys in action tonight against
Rangers
the Seattle Seahawks. And the Seahawks breaking some news. We'll have that for you next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you.
1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're going to have Fatties on the phone at 11:40. Tolo's on the telephone.
However you identify.
White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some breaking news over the course of the last hour. Adam Schefter saying there it was heated negotiations in recent days, but now the result is an agreement today between Devin Witherspoon and the Seattle Seahawks on a 4-year, $132 million extension, and that includes over $101 million guarantee. Makes him the highest paid quarterback in NFL history. That up until Christian Gonzalez gets his extension at some point in the very near future with the New England Patriots. That ahead of preseason action tonight and right here on 105.3 The Fan. That pregame of Cowboys Seahawks starts at 4 o'clock today. You like what the Seahawks are doing, huh? Just going after.
I mean, I love the win at all costs. Terrion Arnold was out there for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. And, look, Terrion Arnold is a ball hawk on the field, and he's a ball hawk off the field. What? Tear up my Airbnb?
Yeah.
Not on my watch.
No.
Not on my watch.
Even if he identified the wrong people, allegedly.
I mean, that's what they're claiming. It's they're alleging. Okay?
I don't know if that's what you want out of a DB.
Well,
I mean,
we're still sorting out the facts. I mean, again, we're just throwing out there one fact from the other. The Seahawks feel comfortable enough to make the move on him.
Well, one of the reasons coming into this year that I had been a little bit skeptical of the Seahawks was the fact that they had quite a few guys that left in free agency.
They did lose a handful of folks.
On both sides of the football. And by the way, Tank Lawrence, former Cowboy, mentioning this week that this will be his final season in the NFL.
Love the farewell tour.
Yeah.
All right. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah. I love it for him.
Oh, that exactly.
Always loved Tank. I always loved talking to DeMarcus.
I mean, and shout out to him. I mean, he scoffed at when he said he came to Seattle to win a Super Bowl.
Dude,
we thought, wow, really? That's where you're going? Huh? Okay, sure.
For those of us that have covered him and been around him, he doesn't pull punches, man.
I appreciate that.
I'll never forget the look that he gave me. We didn't even talk about this quote-unquote player for the Cowboys that he looked at me. We both looked over at this player in the locker room after a game because it was a little bit of a scene just as to what they were doing. Nothing like big, but just how they were presenting themselves and what they were doing. And everybody just kind of like looked over at this player as to like putting on the whole get up and the whole thing, whatever. And then we turn back around and DeMarcus looks at me and gives me the biggest eye roll. And I just started laughing because that's really how everybody felt as you were looking at it. He's just, he's a real
not
one.
In Green Bay, is it?
He's a real one. No, he's not. This guy's not anywhere.
Okay. There you go.
This was pre-Micah.
Okay.
This was pre-Micah.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the 940, judge said prosecution. Let's try this again.
Got that?
Judge said prosecution hasn't shown much evidence of guilt when he gave Arnold bail.
All right.
That's all you need to know right there. And then from Black and Gold B, I'll tell you what, that's total royalty right there. I identify as a stoner and a Tolo.
Okay.
So shout out to you, Black and Gold B. Getting your Oski Woski on.
Stolo.
On us.
It's usually not my wheelhouse on the nicknames.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I just saw a thing the other day, though, that apparently this cannabinoid, and I may be saying that wrong, cannabinoid like syndrome, where people are getting high and then vomiting like uncontrollably afterwards. And it's a
really?
thing. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, somebody I heard it referred to as a greening out. And I was like, okay.
I feel like I've heard that.
It's I'm a little bit removed from my my days partaking quite a bit in that realm, and I don't remember ever vomiting from just getting.
Well, but
y'all built different back then.
The Oski Woski that's out today, is not the same Oski Woski that Will and I grew up ingesting.
No doubt.
Okay,
no doubt.
I mean, it's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels. I can't even. I have no idea what's going on out there.
Okay, he co-signs. Hell yeah, I like it. I'm a Stolo. LMAO.
Here we go.
Black and gold B.
All right.
You've coined a new phrase.
I don't know what we're going to see tonight, right?
Another 214. Stolo here.
Okay. It's a thing.
I think this is about to take off.
Let's see. We're not going to see Overshone, Bland, Q, right?
I wouldn't have a problem with seeing Overshone for a series or two.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have zero issue with him being out there and running around, knocking a little game rust off. And
Same thing with Bland, right? Or are we still just too worried?
Bland, I kind of want to. I'd like to see him get a little bit of work in too, just for the. I mean, again, I'm of the belief that I don't mind my starters or just my entire football team going out and getting a series or two or three just to kind of.
I'm the same way.
I like the mental reps, the habit of, hey, this is what football looks like. You're getting back into your routine of pregame, game. Play, boom, done. You're out.
Yeah, and I think to me, and I always look at it first and foremost from the quarterback position that, in a couple of areas. I wouldn't mind, having Dak out there for a series or two.
Absolutely not.
Just, some bubble wrap, right? Nothing too crazy.
Couple
just
handoffs, little quick hitter. We're done.
He's been in the league long enough. If he doesn't play, I'm like, totally fine. Not worried about it. Bears-Browns today, actually about 31 minutes from now.
Is our boy Caleb going to get some run?
No, not at all in the preseason. And that's where I'd be like, well, I kind of like to see him, with a few live bullets out there because it's only year 3, The more you see, the better,
What's up with your boy Burden? What's his deal?
Yeah, he was out pregame warm-up, just out there running around a little bit, but he's not going to see any action in the preseason. They're pretty hopeful 4 weeks from,
What's
tomorrow.
his issue?
Groin.
What's he got, a groin? That's nothing to play with.
Yeah. So, yeah, just hold him out, for the time being. But
the Stolo thing is just...
It's taken off.
It's got a mind of its own.
Yeah.
Right now.
Who knew?
I'm Stoloing right now, boys.
All right.
817 live
Get you a nice little Saturday going.
I just picked up a Stolo. I mean, the Stolo thing is
off and running.
I love it.
Yeah. Especially when you've got, hey, look, you got preseason football all day today. You sit back on the couch.
And watching some preseason football?
Yeah, especially, it's intriguing, right? I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that the Bears side is going to be intriguing today, but the Browns certainly are. Yeah. Watching Deshaun and Shador out there.
Yeah.
And then, all right, Rams, KC after that. And tonight, Boys, Hawks.
Yeah. No, it's a solid day of football today. And it's
as solid as it can be.
It's good practice. Look, we talk about, okay, let's take it a step further. We talk about how we think our starters should play a series or two. For all you football fans out there today, today's your opportunity to kind of get into regular season mode.
Right.
All right. You got your noon, your 3, and your 7 o'clock game. Like, you need to know, hey, where am I going to watch the game? Or if you watch at home, like, hey, I'm cooking today, so I kind of got to, pick and choose my commercial breaks. I need to go to the store, kind of start timing things. Like, hey, maybe things are a little bit different. I mean, just it's the fans viewing preseason as well.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay.
Couldn't agree more.
So
I'm still right now trying to figure out my viewing situation Saturdays. I think I've determined on how, I am, the beverage director, bar manager of said place. I do a schedule, and I'm thinking on, No longer going to be working Saturdays.
Say, it's a big.
I got to take it in. We're full throttle. Fan you.
Go ahead and mark that. You already know. You already know where. You got to mark.
How deep is my folder?
Get in there. Get in there.
Yeah.
Not deep enough, Will.
Yeah. Do any of these drops have any context?
It's 5 inches thick.
Yeah, I don't. Do any of these have like slugs that actually mention any kind of context?
Absolutely not. I like my drops with no context.
Okay. Do we have the massaging his throat drop?
Oh boy.
I've had somebody massaging my throat, for the last 25 minutes.
Man, that was after a long day of boozing.
I like to look back at my drops and be like, what is this about?
That's
yeah.
And I do that a lot with Fred's drops. Like, if I could just play a couple here, like.
Don't play with trannies.
Wow. Holy Toledo.
Don't ever discount the tip.
I have no idea what we were talking. I have a clue.
Don't play with trannies.
I have a clue about.
What were you doing?
I actually know about that
We
one.
were talking about transmissions.
What else?
We were talking about transmissions. My boy, Dan the Transmission Man. To this day, the most enormous man I've ever seen in my life.
Fred, I want you, this one's one of the more recent ones, so maybe you can guess what this one is.
When you're at another man's belly button, that was me talking about standing next to Yao Ming.
Yeah, I remember. I was here for that one. It's still way funnier, just isolated. Oh my God!
Oh man! Don't play with trannies.
Don't play with trannies.
Don't play with trannies.
No.
They'll get you.
The advice given in this
show. If you do have a tranny that you need looked at, though, Dan the Transmission Man, off of Jim Miller and I-30.
The other thing we have no help with.
Yeah.
Is that right? Everybody out there partaking right now have probably need to shut it down. I bet that they may be greening out and puking right now after laughing as hard as at least I just did.
For the 914, the pot syndrome is called CHS. After 53 years of toking, I asked them why I did. Okay, I don't know what you're saying, Tolomo. I think he's actually going through CHS right now while he's texting this, actually. Yeah. So I don't know what this. It's kind of all over the place. Anyway.
Yeah, as it were.
Are people going to bet on today's games?
Yeah.
They are, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know Walchuk was talking the other day about how, he was cleaning up apparently last year in preseason. Prize Picks, which makes a whole lot of sense because the preseason is so random.
You got to hammer the under, right?
Yeah, but I think
in some cases.
Look, if you know the team as well as we do, and knowing all the storylines coming in and what they want to see and all the reporting and talking to those involved as to who's going to play, is Vegas doing that? They're not going to know.
No.
They know all in a sense, but yeah, I totally believe that there's some money to be made. What's the line today?
Which one? Let's look.
Cowboys.
Let's look. I would imagine. Let's see. I would imagine the Seahawks are.
Seahawks +1. Cowboys a favorite today. Oh no. I'm sorry. No. Seahawks are favorite -2.5.
Okay, so let's get into some degeneracy, shall we? Minnesota Lynx at Las Vegas Aces just popped up on my screen. Okay, Panthers at Bills -2.5. Bills -2.5.
I've got 3. I've got -3.
Okay.
You got the over/under today being 36.5 in this matchup between the boys and the Seahawks.
36.5. Ooh.
Taking the under
I've got
hammer that under.
I've got Cowboys and Seahawks -2.5, 39.5. Wow. Yeah.
So I think me and Will are on ESPN.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
I'm on CBS Sports.
Okay. They use DraftKings. I don't know what CBS. They have Sportsline.
Rams at Chiefs -2.5. Jaguars at Saints -1.5. I said, shout out to our boy Eric Casares. He did his Rick Six the other day and threw out what 4 teams are going to make the playoffs that didn't make the playoffs last year. I said Chiefs, Cowboys, Lions, and Saints. I may have to push back on my Saints after Jordan Tyson is probably going to miss.
I don't need to hear that because I've got him on my fantasy team. He's going to be A-OK, Fred.
Yeah,
just like Luther Burden, right, Will?
But Luther...
All of our players are going to be A-OK.
Luther Burden's actually played. Like, Jordan Tyson's got a bum hammy and had injury concerns coming out of college.
Yeah, that is a problem.
I'm not worried about it.
Like, Luther Burden, we just knew was kind of a little bit of a hothead. I can live with that. Mm-hmm. Hamstring issues, I cannot.
Yeah.
But how about the 41.5 over-under for New York, Minnesota?
What?
41.5
for Giants Vikings?
Yeah.
Well, all right, is Kyler? I got to think
Kyler is
going to play, and so will Jackson Dart.
Yes, they did. The Giants announced the majority of their starters are playing.
Old John Harbaugh taking it old school.
Yeah. Well,
I appreciate
new
that.
coordinators, so
yeah, you got. I mean, Matt Nagy.
Yeah. God, I know. The more I look into the Giants and more I hear like this hype, I'm like, I'm going in a different direction.
Although Malik Neighbors does seem to look better than what I think people expected him to look. I saw Blake and he showed me a video of Malik Neighbors working out and running drills and all that sort of thing, and didn't look bad.
We're going to see Odell Beckham today, by the way.
Yeah, he's fighting for a roster spot.
I was going to say, he's got no choice but to play.
Yeah.
Eagles at Ravens. Ravens are +3.5, in case anybody's wondering. So
I'm going to hammer the Ravens there. Yeah.
I like, Cowboys at Seahawks. I'm here for it. I'm here for it tonight. What's that? WFAA? Channel 8?
No, CBS, right?
I've got NFL Network on my side.
Yeah, it's NFL Network, but it's usually CBS that covers it.
Just Google it.
Old Billy J.
Just Google it.
Billy J on the call.
What game's Tony Romo calling tonight?
Something in Wisconsin.
The one from his living room.
Arena League.
I think he's done.
He's with Grandma and Grandpa right now.
He's absolutely done. And the whole thing is, it's really, my personal opinion is that he's getting totally screwed.
I don't, and here's why. You knew that you haven't done a good job. Let's just put it this way. Let me just make it.
All right. I know where you're going with this, and I'm not going to disagree. I think you're.
I think you and I are. Look, here's the reality of it, right? And as somebody who's been fired from radio, when you give your employer a reason to fire you, and they're looking for a reason to fire you, and you give that reason to them, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Yeah, I look at it from the standpoint. I totally agree with that. The fact is that they just don't want to pay him money. It doesn't have to deal.
Well, he hasn't been good though.
Right.
But again, we wouldn't be hearing about his salary.
Absolutely.
If he stopped being the guy that he was when he got the loot 3-4 years ago. All right. I mean, I tell you what. We have no problem with Troy Aikman getting the bag. You know why? Because Troy Aikman comes in every week and gives you good color commentary.
Also, another part of it is J.J. Watt behind him is fantastic.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt's good. I mean, I don't think he's anything. I mean, I don't think he's Greg Olsen good. I mean, I don't think he's as good as Troy Aikman. For my money,
no.
Troy Aikman
is the best, in my opinion.
Is elite.
Too. Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think he's as good as Tom Brady. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, no, I thought Brady actually did a really good job.
I'm telling you right now, the jump Tom Brady made from year 1 to year 2, all right? I think I said this before on the air. When he talked about what defensive backs do when you're looking at how a wide receiver will shade a certain shoulder, and you can kind of look at that as a way to see which way they're going to go on a break or a out. I mean, just the way he breaks down certain plays and how you could tell he was overthinking versus this past season where you could tell he was starting to feel more comfortable, wasn't as concerned about, hey, am I going to make somebody feel bad? Like, no. Tom Brady was in his bag, and I think he's only going to get better.
Too.
I'm not saying J.J. Watt's not good, but I think we tend to get a little overzealous with our boy J.J. Watt. But either way, point being with Tony Romo, he's done. He's done. And unfortunately, we can argue or disagree all we want about whether or not you should get fired for a DUI. The reality was this: you put yourself in that position and you took it out of your control. And guess what? CBS said, you know what? We got a way to get out of this. We're paying you too much. You're not worth it anymore. Deuces.
Later. We are not over, however, having Tolos on the telephone. Stolos, hit us up. Fatty's on the phone, 877-881-1053. Your phone call's next year on The Fan.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market.
Insurance Company.
Rangers President of Baseball Operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Sun's out, guns out on a Saturday morning. You guys know the vibes. Your boy's got his tank top on. But also, shout out to the one, the only, the three-time, rocking the sleeveless. Huh?
Yeah,
Sun's
boy.
out, guns out for our boy, Chris Arnold. Looking swole as all get out today. So the swollenness continues from 1 to 4 o'clock with CA and Brennan, and then they hand the broadcast baton off to Eric Chiafalo and the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, as we've got some preseason football tonight for your Dallas Cowboys as your home of the Dallas Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, you guys know the vibes. Let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. It's time for some fatties, Tolos, and now Stolos.
Stolos are in the building.
Because the Stolos are out today. And our boy B-Dot suggested a new segment. What do you say?
Yeah, what you smoking
and what you poking.
Yeah.
Huh? All right, let's go out to our boy Chris in Fort Worth. What's up, Chris?
Doing?
What it do, man?
Nothing. Just was up in Minnesota for the last week.
Yeah.
It's good. It was really good. Went to the Vikings training camp because I found out my neighbor works for the Vikings. Well, my neighbor that I grew up with. And
Did you just say you found out your dealer works for the Rangers?
Neighbor.
Neighbor. Okay.
Works for the Vikings.
Oh, works for the Vikings. Okay.
It was what you smoking, who you poking.
What you smoking, who you poking.
Well, I'm not smoking and I'm not poking nothing.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's all right. Were you able to see Kyler Murray on the field when you were out there?
It's hard to see, right?
Yeah, but they kept all the good players. It's really a waste of time. They keep all the position players far, far away. It's for the kids. It was for Maxwell.
Okay.
Because I got a bunch of kids' games. Went to a Minnesota Lakes game.
Okay.
Saw the future Rookie of the Year. And by the way,
your girl Olivia Miles, right?
Yep.
She's a baller, dude.
If you've never been to a WNBA game, they're pretty fun.
I've heard they are.
Yeah. And
You can get a quick protest in on your way in and then watch a good basketball. I tell you what, we had a good game last night between Paige and
Fever,
Caitlin.
Yeah.
I'm here
and then
for
also went to a soccer game, so very sports-centric.
I'll tell you what, you were just non-traditional sports. Sign up Chris from Fort Worth.
Yes, and your 90s reference to School of Kids.
Yeah.
I was also in the land of the artist formerly known as Prince. The symbol.
I love it.
It's Casper.
I love
it's Casper,
it.
baby. It's Casper.
That's what I'm talking about right there. But did you purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka? That's the real question.
I did go to the Lake Minnetonka, but I did not get in.
Okay. I mean, but this would be as good a time as any, though, to do it, wouldn't it?
It's still a little. I mean, I was 81.
Oof.
That's still a little cold for me.
Yeah.
For lake water, too. I ain't been in lake water. But last thing in honor of the last show of White Guy Radio.
Last season. We just for this season.
One.
This is just season one in the books.
The coldest white boy I ever saw play sports in high school. Let's see if you can guess who he is. He was the #1 rated quarterback player of the year in high school.
Jason Williams.
Baseball player. No. #1 rated baseball player.
Danny Ainge.
In high school. And also would drop 20 on you.
Danny Ainge.
Joe Mauer.
Joe Mauer. Oh,
Okay.
Okay. You know what? I've heard Joe Mauer had game. I have heard that he could hoop a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I was almost going to go Matt Leinart.
Okay.
No, but Joe Mauer, #1 pick in baseball, #1 high school quarterback.
What a dog. What a dog. All right, Chris, we got to run. We got a board full of calls. Hey, be safe out there today, brother.
I have heard he's also got a tremendous singing voice.
Oh, really? Just all kinds of things. All right, you just made that up. I love it. Harrison in Mesquite, what's good?
It's a Joker reference.
Hey, man. Let me add a little soul to this white guy radio.
Love it.
Please
do it.
I'm calling in, man. I don't think we give Ray Davis enough grief about the payroll.
I think you're right about that, Harrison.
I'm not going to blame Chris Young. We can't. Ray,
you can blame him a little bit. You can blame him a little bit. He's made some questionable moves with the money he has had.
Yeah, okay, well, if you look at it like that, but I'm just talking about the payroll from the aspect of the payroll.
Yeah.
The pitching has been inconsistent with Nathan and DeGrom.
Yeah.
Rocker at times have looked like the best pitcher during the season. Langford stay hurt too much.
Yeah,
he remind me of Trout. He remind me of Trout.
Right.
The relief pitchers have really saved. They're probably the main reason we're around 500.
Right.
Okay, that's it. So I just want to get on Ray Davis some more. If this was Jerry and Cuban, we'd be busting their balls. So Ray Davis needs to open up the paybooks and quit saving money. Open up them old money pockets.
Yeah.
Get that new money in there. If you don't want the team, sell it. Get that new money in there. That somebody's going to spend the money. But like I said, the relief have saved the season. And then, like I said, Rocker's been time he's looked like the best pitcher on the South. So if you don't have pitching and hitting, you're not going to win.
No,
the
you're
center
not.
fielder not hitting, inconsistent with Young at the third base hitting. Man, they're a long way. They got to spend some money.
Got to.
And you guys have a good weekend, baby.
Harrison,
I'm out.
I'll tell you what. Shout out to Harrison. We needed some soul in this show.
We did.
We needed some soul glow. Harrison just brought it.
No doubt.
Harrison just brought it. Travis, Fort Worth, what's good?
Freddie D, as someone who can bench press 225 pounds 15 times.
Come on.
Don't be telling me that that's heavy. Come on now.
Hey,
don't let your co-host
sometimes
talk you down from not being heavyweight.
You know damn good and well there's days when you bench and it just feels heavier than usual.
I weigh 170 pounds. That was like
Travis.
That's heavy.
Are you a meathead, Travis? You.
I'm a big meathead.
Okay, so you know damn good and well there's days where you're like, man, it's just this weight feels heavy today. Then there's days where just you're repping it out and it's nothing but a thing.
Yeah, I get that, but as a fellow gym goer, 225 is a base warm-up weight for us bigger guys.
Well,
anyways,
good for
I need you to lay
dude.
off. I need you to lay off the Jordan Tyson hamstring, Fred, as a fellow rock chalker, because our guy Darren Peterson has kind of the same issue. So don't be poo-pooing on Jordan Tyson.
Hey.
That means you're going to be poo-pooing on Darren Peterson.
Hey, we haven't seen anything from Darren Peterson yet, by the way.
Well, we saw a whole season of him, with hamstring injuries and
Don't get me
such.
started. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm reluctant. That's why I'm sheepish about it. PTSD when it comes to hamstrings.
We know Darren Peterson's going to ball out. He's going to be the clear-cut, should have been number one pick of this draft. Rock chalk, baby.
I'm geeked. Travis, great call from you.
I hear you. Let's
Anytime.
hold him. Let's do this. Let's go. Well, let's take a quick break. Come back, top of the hour, or you Tolos that are hanging on. Fatty's on the phone continues next year on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Tolos, you know Amco.
Turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of White Guy Radio Season 1. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. It has been a hell of a show, a hell of a first season. It's a Cowboys game day. Pregame coverage, 4 hours from right now with Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. Brad, Babe, and Christy will have kickoff around 7 o'clock. Cowboys Seahawks tonight, preseason game number 1, as we're watching on our televisions right now, that Browns at Bears on NFL Network. On a big Saturday slate of games, Rams and Chiefs later on. It's going to be a fun day here today. Got a personal fair or foul, or so to speak, a news story out of Frisco, Texas, coming up in 20 minutes.
Stay tuned.
877-881-1053. Hit us up. You know what to do. You know the vibes.
We've had a fun shout out to our boy Harrison with really probably the take
prophetic
of the day so far.
Absolutely.
Because it really breaks down kind of the Rangers season. If you ain't got pitching or hitting, you ain't winning.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I had to think for a second. I was like, I think he's onto something.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's onto something. So, added a little soul to the program and added really probably the hottest take that I've heard baseball-wise really all season. If you ain't got hitting and you ain't got pitching, you ain't winning.
No.
Put that on a shirt.
Yeah.
Put that on a shirt.
Print the shirts.
Let's do it.
Let's go right now.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the phone number to chime in. If you want to jump in real quick, do so and do so now. Mr. Nasty Time. What's good, bro? Haven't heard from you in a minute.
It's been a minute. I thought last week was last week of White Guy Radio, so I went to my daughter's first soccer practice, and I tuned in leaving, and I'm like, what am I hearing? I wanted to hear Brennan and the new White Guy Radio crew. It turns out I'm still hearing the oldie but goodie.
That's it. Get it right. Fan use not for another 2 weeks. Fan use in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 weeks from today.
And I don't know who's on next week, so it's about my pay grade.
Turns out while I was at my daughter's first soccer practice, granted she's 2.
Wait a minute, you've got a 2-year-old playing soccer
already?
I mean, what are we doing?
You start him early.
Your 2-year-old is playing soccer.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the age group for this soccer league?
What size ball are they playing
Seriously.
It's a size 3.
Okay.
Fun fact, Von Miller's son was actually out there practicing too.
Did you talk to him?
There was a guy, fanboying him, and I'm just like,
Mr. Ness, tell me you got time for that.
Yeah.
we
need you with a tape recorder.
We're Bills fans in this household.
Oh.
And I was so tempted to go and reach out and say something, but he was getting fanboyed, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. And so then my baby mom was like, well, why did you go talk to him? I was like, why? I'm not.
How'd he look?
Would you have done it?
How'd he look? In shape? Ready to go?
He's ready to go.
Ready to set the edge?
You think if you had to put an over-under on how many sacks, just from what you saw today, how many sacks you think he's getting just based on what you saw today?
I put that over in the last season. Give him over 9. Over 9.5.
Oh, wow. You think he looks like he's 9-sack ready today? At this minute. If we flew him out to Seattle for tonight's game, he's picking up at least a sack and a half.
Maybe 2.
Let's go.
All right. Okay. Our man on the street.
Von Miller. Hey, look, CA sold me on Von Miller last night. I was kind of on the I think. But then when CA told me yesterday, he's like, look, people forget he had 9 sacks last year with the Commanders. Because I was thinking of him in his Bills days where he just wasn't. He was just okay. Hell, he had one season in 23 where he had no sacks in 16 games. And so CA brought up the point last night on the show. He's like, no, he had 9 sacks last year. And then you realize you're like, damn, okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with throwing Vaughn out there opposite of Ezeraku or Rashawn.
He's ready to hoop.
Let's go.
He looks like he'd go out there and be a strong 3-guard or 4-guard on the basketball court.
Let's do it.
Love it. All right.
Can he create his own shot? That's the real question. Yeah. All right, real quick, because we're up against it. We got a couple more folks we got to get to, Mr. Nasty Time. What's your just overall day today? What are we thinking preseason football-wise? What's the lay of the land?
I got the two younger ones, so I got a trip to Five Below planned, and then go look for some curtains, and that's it. That's what we got planned.
Man, what a I'll tell you what, my man's going curtain shopping today.
It's curtains on the off season, I'll tell you that.
Ooh, I tell you what, truer words have never been spoken. Mr. Nasty Time, your father of the year in my book. Tell you what, be safe out in these streets today.
940.
Gotcha.
Appreciate you, brother. My daughter turns 3 in 2 weeks, starting her second season of soccer.
Wow!
All right.
Did Jaden Daniels approve him to go to Five Below, by the way?
Well, that's a good question. That's a great question. I have not seen how that's playing out. Let's go out to Marshall in the Ville. R.I.P. to the corporate bridge. If you know, you know. What's up, Marshall?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing today?
Living the dream.
I'm doing pretty well. Oh, yeah. Well, your dream is way different from mine. My dream would be Von Miller out there running it, doing his thing, getting some tackles. What's the deal with Blue nowadays? Because I'm still on board with Blue, and I am actually on that sweet potato eggs with gumbo. And later today, I'll be cooking up a little bit of the pizza oven and do a little bit of wings and. I might try some venison backstrap out there today. Last time I did a pork tenderloin out there, I kind of melted the stainless steel skewer.
Regular season form.
Man.
Yes.
Marshall, I mean, you've hinted at the idea that you're going to start your own YouTube cooking channel, correct? I mean, isn't that what we're trending towards?
Yes, I am. I've got a bunch of raw footage going up in the computer in the cloud right now.
Okay.
And doing all editing and all that stuff. It'll be called Two Chefs, One Mic. I really want to get Broadus on board because he's hinted to me a couple of times about wanting to learn how to do pizza on my big bad boy pizza oven.
Okay.
42-inch pizza oven. So living the dream.
Are you feeling better?
Yes.
Okay.
They got me on all types of medication, and yeah, no more drinking for me. I'm on your board now.
Nothing wrong with that, Marshall. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, look, my man, I'm glad to hear you're upright, moving around, and getting your cook on. So, tell the folks at home. Wait, what's your handle, real quick, so people can follow your little food thing?
You can find me at on TikTok with Two Chefs, One Mic. You can also find me on YouTube, Two Chefs, One Mic. There is just a few videos out there, just kind of test runs. I'm still learning. Editing is
that's all that matters.
Joke.
You're doing the damn thing. That's all that matters. Marshall, great stuff from you, my friend. Appreciate you as always. Two Chefs, One Mic.
Y'all have a good one.
There you go. As somebody who can't cook, I do appreciate those that can.
I can a little.
What's your go-to dish?
There is a. I call it meat candy.
I mean, what are we doing?
Seriously.
What are we doing? Did this dude literally just say his go-to dish is meat candy?
Yeah.
Is that what he just said?
Yeah. It's a
meat candy.
Meat candy.
I mean,
that's what it
I feel like you
tastes
should drop what he just had.
I will put anything in barbecue sauce.
Dude just said meat candy. I feel like I'm going to get
simple ingredients.
I feel like if I Googled that right now, we would get the "sorry, we're not available in Texas" response. if I tried to put that into my Google machine.
Oh, it's honestly okay. You take you get a can of pineapple chunks, okay, and kielbasa, as one would have it.
I mean, the segment writes itself.
I'm looking at it. It's nothing inappropriate.
No, that's just what I coined it. I don't think.
So yeah, what you're looking at might be.
What are you looking at?
Well, I don't want to give away what might be your recipe.
No, it's pretty simple. All you do is right in a frying pan. You do the pineapple chunks, dump it in there with the juice, and then you slice up kielbasa, and then you just let it cook, and the pineapple just
Absorbs it?
Absorbs into the kielbasa, and then if you cook it over time, and then as it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, it will start to caramelize, where it almost feels like it's burning, but it's not really burning. It's just caramelized sugar, and it is with the fat of the kielbasa, and then it's everybody's favorite app.
That sounds absolutely delicious. I'm looking at pork belly burnt ends wrapped in bacon with a brown sugar honey or sweet glaze and smoked until caramelized.
Yeah.
From the 469, meat candy is pork burnt ends.
That's what I just described. But I liked yours better, Will.
Yeah. I mean, this was like 20 years ago when somebody said, like, this is like meat that's a dessert. And I'm like, yeah, it's like meat candy. I'm sure there's an actual meat candy out there.
From the 361, give me a cold Jumex and meat candy and call it a night.
You got to do better on that spelling, 361.
Oh, my goodness. Shout out to the 940. Daughter's first birthday today. I'll tell you what. Shout out to the daughter's first birthday. And shout out to my boy Brandon, who I work for over at Foresight. He became an uncle. So shout out to his sister and her husband welcoming a brand new baby girl into the world. So you always appreciate that. Babies. And then, of course, Blake just getting closer and closer.
No doubt.
To having a little blangerine.
I got another man. This is literally what the recipe was called. Man-pleasing chicken. I have it printed out at home. It's delicious, by the way. You get Dijon mustard and maple syrup, and you put it over chicken thighs, and then just put it in the oven for like 45 minutes. But I started laughing when I saw it because it was. There used to be an app called Yumly. I don't think it exists anymore. But it's.
Yeah. From the 903, Will, you are forever known as meat candy. I think that Will, should he ever get back on a dating site, instead of putting Will down, should just put meat candy. Or is your headline, they call me the meat candy. But I'm looking for something serious. Preferably long-term.
Long-term relationship.
I would love a long-term relationship, but I'd prefer if you'd call me meat candy. Thank you.
I eat it too fast to carry.
Also, gazpacho.
Okay.
Gazpacho.
From the 469, throwing down with that shrimp and grits. Cajun cream reduction sauce and deep fry them grits.
Never been big on grits because it doesn't taste like anything to me. Now, that sounds pretty good. You know, with anything with a Cajun cream reduction sauce.
Adam in Arlington with a great
in
reference. I liked yours better, Will.
Luckily, I don't have to pull my own. Someone has to.
Go ahead and mark yourself on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have Abby here, so you're right. You don't have to pull your own.
I do have, I think I have one drop of myself. Just because I don't know, I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Shout out to the 214. He's going to the BTS concert at AT&T Stadium. I saw a clip. Somebody posted it on their IG. Been there since like 4 o'clock this morning, and the line is wrapped around Choctaw.
Right, so is it? I'm guessing festival seating. Then is that why there's a line?
Well, you're asking the wrong person. But
I mean, if you got a ticket and a seat, I don't think you got to be there. You just have to be there before the concert. I
have 2 drops of myself. I've learned.
Do you know? What do you know about BTS?
I know that stands for behind the scenes, but I know that's not what we're talking about.
We're talking about the Asian pop band.
I know that's what we're talking about. I know that they have a massive following, and I wouldn't even want to try to get close. They're at the AAC, right?
No, AT&T.
That makes a lot more sense. I don't even want to be close to that whole situation because it's packed to the gills.
It is.
Camping, I'm assuming, is probably happening.
I guess.
Why am I just not hearing about it today, though?
But why? I agree with you. Why? If you've got a ticket that's
maybe last-second ticket? I don't know.
I don't know.
It was like that when we went to the Ariana concert. People were standing outside, and I didn't understand why either.
I don't know.
BTK killer? No, BTS.
BTA?
BTA.
That's what the Bears about to do to these Browns.
Do y'all want to hear the two
really?
drops
Will
I
grits
pulled
don't
myself?
have taste? Disagree. I don't know. Maybe it's been a long time since I've had grits. And
I'm
then
not
the
a grits
469
guy.
says your grits got to be about 60% bacon and cheese.
I mean, I could care less. I'm not a grits guy. I don't do grits.
Difference
I don't
between
like the
grits and
texture.
cream of wheat.
I was cream of wheat's ass too.
The line is for the merch.
Oh, okay. Shout out to you, 469.
How much merch can they have?
Oh, the merch line is at Choctaw. Okay, that would explain. Okay, 214. That explains it.
Okay.
This is why we reach out to the Stolos for this reason. For this reason alone. What did you? No. You said malto meal. That's my go-to.
Okay.
Malto meal.
I don't think I've ever had it. I know of it. Haven't had it.
It's cream of wheat, malto meal.
Okay.
It's kind of like Coke to Pepsi.
Okay.
It would be, and I could be completely wrong about that, but whatever.
All right. Deshaun Watson, by the way.
Speaking of cream
number
of wheat. 2
is taking him down the field on this vaunted Bears defense here in preseason game number 1. Looking okay. Looking okay so far. All right, we got a fair or foul next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now
series in Chicago as the Browns taking on the Bears. Preseason game number 1 for them. Drives them down the field, 50-yard field goal. Browns lead Bears 3-0. Deshaun so far 4 of 5, 38 yards. So looking okay.
I feel like they're trying to make the Guardian cap look less Marvin the Martian-ish.
Yeah, I thought that we had gotten to a place where that was actually much sleeker.
Still not. And I thought that the regular helmets, they'd make safe
safer.
enough to prevent. But either way.
Who knows? To each their own.
Yeah, you took
any number 5s
white guy
out there.
saying. I had a very old white guy thing today at the gym as I was getting my drink and snack as I was leaving. The girl said, "Do you just want to use the card on file, Mr. Davis?" And I said, "My grandfather is Mr. Davis."
Oh, no, you
Call
didn't.
me Fred.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Don't call me Mr. Davis.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You can call me Fred. Really? You went Mr. Davis on me? Damn.
Back in college, we were at the fraternity house, and everybody just called me Chambers.
Yeah.
I mean, they call most people by their last name, right?
Exactly.
And one of the pledges was like, hey, he's like, Chambers, he's like, everybody calls you Chambers. What's your first name? I'm like, Mister.
See.
Yeah.
But see, the funny thing is that when you have a name like
I don't want
Fred,
it now.
When you have a name like Fred, like even when I was in the military, everybody called me Fred. I mean, Davis is a pretty common name, but even in the military, when everybody called people by their last names, in a lot of cases, I was still referred to as Fred.
Okay. I like it.
This one's been brewing.
It's just a, okay, it has. It's, you know what the music is. 877-881-1053. Let me pull up this story here.
Pull it up on your, there you go. It's ironic that's what you would pull it up on.
I know.
Full circle moment.
All right, a little fair failure. A Frisco woman and her 3 kids were taken in by her. Okay, you can't.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm reading.
I'm locking in.
A Frisco woman and her 3 kids were taken in by her ex-boyfriend.
Was he the ex at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it says here.
So it sounds like they might have been in a situationship.
Well,
sort of.
This is all.
Just going off what the news story. Just going off what we're reading.
For the second time in 1 week, after her air conditioning unit had crapped out and it was above 80 degrees.
It's hot out there, people.
In the woman's apartment. The morning after, the man, a Frisco man as well, wakes up to accusations of messages as while the Frisco man was sleeping, the ex-girlfriend had grabbed the phone, unlocked the phone while he was sleeping, and went through.
How did she unlock the phone?
Direct messages. That is unknown.
Okay.
According to Reuters.
Okay.
Unknown. Could be knowing the code. Could.
Right.
I don't believe that you can use a sleeping face.
Okay.
Because I believe retina needs to be involved to unlock a phone. Is that right?
See, I don't think so. No, and I'm going to say, well, here's why. Because I can open my phone with my sunglasses or glasses on.
Well, here, let me see.
Nope, my phone just opened. My eyes are completely shut.
Oh, mine did too.
Oh, wow. So in real time.
Wow.
In real time. So boys and girls.
So it's unknown according to this story in Reuters.
Sleep face down. That's what I've learned.
Fair or foul? Unlocking.
You're out of control.
A partner or ex-partner's phone to go through their direct messages.
I mean, come on, dude. What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that?
Kevin, you're of a younger generation. How does your generation look at this?
Your fiance.
Should we bring Abby in on the discussion?
Oh, let's get Abby. We need a female's perspective.
We do need a female perspective.
Let's get Abby in here. Come on, let's get Abby in here. She has been on these airwaves once before. It's not every day that we get the female perspective on the program.
I feel some reticence.
I was going to say there may be some reluctance on her part. Radio's not for everybody. She may have to give her answers to.
All right, so she said it's
proxy.
not fair. She said it's not fair.
It's not fair to what?
So foul. She goes foul.
She said I don't get to do it. They don't get to do it.
I think if you get to a point to where you want to do that so bad or feel the need to do that so bad that you're ultimately going to find what you're looking for, even though that may not be necessarily what has happened.
972 is also in your and the boat is this person.
All right. Did you learn how to sleep face down in the Navy?
By the way, 214, that was Khaki Kevin who said that, not me.
My ex did this to me. I woke up to who the bleep is Ashley.
Yeah. I think I'm already blocked for talking about Jumex to Sandler.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's completely foul. In the words of one of my closest friends in the world, Henry Thomas, when you go digging, you find dirt.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
So, and plus it's just, you can't go, I mean, when you start going through somebody else's phone unsolicited, like that's foul.
It's foul.
That's just, and especially like homeboy lets you stay at his crib.
It's an invasion of privacy.
Oh, 100%.
But what I found to be interesting in the first part of the story was it was the second time in a week in which this person had taken in their ex and her children when the phone was unlocked to look through messages.
Makes you wonder if that person tried the first time, failed, and had to go back.
Whoa, man, that is. We're going layered.
We might need to reach out to the writers.
We're peeling the onion on this one.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Khaki Kevin with a bomb right there. Now that you say that,
I just feel bad for the Frisco man. I just want to help him out.
Well, I mean, no. You know what? The Frisco man found out exactly what he needed to find out. You know what? They both learned something about each other that night.
Yeah,
okay?
or that morning.
Or that night, or that morning. Whenever the revelation was announced or discovered. Woo! Man.
Reporting was here that the Frisco man went right back to sleep.
Rolled over. Are you done with that? Go ahead and give me that back.
I tell you what, these reporters at Reuters, they're unearthing some community.
That's some really good reporting.
News. Yeah,
clearly better than the Kyle Shanahan coverage.
Right. It's probably the same reporter.
From the 972, she sabotaged her own AC to get back and check the phone. LOL. Look, I put nothing past women these days.
I don't either.
And then you know what? Let's not pretend like dudes don't do some shady you-know-what. All right? I mean, it's on both sides.
No doubt.
It's on both sides. But don't we all agree, fair or foul, the relationship is over if it gets to that point where you're digging through people's phones? Fair or foul, the relationship is over if you're digging through the other person's phone.
Fair.
You know?
I mean, that's a level, it's not, obvious level of trust broken, but also an obsession with women in that circumstance to try to find things out. Now, granted, every relationship is different. Right? You could have a relationship in which you have somebody on one side, man or woman, that has cheated before or has been dishonest before. Then I could look at it in another situation and be like, well, okay, I can't find out. I feel like that this person is seeing somebody else or is with somebody else and we're married and we have kids or we're together and we're committed and all that. But so that's one thing. But on the other side, if you are in a relationship in which that people are totally honest with each other, especially if they happen to be talking to somebody else, and even being honest about that within the context of the situationship, as you put it.
Now,
but again, I don't know. This is just
you're
Reuters.
speculating. You're speculating here.
Total speculation.
Now, the 682 makes a great point. It kind of dovetails off what you just said in that, if you are loyal to your spouse, but again, that's your spouse. That's a different, let's be real. That's a different deal, okay? If I'm married, then yes, I shouldn't have an issue with my spouse going through my phone. Now, on the flip side of that, I don't.
It's not about hiding or having anything to hide. It's about an invasion of privacy.
Absolutely. But no, again, we're talking apples and oranges here, and then you've got the entire reality that is the quote-unquote situationship with the on again, off again. Because does that mean when it's off, you're dipping your toe?
We were on a break!
You're seeing what's out there? I mean, again, that's
we're going to throw 90s references in there. That's an all-timer.
That's the reality of it, right? So, again, if you're married, I think I get it. If you're married and you should be keeping things above board, and if you're white... Now, I would just have a problem with my wife going through my phone, period.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I got anything to go, but why are you on my phone? What are you doing? You know?
Do you not trust me? Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever not been totally forthcoming? This would be if I was in that scenario.
If. It's a big if.
It's a huge
Have you
if.
ever been engaged?
No.
All right.
Almost.
1 for 3 on the show.
Almost.
I almost was too.
Yeah.
I say almost. I mean, she just flat out said no, but so it really wasn't an almost.
It's not your fault.
And you know what? It worked out for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad she said no.
Well, look, things happen for
What
a
do you
reason,
mean
right?
almost? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Explain that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was at one point planning on very much, getting a ring.
Yeah.
Once things came back together.
Yeah.
Financially, life-wise.
Right. Okay, so you were trending in that direction, like, hey, I want to be with this woman for the rest of my life.
Yeah, my situation, not this Reuters story.
That one. No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
No, absolutely. It had been talked about quite a bit.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes.
Okay. You know what? I respect that. I mean, we can't all be Kevin and Abby.
No.
God bless. The other side of the coin. The other side of the coin.
We love love. We love love.
This is not Westwood One. We don't do fair or foul bit stealing. We are.
Fair point.
Fair or foul here, okay? We are fair or foul. For the 945, what are you doing to make them go through your phone?
Yeah. No, it's a good question. Maybe if you were honest that now that you are broken up,
yeah,
that you have reached out to somebody else to see them socially, then that person just became obsessed with that situation and needed to feel like they needed to know more about what was going on.
Abby has commented. She said they're not even together. Why does that person need to
go through your phone?
Yeah, why do they feel the need to go through your phone?
1,000%. And I'll tell you what. Shout out to Abby.
Abby agrees with me. This individual Frisco woman broke her own AC and planned it the whole time.
It sounds awfully suspicious, doesn't it? It sounds as if this had been plotted.
Whoa. Man, a 945. I mean, with some serious heat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a lot.
From the 945, my ex-fiance went through my phone, and I woke up to a gun to my head with the safety off, telling me to pack my stuff while she had it to my head. Yeah, relationship over, Fred.
Huh.
Wow. Okay, it begs the question, 945. What the hell was in your phone?
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
or what wasn't in your phone?
945. There's a piece of the story missing. Wow. Last thing for the 903. I'm married and I've never met a woman that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, but I'm glad it's my wife. I don't understand what that means. All right, where are we going next?
We're going to go ahead and crosstalk with Brandon CA.
It's your turn to cook, but you've also got car shopping to do.
Sounds like a lot. Not with Amazon.
Travis, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts. A new episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Great work today, Kevin Walker. Thank you very much. One final time.
This season.
For season one.
For this season.
Just season one of White Guy Radio. Will Chambers, Fred Davis. Joined by, one of my new partners, Brendan Baxter. 2 weeks from today, Fan University, and of course the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, who got you up until Cowboys pregame.
You know what? You guys had a hell of a show today, and I will say this. You guys are gone for the college football season. I predict you'll be back as soon as the college football playoffs end.
I agree.
So
I would say that
you'll be back.
It's above our pay grade, but I'd say that that's definitely going to be something that I'm going to be lobbying for.
Yeah, because high school football will be over by then, too, so I'll actually be sleeping again on Friday night. So, yeah, that'll be a lot of fun.
Meanwhile, real quick, Fred, you and I were talking about this last night. The picture of the new Fan University, cast. How did you describe it? Because Will's joining Fan University.
He is.
Brendan is back.
He is.
A couple other guys
and,
are gone.
And we just confirmed the logistics of it just now in the break. I said it looks like Will and his 3 kids from 2 different relationships.
Yeah.
Where he had Brennan when he was a junior in high school, and then got his life back together and started a new family with Jacob and Kevin as his new kids. So
yeah, happy family there.
I'm excited. I'm excited for you guys.
What is it? My 3 sons?
My 3 sons.
Seriously.
There you go.
Is it too late to change the name of the show? Can we completely rebrand
point.
you?
AKA My 3 Sons. We might be onto something here.
I still can't get over the fact that Jacob showed up for picture day at a Texas Tech polo.
He did. Well, on a college football show, you've got to be able to show your bias a little bit.
Look, I'm here for it. And it's not like we don't already know anyway. I mean, hell, you guys could have been decked out in Texas Tech uniforms for all we know. 945 makes a great point, and this is something that's going to be directed towards the higher-ups. There's a pick for Fan U, but not Fan After Dark.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there is. Isn't there a logo?
No, yeah, there is.
There's a picture.
Don't y'all have something?
You're in a suit, Fred, and Blake's looking regular, but you're in a suit.
But they literally lifted those from the internet.
Oh, okay. That's AI.
See, the difference is that they brought you guys in to have a photographer actually take a picture of you guys.
Had a photo shoot, and they did AI with you.
That's literally an AI picture of me in that suit. Like, that's not a real picture of me.
Which I thought the first time I saw it, I was like, when did Fred turn black?
It's no longer White Guy Radio, man.
Yeah, I was like,
that takes away the name.
I took because it was I'm watching the fan cam on YouTube, and then it shows up Fan After Dark, and it's got a picture, the picture, and I took a picture of it on my phone, and I sent it to both of them. Like, what? Where did they get this picture? What did he?
You look like a mafia guy.
No, I've gotten all sorts of. Receptions from that picture, but it was. I don't even remember where that picture came from, to be honest with you.
But it was lifted and became AI. Bobby Belt probably found it.
That's it. He probably did.
He's a sleuth.
He probably did. But shout out to 945.
I don't even know if sleuth is even fair. I think sleuth is actually underselling.
100%.
Like
100%.
Bobby is special.
He's the Mossad of the internet, is what he is.
He's Special Agent Belt.
Seriously.
What are you guys looking for today, Cowboys?
We're going to have John Machado on with us at 2 o'clock from The Athletic. He's going to give us an update on the Cowboys and what this preseason game means for some of these backup players and some of the veterans who might get a minute or two. And then, of course...
you think Caleb Downs is going to get a little run today?
I think he will.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to start or not. He might start, but Machado's going to give us an update.
Okay.
By the way, we found out through Machado, a lot of the beat writers it's a preseason game. They're not taking the trip up to Seattle. Mm-hmm. They're in Oxnard still. Just wait for those guys to come back. So there's a bunch of the beat writers were watching it on TV.
Just like we will be.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm excited.
I mean, put it like this: if they could drive to it, if it was going to be a preseason game, because
like the Rams or something like that.
They've done it before, and they've gone to LA for a preseason game. In fact, that's Dak's first ever preseason game that he started.
Or hell, it was in like Vegas, which wouldn't be that far of a drive, right? So, I mean, I can understand. Again, you're right. It is preseason. Let's not blow the budget on flying to Seattle.
I blame the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's probably why. I don't know. I'm kind of interested. We cover the Cowboys a lot, and watching Hard Knocks and then getting Seattle, knowing that we're going to see the Hard Knocks episode after. I'm more kind of excited on the Seattle side of things, just to see like how they cover.
Have you been watching Hard Knocks?
I have watched the first 2 episodes.
How is it?
It's better. So, like, last year was Buffalo. And usually when they have really good teams, like Buffalo is kind of dull. Yeah, you're trying to win a Super Bowl. But I think having the defending champions and some new guys back and kind of seeing how do they readjust to defending has been pretty interesting. And I really like Mike McDonald, man. I mean, that guy is just one of them. I mean, he's 39 years old. You just can tell that he really relates to the locker room in a special way. And so I'm excited to see how do they cover this game on Tuesday night more than what happens tonight. Really.
I think, and this is just me personally, I don't know if anybody else out there feels like it. We've had so many seasons of Hard Knocks that you just kind of become a little numb to it.
Yeah, it's not special anymore.
Yeah, it's not special. So unless it's a team unless it's the Bears, Cowboys, Bengals, I'm kind of like,
I remember like when it was the Browns with was it not Hugh Jackson? Who was that head coach? Was it Hugh Jackson? Yeah. And they were awful. And he was a total dud of a coach. And it was almost just a comedic show because you were like,
didn't he have that fat O-line coach?
I was literally just gonna say that was the star.
Doing the HUD. And it's like those types of things where you're like, this team is going to absolutely suck, but I'm just totally entrenched. And Corey Coleman's arguing with them in the locker room, and you get that sort of stuff. But when it's a good team and you kind of already know the storylines, it does lose a little bit for me.
Was it Hard Knocks last year? I'm trying to remember which show because they got a bunch of different versions of that nowadays. Was that Hard Knocks last year when the Giants told too much?
I thought that was 2 years ago in season.
Yeah, in season. Last year was the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago you had the Giants in season, and then the year before that is when I think they had started the in-season one, and I remember it being the Miami Dolphins, and I remember seeing Mike McDaniel, and that's when I started to I was kind of on the fence about him. I mean, we all agree, yes, he's great offensively, but then when I watched him command the room for just for a meeting, and I just thought this guy's not
exactly. That's kind of my point.
You
can tell early. You can tell when a guy's got the adults in the room listening to him.
Yeah,
from that show.
And Mike McDaniel, again, I get it, the quirkiness, but at some point, like you have to, there's got to be a level where the quirkiness turns off, and then you're locked in to be a head football coach.
See, that's why coordinators sometimes that's the best they can do. So genius coordinators, they can't run a team.
McDaniel in the first episode, this guy literally chokes this guy out from behind, same teammates, and he just walks up to him and he was like, "What are you doing?" And the guy's just like, "Sorry, man." And he's not yelling at him, he's not reprimanding him. And I'm like, this guy gets it. Like, he understands these are pros. Like, let's just let the testosterone drop a little bit and play football. And I think that's what Hard Knocks is fun to watch, because you get to see those types of conversations and be like, okay,
do you think we have too many McDaniels, McConnells, O'Connells? I constantly get everyone
confused.
Yes,
exactly.
Jalen's and Jaden's.
No, you're not wrong about that. There are a lot of McDaniels, McDonald's.
Like, wait, what's? I'm totally.
Seattle?
My mind is Seattle's coach is
Mike McDonald.
And
then you got Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
And you had
Mike
McDaniels. Chargers now.
Yeah, he's a Chargers now.
I was like, wait, okay. That's why I always worry. When you do this, you always worry about screwing up the name because I'll mix the two of them together. Anyway.
Well, for Fred and I keep forgetting, not in love anymore.
I think that's such a great point,
that's
Fred.
Michael
you can tell when a guy just doesn't have it. Pretty quickly. Like, it's not that hard to look at and be like, oh, okay.
And Mike McDaniel just seemed like that guy from the jump. I mean, because the funny thing wears off after a while, all right? Like, I understand that there's a time and place for it. Now, you don't want to be Bill O'Brien, where it's just, you're hard-ass 24/7, and it's like, okay, we need, the only way here's the reality is this. You can only get away with that when you win. All right? Because because we didn't mind it with Bill Belichick because he won.
Yeah.
Once he stopped winning, we got tired of it,
You
okay?
know
We
what?
were done with it.
I'm gonna paraphrase Bill Parcells when Jerry Jones introduced Bill Parcells as the new head coach. Parcells said that to Jerry when they shook hands. Jerry said, I hope we win a Super Bowl. And Parcells says, no, we've got to win a Super Bowl because my style won't work unless there's a payoff.
Yeah. That's it.
And that's the thing. Because, he comes in hard. Talking about Parcells.
And you know what? Look, that's a beautiful segue into what have we been hearing from this Cowboys training camp, whether it's been Quentin Williams, Dak Prescott talks about it on the Kay Adams, about, everybody needs to be in lockstep with we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Shoddy got laughed out of the room last year when he talked about winning a championship, and people were like, well, what are you talking about? But if you don't start with that conversation, if your coach doesn't believe it, and the players don't start buying into it, then what are we doing?
Yeah, I agree. When you would hear people kind of deflect from it, coaches or even quarterbacks or players that are going to we're just, first things first is to win game one. First things first, win the division. All that, no. You're all in the building for one reason and one reason only.
That's it.
Right? Now, granted, you can be at different levels. Like, if somebody came out from the Browns and was like, we're here to win a Super Bowl, you kind of go, what? Okay, hold on a second here. But I still would look at it and be like, well, yeah, that's the type of program that you're trying to build to be like, yeah, we want to win a Super Bowl. We may not do it this year.
Exactly. It's kind of like when Dan Campbell first got to Detroit, a lot of people thought he was crazy.
Yeah.
But he said no. And he was all in, and people were like, this guy's amped up, what the hell? And guess what? They were one half away from making it to the Super Bowl within 2 years.
I don't think he's on the hot seat this year, but the Dan Campbell brand of coaching is front and center this year. Because if he can't turn it around this year, this is now 2 years in a row where we're saying, okay, well, was it you or was it Ben Johnson?
Exactly. Right. And his protege being in the division, if the Bears have more success than Detroit right in front of them twice a year.
We talked about this.
I'm with you on that.
You and I spent hours the day that Schottenheimer got hired about this, that we believe that Dan Campbell is a good coach.
I agree.
But can you have a good coach and then or just somebody that isn't the hot coordinator? Because then all you're going to do is hopefully get lucky enough to get a hot coordinator, and then they're going to be gone. Like, what's your ceiling?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing I'm seeing right now. I've been talking about for months now with the Lions. I'm like, should I be convinced that it's going to be any different than it was last year? The offensive line took a huge step back. They also got another injury within the last couple of weeks. But when they lost Ben Johnson, there
was a formula.
And I go, that's why you have to get the coordinator
to go with the head coach style of Dan Campbell. He can't do it all.
No.
Not his style.
I mean, the guys will play hard.
Yep.
Right? And there's something to be said for that. But at the same time, it's like, all right, are you going to, can your guys close? And at some point, you got to out-scheme somebody. Yep. All right? I mean, everybody's good in the NFL. As we all like to say, those other guys get paid too.
Love you, brother. This has been too much fun. Till we do it again.
You guys will be back together next February.
Yeah, we will. And I'm going to hate
January.
text, probably starting in 2 weeks, just making Texas Tech jokes the entire time. Isaiah Marshall, book it.
All right, Brandon and CA are next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just
Even home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone's enjoying their Saturday. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Here in the studios in Dallas. And Chris, first time Cowboys preseason. We've been covering a lot of baseball.
Yeah.
Football's back, man.
Okay, so football is back. And this is your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Set the table for us, man.
Home of the Cowboys, man. Chris and I will be with y'all till 4 o'clock to get you set for Cowboys. We've got a lot of fun Cowboys talk. And then Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus are coming on for Cowboys pregame.
They're back.
Back at 4 o'clock. It might be preseason for the football games, but here at the Fan, every Cowboys game is a big-time game for
Exactly.
us.
What's the rest of the day?
And so we've got that, Brian and Eric at 4 o'clock. Bobby Belt's going to be tuning in to get you set. And then obviously the game at 7 o'clock this evening from Lumen Field. Starting off with the defending champions week 1 in the preseason. Babe and Christy will be on for an exclusive one-on-one with Coach Schottenheimer and Brad Sham. It's going to be a lot of fun, Chris.
Yeah, they always have a great stuff going on the pregame show, and at halftime, you got. I guess it's going to be.
It's going to be Wolchuk and Broaddus breaking down the first half, and then we're with you till midnight.
That's right.
As well too.
Post game
as well, live from our studios with Zach and Brian's breakdown, press conferences, player reaction, listener phone calls, and Brad Sham, the legendary Brad Sham, joining them as well after the game too.
Exactly. So there's going to be a lot of stuff to look forward to this game. You know, Dak Prescott's not going to play. He hasn't played in the preseason game since 2019. Okay, so you know he's not going to play.
No surprise there.
Coming up on the next segment, we're going to get into the backup. Who's going to be the official backup? Will it be Milton or will it be Sam Howell? Has Milton figures things out, or is Sam Howell more trustworthy? And when you look at the depth a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm excited too when you get into these preseason games and you really do have a actual backup challenge, I think, as well too. We're not really sure, is it going to be Sam Howell, is it going to be Joe Milton? We're going to see them play a lot of drives. It's not like you've already got your 1 and 2 locked in, so you're going to see if Dak wouldn't play, but you'll see Joe for a little bit.
Yeah,
but
we'll get into that next segment.
And so I'm excited to see that as well too.
But I got an idea, because we always talked with the Tolos and the fatties when they're on tonight. How are you going to consume this game? Is anybody going to be watching this game? Are you going to have it on the background at all? Where will you go? Are you going to have some people over at the house? You going out to a sports bar? Where will you watch this Cowboys game, or will you not watch it at all? 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. And also, I've said this a number of times. We cannot thank y'all enough for letting us ride shotgun with you while you do the things you do, especially on a Saturday in the middle afternoon. On a hot Saturday, high today is going to be about 102 at 5 p.m. If you're in Texas, you already know the hottest time of the day is late afternoon. We want to know what you got going on. Are you out and about, running some errands? Are you doing your job? In other words, you might be door dashing. You might be working at a restaurant. You might be doing anything. You might be playing with the kids. You might be headed over to Six Flags. You might be at some water park. You might be trying to golf. Brendan, would you be out here golfing in 100 degrees?
I'd be golfing.
Where?
I play out in Rockwall. At Rockwall Golf and Athletic Club, man. But I've played in 105-degree heat. For me, once you're out there playing, it's fine.
Couple of beers?
A couple of beers. Once you get on the course, stay hydrated, you're good to go. If you're just standing still for a while in the heat, that can get unbearable. But moving around, sitting in a golf cart, hanging out with buddies, you kind of forget about the heat pretty quickly.
Are you better in hot temperatures, or are you better when it's,
Oh, hot.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Ball goes farther too when it's 100 degrees. So I like it because I'm not a big guy, so I need as much distance as I can get.
The 469 says preseason or not, it's Cowboys football. We've been waiting a long time. The 858 says I'm gonna be listening to the game poolside with an ice cold drink, boys. The 940 says Cowboys game after work will be on until the Rangers come on to disappoint me again.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what?
We'll talk some Rangers.
We're going to talk some Rangers, but we won't talk about it. I want to do a different thing with this Rangers talk, because we already know they are who they are. But how about I've got some numbers to back my case up that it's not just CY's fault.
I'm excited.
I want to say let's place a lot of blame on Ray Davis, the owner. So I've got some numbers over the last 10 years, how much the payroll has been, who have been the big money players he's been paying, and attendance. In other words, are the butts in seats supporting this team, and how does it compare to other major league teams around the country? So in other words, is Ray doing his part in a top 5 market in America? Where do Rangers rank in attendance out of 30 teams? Where does the payroll rank? Where do the superstars rank? In other words, are CY's hands really tied or not? We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, and that's at 2:20. I'm excited for that. So I see a text as well, too, from the 903. Don't watch preseason in any sport. I think that's a pretty interesting debate, too. Do you just wait to tune in week 1, or are you so excited that football's back, maybe it's spring training in baseball, Mavs preseason, you start tuning in? But he says, or 903 says, I'll spend my time tonight watching the new season of Jack Reacher. I actually started that last night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's entertaining.
Who's the star of this?
Alan Richardson, this massive. Have you seen it? It's this big dude, man. He played Thad Castle back in the days of Blue Mountain State. It was a football show back in the day, and he's playing
Hardly
Reacher.
a football show.
Hardly
if
a football
we're being
show.
honest.
I mean, they wore pads.
Shout out to
and Kevin Walker doing double duty today.
The Pimp Cup.
Yeah.
How you holding on, man?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, guys. I mean, come on. Let's be honest.
Over there?
Two different shows in one day. Like, there's no reason for me to complain at all.
No, you're having a lot of fun, man. And from the 956, I'm going to be listening to the Cowboys on the Fan. Where else would you rather listen to the Cowboys, man?
Let's see. 214 says Lake Day, birthday, and a 50th wedding anniversary for me. Got you down. Congratulations. 214 says shout out to Steve and Jacqueline for their 50th anniversary. That's whose wedding anniversary. 817 says headed to XRP for drag racing tonight. Gonna be hot. Gonna be a good time. And 214 says playing spades with the family all evening. I want to know if you're going blind 6, blind 10. You have to do what you got to do. Don't tell me you're just gonna go give me a book. Go 4. You can tell I play spades a lot.
I was going to say you a card guy, CA? I didn't know this.
It's various cards.
Various cards.
Spades. I've dominated some spades. I will also play. Depends on blackjack where I am, but that's about it.
I woke up this morning and I was walking out of the house like 8:30, 8:45, and it felt like a football Saturday. I don't know if you guys got the same sense, but when football is officially back, preseason or not, we're still 3 weeks away from college football, but you get that feeling in the morning.
Yeah.
The sun's out, the air I don't know if the air even was cooler, but it felt cooler because football's back, and we've got preseason games going on right now. As Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders are in a quarterback battle there in Cleveland.
Yep.
So it's going to be a lot of fun this afternoon.
We're going to keep you updated with some updates all through the show. So, because everybody's not in front of a TV monitor or a flat screen somewhere, you're riding shotgun with us, and we appreciate you. So, we will keep you updated on some of these games. And by the way, let's see, the 432 says, I'm taking my wife to Grace in Fort Worth for dinner. Ooh, nice. She owes you, by the way. 469 said, I always listen to the game on 105.3 The Fan. The 806 says, gotta watch, want to see Caleb Downs. By the way, a lot of people are wondering how many snaps he's going to play. You know he's going to play. Question is, will he start? We mentioned this in the crosstalk. We got John Machota from The Athletic joining us, and he's going to give us what he knows about this evening's game.
Yeah, that's coming up at 2 o'clock and be a lot of fun there as well, too. And we'll get into some Mavericks stuff as well, too, this afternoon. CA, obviously, the schedule's coming out. You are spot on, by the way. We had teased what we think would happen on Christmas Day, and I think you got almost, except the Mavericks and Spurs, I think we kind of said that might have happened. I think you got every matchup correct.
Yeah, it's all
on who
about
was going to play on
superstars.
Christmas.
So we're going to talk about the Mavericks schedule. There's even Las Vegas has an over and under how many games they should win. They've got a really, really big gauntlet to start this season off. And then they got some tricky games at the end of the season. But I know one thing. We're going to figure out if they're going to be above 45 wins, below 35 wins. They won't be 26 again unless somebody gets hurt. And Kyrie will be back, by the way.
Man, Ella Langley concert tonight from the 9-4. Man, people are the Tolos are having a great Saturday afternoon. We got a lot of fun plans this Saturday.
Big Three's in town, too. Tell Tolos, anybody heading over to the Big Three to see Ice Cube's crew and Nancy Lieberman, see if she's going to defend with her power team. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Let's see. No preseason for me. 812 says, I'm going to watch the big UFC fight tonight. 469 said, my man CA running some errands in Edmond, Oklahoma. That's just north of Oklahoma City. Boomer Sooner, baby, ready for some Cowboys. By the way, our quarterback, I would tell you, our quarterback, who's from Little M,
John Mateer.
He has been look-smacking.
He is look-smacking. he has gotten absolutely jacked.
And he's learned a few things along the way about his hand and the whole 9 yards. So I think if he stays healthy, they're going to be in good shape. They'll be a surprise team. Let's see a couple more right now. Let's see. Jeff from Rockwall says, I'm door dashing right now. I'll buy some wings later and watch the game from home.
Come on, man.
And let me see. I mean, we're getting a bunch of people. Man, Tolos, y'all are just outrageously really good. Oh, 214 says, heading up to Choctaw, gonna win big.
Come on.
Let's see. Just out here, my lady delivering some mail. Going to celebrate my birthday tonight. Last year in my 30s, going to turn to big 4-0. Congratulations and happy birthday to you. Let's see. The 469 finishing at McKinney Post Office. After that, it's Sean Woodford's Reserve favorite liquor in my backyard. Grilling burgers and barbecue tomorrow with the ribs and sausage. That's right.
That's how you know football's back.
Oh, yeah.
That text right there is how you know football is officially back. Mm-hmm. How much stock do you take in preseason football? Are you watching these games and are you excited to see some young guys, draft picks go out? Or are you more of a, let's see it when it counts?
There's levels to this because you want to know. You know, I'm not a scout. I'm not Brian Broaddus. I don't look at it like that. But I do want to have a clue, especially when you talk about it on the radio. You want to have a clue of who is doing what. Are they more than just a training camp body that did something or flash in training camp? So you get some reps in the preseason, and then it gives you an idea when they make that 54-man cut, who survives or not, who's on the bubble.
Right.
I just want to know who's on the bubble, and I never assume anybody that has an outstanding preseason because the coaches only know what they're looking for. And, you know, each team's going to be very vanilla.
Right.
They're not going to show you their whole hand. So you just want to see if there's execution there. And you always want to make sure that your favorite players don't get hurt.
And you always have the preseason darling. You always have the guy you kind of start to latch onto that you want to root for, that you're hoping makes the roster. And it might be a special teams guy, but you just root for them to make the roster, and you're kind of cheering them on as you get closer to that cut. And unfortunately for a lot of teams, that guy ends up not making the roster, but you just never know. Every team has one of those guys.
Exactly.
So who will that be for Dallas? We'll hopefully find out over the course of the next 3 weeks.
I'll never forget, and I mentioned this casually on the crosstalk, that Dak Prescott made his Cowboys debut in a preseason game against the Rams out on the coast. Well, what had happened was, it wasn't the first preseason game of the year. It was like the second one because Tony Romo got injured. He injured his back in the first preseason game. I want to say it was against Seattle. I could be wrong, 877-881-153. I think it was against Seattle. And so Dak winds up playing because guess what? He wasn't even the backup quarterback. Kellen Moore was the backup quarterback. In fact, I think Dak was battling to be the third-string quarterback with another quarterback who went to UTEP. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Dak was battling for that. But Dak's history at Mississippi State was whenever the starting quarterback got injured, Dak got the job, and he never gave it up again.
No.
This was from high school to Mississippi State, and then it turned out the same way with the Cowboys. Once he held it down from that Rams game, and I think Michael Irvin was doing the TV with whoever was doing the TV broadcast that day, and he was just going nuts about Dak Prescott running this team so well. And so nobody saw that coming because a lot of people were like, well, Kellen Moore, he was great when he was in college.
Right.
Let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, Kellen Moore was the attractive Heisman contending quarterback at Boise State.
I think he won 50 games at Boise State.
Crazy.
So the bottom line was, you never know who's going to get hurt. You never know who's going to seize the opportunity. And it happened for Dak Prescott. And unfortunately for Tony Romo, he never started another Cowboys game again. But guess what he did? He played the final game of that season, because at that point in the season, people know the story by now. Dak and Zeke, they won, and they were leading the team. They won like 11 games in a row. And Romo couldn't get his job back. And so there was a meaningless game. I want to say it was
Philadelphia, wasn't it? Yeah.
At Philadelphia. And the first team, Dak had the first team on the field. And then the second series, I think the first team was supposed to do a half or something. Romo inserted himself in the game, marched him down the field, threw a touchdown pass to Terrence Williams, mic drop, and that was the end of his Cowboys career. He ended his career on a Cowboys touchdown, and then he went off into the booth.
Can you imagine 10 years ago sitting there thinking, you see Dak Prescott starting his first game for Dallas and thinking 10 years later that he would be your franchise quarterback?
Isn't that something?
And one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL over the course of the last 10 seasons. When he's
always
healthy.
top 10.
It's just wild to think. I can't remember 10 years ago that moment. I kind of wish I could, because you always look back. I mean, Patriots could have said the same thing about Tom Brady.
Yeah.
When he came in for Drew Bledsoe.
Exactly.
We didn't know what we were looking at.
And in fact, Romo came in for Drew Bledsoe too at halftime
exactly.
of a game at Texas Stadium.
That was the Monday night game, wasn't it? I think when Romo got inserted there too for Drew Bledsoe.
It was crazy because Romo was always just wowing everybody at practice, and he was a free agent. So there's preseason games where there's guys like you started this whole conversation great about guys you look forward to see if they're a darling or not, or see if they're making some strides, seeing if they're doing anything. 682 said, didn't Kellen Moore break his leg? And I think the other guy, it was Jamil Showers. That was the guy from UTEP. Kellen Moore, he had an ankle break, or it was down by the ankle. I remember that. And let's see. A17 says coordinators usually have their minds made up before preseason starts. Only reason Justin Barrow played versus the Rams was Barham had a groin. Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. But guess what? This is also the time in the preseason which differentiates between some scrimmages. I think the Cowboys are going to have a scrimmage against the New Orleans Saints next Tuesday.
Yep.
On Tuesday, going to do the Saints. They did against the Rams, where the coordinators and the coaches can get more tape and see if guys match up well against other teams' number ones. But you have an idea of who you want to beg for on that final 54-man cut. Because this is the serious truth. When it comes down to that final 54, every assistant coach is lobbying. I need one more guy. I got one more guy.
The position
I need
coaches.
one more guy.
Yep.
So, Shoddy and Will McClay and Steve, whoever's involved with that, they're going to have to, the coordinators, they're going to have to figure it out. And it could come down to the Cowboys have 2 quarterbacks or 3 quarterbacks. Is that a tease?
That's a tease, man. We'll break that down next here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard."
Lumberjacks.com and raise your game.
We're back here on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Joe Milton or Sam Howell. We'll see both a lot tonight. Cowboys at Seahawks, 7:05 preseason Week 1 kick. Excited to see both of these guys tonight, CA.
Yes, I am, and I think that's one of the big storylines all this preseason. Which one of these two is going to be the number 2 quarterback behind Dak Prescott? Will it be Joe Milton, who secured the job last year when he outdueled, who was that quarterback from West Virginia that's Dak's best friend? Oh, I think his name is Will Grier. And by the way, he's still with the team and on like one of the assistant quarterback coaches.
Yeah, Will Grier, future head coach of the NFL.
Exactly.
That's how that happens.
That's how
you
that
play
happens.
a little bit, you realize you probably don't have a career, you get into coaching, and then we'll see Will Grier as a head coach here soon.
So this is what Milton did last year. He played in 3 preseason games. He was 36 of 65, 397 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks. But everybody said, look at that arm. See, this is the thing. Whenever you got a quarterback with an arm, I mean, fans get excited, scouts get excited. They always say, the measurable, if we can train up that arm.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson, prime reason right there.
Will was talking about this earlier. He and I both agreed when they were like, why is Anthony Richardson first-round pick? We've seen the games. We've seen the tape. He's not a quarterback. He's just athletic.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll always take a chance because of the big arm. They think Josh Allen. They think Patrick Mahomes. They think anybody's got the gun arm. So that's why Joe Milton's got a job in the league right now, because people say, we can develop that arm. If we can put some touch on those passes, those curl routes, he doesn't need to break people's fingers.
Right, and there were some throws that he made at Tennessee where it felt like the ball was just in the air forever. I mean, he would throw it 70 yards in the air, and you'd be like, there's no one else in the country that can do that. And so it was enticing. Now, there are other...
You know what else he can do? Nobody else in the country do? Backflip.
That's true.
After the touchdown, right?
Yeah, I mean, a freak athlete with a cannon of an arm. Mm-hmm. And the question really becomes... Can Joe Milton become a version of a Patrick Mahomes, who had kind of the same comp in college? Like Mahomes at Texas Tech wasn't known as, he wasn't the clear-cut best quarterback coming out of college, but he made throws that nobody else could, and he saw things that a lot of people couldn't do on the field, like 1 foot, 50-yard throws, slinging it, sidearm, and you're like, who is this? And you take a chance on him. Milton, we haven't seen the ability for him to lead a team just yet, but he hasn't been horrible either in his time.
So here are the measurables for his opponent, Sam Howell. You're probably familiar with the name if you're an NFL fan. Of course, he was playing for the Washington Commanders. He played 20 games, had 18 starts. By the way, Joe Milton, 17 games, no starts in his career. This was in 2023. Howell played a full 17-game schedule at Washington, the team that drafted him. That year, Howell led the NFL in pass attempts with 612. And picks with 21. And I remember against the Cowboys, he damn near beat the Cowboys that year. Yeah, I mean, the quarterback was Cooper Rush, but Howell was like running and slinging and throwing the ball all over. And it was like, somebody stop him. He doesn't have the same arm strength as Milton, but he's got the wits about him. And the biggest thing for both of these quarterbacks is how will the other players around them respond? In other words, there are guys trying to make the cut on the offensive line, a backup row, swing tackle, or whatever. There's other guys, wide receiver depth, running back depth. In other words, are the offensive line going to protect them the same way? In other words, there's some things that they can't count on.
Right.
And so you got to see how they deal with those things.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at the preseason and the backup quarterback competition, it's more so of who does the team trust the most?
Exactly.
So if Dak Prescott goes down, who are the guys going to rally around during the season that they trust can still go win them a football game? Because the honest to God truth is we're hoping that we don't see Sam Howell or Joe Milton unless we're blowing somebody out in the season. We don't want to see these guys on the field this season because that would mean something bad probably happened to Dak Prescott. But in that case, we want to see who's the guy that can step up and be a leader that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens still trust to make plays for them if it's not Dak Prescott. That's what this competition really is about.
Right, and you hope that Dak Prescott doesn't miss any games.
No.
But Dak Prescott hasn't, I want to say he hasn't played back-to-back seasons without missing a game since 2019. He hadn't played the preseason since 20. I want to say since 2019 as well. I mean, it's always he's either missed a game or two or missed the majority of the season. And for Cooper Rush, who beat out Will Greer in 2024, Cooper Rush was adequate. It allowed him to keep a job in the NFL. I think he went off to Baltimore for a minute. I want to say he's with Kansas City right now, where Cooper Rush is.
So to your point on Dak Prescott as well, too, 2023 played all 17 games. 2025 followed up that hamstring injury, playing all 17 games. But every other year he's had injuries. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2024, obviously. So
and it's an even number year, 26. Oh my God.
Yeah. I guess the question would be, do you trust Dak Prescott to stay healthy this year? Some of that's out of Dak Prescott's control.
But this is where I'm trusting him more, because he's not trying to run anymore at all.
Yep, great point. And that's exactly what I was going to say, too, is I think that we're going to see a lot more of a conservative Dak Prescott. He's not the 2018 Dak Prescott. He's not going to go out there and look like Lamar Jackson. We've even seen a guy like Patrick Mahomes, who wouldn't be considered the most elite mobile quarterback, but can escape the pocket and run when he needs to. I would like Dak to kind of take more of that role where I know it's in your nature to be the big guy and be aggressive, but, dude, we need you. We need you to be on the field this year to be successful. You can't risk an extra yard or two. You can't risk a hit in the middle of the field.
Exactly.
Get down, get out of bounds.
I don't think he's going to do that. I also think that he is more confident in this set of receivers than he has with any other group of receivers he's ever had. And actually, when he was younger, I don't think he trusted his receivers, and sometimes he didn't trust his arm because he would throw behind him a lot. But I think last year showed you, it all came together. Everything about how can I be the best me?
Yep.
And he's got CD, he's got GP, and those guys are weapons. Let alone, he got a couple of running backs. I don't know who's going to be the backup. I don't trust Jaden Blue. I'm sorry, he's a fumble guy. But he's Williams, come on.
Yeah, and I heard Sean and RJ talking earlier this week about Jaden Blue, how he might even be on his way out. I mean, they're just like, we don't know. We thought this guy coming out of Texas could be a guy that could take that mantle. There was a lot of excitement about Jaden Blue, and so far just has not lived up to what we hope he'd become as a young running back that could develop into the system.
Yeah, last year he was just trying to get into the NFL. He was wearing. In other words, he thought he had arrived. But the problem I've always had with him, and that goes back to his UT game days, is because he would fumble his ball security. Coaches cannot count on you in key situations if they don't trust somebody's going to come along and do a Peanut Thomas, punch the ball out, and you can't control the ball. You have no security. So with that, you can have all the extra gear you want. But if they don't trust you, they're not going to give. It's kind of like somebody having way too many drops if you're a receiver.
Right.
Or if you're a punt returner and you fumble when you get hit. They can't trust any of those things. They'd rather have somebody they can rely on. It's kind of like the best ability is availability. The best ability is non-fumble ability. So I'm looking, believe it or not, I think Malik
Davis.
Malik Davis may be back because, believe it or not, he's got the trust. And when he was filling in last year, I found this out because I was doing a pregame interview with him, player profile interview with him. He and Dak Prescott are tight, thick as thieves. It's kind of like Will Greer. It's kind of like another guy that Dak's real tight on with that team. And he's your tight end, your starting tight end.
Yeah, and
that's the bodyguard, Ferguson.
And Ferguson, too, when we talk so much about CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, but Jake Ferguson has really established himself as a trusted weapon for Dak Prescott, too. And that's another dimension to this offense that makes the Cowboys so dangerous. I mean, Ferguson's a big reason. Now, you'd love to establish a running game. Javonte Williams was I was shocked at Javonte's year last year. I think everybody was.
Because he was hurt the year before in Denver.
You didn't know what he was going to be.
You didn't know if
it was
an
insurance policy.
Yeah, coming off that surgery.
And so, and so for the 214 as well, sorry, Cooper Rush in Atlanta, CA.
Yeah.
So there you go. And who knows, man? Cooper Rush, I would not be shocked if Cooper Rush starts a game for the Atlanta Falcons this year.
Jay Gunn and Terrell, he said, he was playing last night against the Broncos. That's how he knows.
Yeah, you got Tua and Michael Penix as your quarterback options in Atlanta. So Cooper Rush, just sit tight, man. I'm sure you'll see the field.
I'm telling you, one way or the other, he's always ready just in case. Let's see, Jay Gunn said last night he threw a 98-yard pick six.
Maybe not.
to Barron. So, yeah. Anyway, he's going to have a job in the league, holding a clipboard at least, because he held down the fort a little bit for the Cowboys when Dak went out. But this game tonight, the quarterbacks in particular, 53-man roster. And I said this going into the break. there are assistant coaches and coordinators. They're going to be trying their best to make a case to keep one more guy. And if, there's some separation between Sam Howell and Joe Milton, whoever's not good enough. Because it happened to Will Grier. Will Grier, the competition a couple of years ago is Will Grier and Cooper Rush. And everybody liked Will Grier. Guess what happened to Will Grier? He pulled a hamstring.
Mm-hmm.
And Cooper Rush, because everybody was like, Cooper Rush is limited. There's only so much he can do. And I'll be damned if Will Grier took himself out of the conversation with a hamstring and they cut him and Cooper Rush wound up being the backup, and then that was the year that Dak got hurt.
Yep.
2024.
Where do you stand? Because some teams I saw earlier today, Josh Allen's playing for the Bills. And Dak Prescott's never played in the preseason. Like, this is not his.
And by the way, Patrick Mahomes always does, but not this year because of his injury.
Do you like that? Do you like Dak Prescott sitting out, or would you wish we could see some reps from Dak Prescott? Do you think it should change? He's got injured.
When he was young, I wanted to see.
You wanted to see it.
Not after all these years of every other year being hurt some kind of way, not in the preseason, but he gets hurt. And plus, this is the other part about the equation of Dak Prescott. I think he knows what he needs to do now. And Shotty's been on the team, not just as the head coach, but with the offensive coordinator, so they're on the same page. It's not like he's got to learn a new offense.
Yep.
And like I said, the receivers are set, the running back, the starting running back is set. The majority of the line is set. The Great Wall of Tyler, they're about set. The tight ends are set. It's like he doesn't need to see anything.
Right. I saw a highlight earlier today. Jackson Dart gets completely demolished.
Oh, wow.
And then Joe Burrow had a big hit on him. And so the more I see that, I'm like, yeah, Dak, you're good. We'll see you week one. There's no need.
And a lot of the preseason games are guys trying to make the team, trying to make a hit, especially defensive guys, trying to make an impression, create some tape, whether they get cut or not, so that they can get the job somewhere else. So there's no need to put quarterback in harm's way.
I'm totally with you, man. Well, we're still a few months out from the NBA preseason, but the schedule has been released. A lot of excitement about the Mavs, and CA was spot on about the Mavs schedule. So we're going to decode it a little bit, go over under wins, see where the Mavs might stack up here in 2026. Next on The Fan.
Picture this. You're on magician duty at your kid's birthday, and it's also car shopping day. Sounds tough, right? Not with Amazon Autos. Shop for your car online, pick it up at the dealership, so you can get back to making magic. Visit Amazon.com/autos.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.
based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold here, and we've got Kevin Walker on the ones and twos. And college football is 2 weeks away, week 0, August 29th. That will also be the return of year 2 of Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. And Kevin Walker will be joining myself, Jacob Ray, and Will Chambers this year. The 4-man team breaking down all things college football. Kevin, can't wait. Just 2 weeks away, man.
You say college football is 2 weeks away. For me, it's already here.
It's already
here. The preps have already started. The film watching has already begun. I can smell it in the air. It's already here for me.
It's going to be, you're right. And the drama of college football pretty much exists year-round now. We've been talking college football all summer, especially this offseason with the Brendan Sorsby stuff going on at Texas Tech. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be here till 1 o'clock on the 29th, 9 to 1, breaking down college football.
I was just going to ask you, what time slot will it be? Because, the White Guy Radio.
We're taking over.
It's on hiatus until college football playoffs over. With championship game ought to be in January, mid-January or something like that?
It's like January 21st this year.
They push it all
back. The college football calendar is one of the dumbest things in sports.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why they go all the way to the end of January, and that's something that needs to be addressed. If we're going to change the sport moving forward and get all of this Protect College Sports Acts, one thing they need to do is get that schedule to not end at the end of January.
Well, you and Will Chambers and Jacob Ray and Kevin Walker are going to be a great combination.
Thanks, man.
Everybody knows Will's got a brilliant mind, but understand this, because I've done college football stuff with Fan Jam with Will for years. Will, we already know that you and Jacob Ray love Texas Tech stuff. We already know Kevin's going to represent UT a little bit. Will Chambers is going to get in everything he can about Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's a little drinking game. Shot, everybody! Whenever Will starts leaning too heavy into the Kentucky Wildcats.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there'll be some 11 a.m. Kentucky games, but we'll be on air for a couple hours, and we'll be pretty focused on what's going on the screen to the left of us.
It's going to be fun for
It's going to be a lot of fun, man. And I'll be boots on the ground at several games. I'll be at Alabama, Georgia this year. I'll be in Lubbock for a couple games covering Texas Tech as well, too. So I'll be able to bring some live game day action as well, too.
That's it. Have it
there
ready,
it is,
Kevin.
right there.
Well, the schedule for college football is ready to happen, and the NBA schedule just dropped 2 days ago.
And you were right. We did a segment prior to the schedule drop. I think the last Saturday or a couple weeks before, talking about the Sixers, like how they're going to wait for LeBron to make his decision. He obviously goes to Philadelphia. The schedule releases, and no surprise there. Who has the most national televised games?
Yeah, here's the deal.
Philadelphia 76ers.
Here's the deal. The NBA is smart. It's about marketing and making sure eyeballs are watching these games, whether they're in person or on the various TV networks. The Dallas Mavericks are actually one of only 12 teams to have 21 games or more nationally televised. And they include LeBron versus the Mavericks in Dallas, but you got to wait until February 15th. Let me explain this reason. Okay, everybody knows the NBA season starts just around, usually always around Halloween. Okay, but nobody really pays attention to it over the years until like Christmas Day. And on Christmas Day, they usually have 5 games. And then the NFL says, you know what? We're going to do Christmas Day too. Just like Thanksgiving, we're the big dogs. We're going to do Christmas too. So the NFL, they got Christmas, and then the NFL and the NBA got to share it. So on Christmas Day, the Texas connection is basically Spurs and Rockets on Christmas Day this year. The Mavericks, for the first time since 2019, will not be playing on Christmas Day, but they will be playing the day after. Christmas is going to be on a Friday this year. The Saturday, they're going to be hosting Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns. Nothing to get excited about, right? That's no problem. Let's go back to LeBron. You say February 15th, what is that? Ironically, that is called President's Day. Here's the kicker. There's going to be 5 NBA games on the 15th, which actually is the day after the Super Bowl. Pay attention to me. Follow me on this. There's a strategic logic to this. The Super Bowl Sunday, there are no games. There's no other sport. You might get the Puppy Bowl, but you don't have real sports. My dog actually won in the Puppy Bowl.
No,
I told you that story.
No,
my dog. We adopted a French bulldog who is an adoptable pet. Our dog Coda played in the Puppy Bowl was the only dog I had Texas. It was like a shocker. We had no idea this dog was going to be in the Puppy Bowl. That's another story. That's a CA story. But back to
CA Confidential later this afternoon.
I digress. Let's get back to the day after the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl this year is on February 14th. Fellas, you may not know what February 14th is, but all the ladies do. What's February 14th?
That'd be Valentine's Day.
No, it's Super Bowl day.
Yeah, Super Bowl
What are we
day.
talking about?
It's a combo platter. So here's the deal. If the NBA, I think they're going to be doing this on the regular because it's the smartest thing you can do. Most people, especially guys, cannot go to work the day after the Super Bowl. Or if they go to work, they can barely hang on because they've had all day Super Bowl. And people should say, make it a holiday. Just make that Monday after the Super Bowl a holiday. It makes sense. Well, the NBA this year, ironically, is President's Day. And it may be a holiday for people anyway.
Some people have off,
government holiday
on
or something.
President's Day.
All I can tell you is they're going to have 5 games that day. And that evening, you got LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers in Dallas at the American Airlines Center taking on the Dallas Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flag.
Well, on NBA.com, this makes me think it is a holiday because it has the game time as 1:30 Central.
Yes.
On NBC.
So it's a government holiday.
So national national game on NBC at 1:30 p.m., the day after the Super Bowl.
So check this out. If the President's holiday is going to be one of those days where the NBA has all these games, if it falls the day after the Super Bowl, it's like the perfect situation. Because everybody's going to be watching anyway. So let's see the NFL. You can't take that. No. It's after the Super Bowl. Well, there's no games. Don't say the Pro Bowl is going to come on after the Super Bowl. Come on, no.
Right. I wanted
going to watch.
To your point on the Christmas day, because last year the NFL Christmas game schedule was kind of duddy. I think it was like the Broncos and Raiders were playing. There weren't a lot of huge matchups.
Right.
Well, the NFL doubled down on and said, okay, NBA, we kind of put some weird games on. This year, we're going to go Packers at Bears, Bills at Broncos, Rams at Seahawks.
Yeah.
I like the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch those games over any NBA Christmas day.
Everybody knows that.
And the NFL said we're going to put some of the best teams in the league.
Well, not only that, it's division matchups.
Yeah, huge. And playoff implications.
I think a couple of years ago, at the halftime of one of those games, it was a Houston game, they had Beyonce and Post Malone. I mean, they're playing this big like it's Thanksgiving. So back to the Mavericks and their schedule. It's going to be rough. The first 6 games, and by the way, the Mavericks going to start their preseason in China. Mm-hmm. They're going to take on the Rockets in China, and then they'll come back for this first part of October. The regular season actually begins on October the 21st. The Mavericks have, first 6 games at Houston, at Indiana, Houston, KD and the Rockets, at Indiana, Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back. Then you got to host Wemby and the San Antonio Spurs. You got to go at Miami and Giannis, and then you SGA at hosting Oklahoma City, and then you host KD and the Rockets again. So the first 6 games, you'll be lucky to win a game. You will be lucky. Maybe you beat Indiana.
Yeah,
maybe.
And who knows what they look like. I mean, the Tyrese Halliburton Indiana Pacers were in the finals last time he was on.
Right. Now, remind you, this is a young Mavericks team. This isn't like, a veteran team. The only vets per se, you got Kyrie returning. You got Najee Marshall. You've got, of course, P.J. Washington. And the rest of the squad basically is young.
Lively.
Gafford. Those guys are young. But I'm talking about all the guys that they just added this offseason. Mm-hmm. They're young. Max Christie's going to be back. But still, they're trying to mesh. You got a new head coach who's never coached in the NBA, Dusty May. I mean, this is going to be interesting. So they're hitting the ground against the big dogs. And my takeaway initially from looking at the first start of it is like, okay, they're going to learn from this. They're going to get punched in the mouth a while. But they're going to learn from this and maybe get better along the way. In other words, going to take some lumps. You can't judge this team by wins and losses. And by the way, last year, the Mavericks started the season 2-7.
Mm-hmm.
This is Gafford sprained his ankle in training camp. I think B. Will was supposed to take that Kyrie role on, and Nembhard was just there. He's just a rookie. And Cooper Flag, point forward a little bit, 2-7. They finished 30 games under 500. Okay, so it's not even about what the record will be. It's like, what do they look like? Like I said, you'll see them on national TV 21 times. They're going to play the Lakers. Here's another big game. These are the big dog schedules. These talk about the home games for the fans. American Airlines Center. When does Luka come back? Luka will come back on February 28th. So he's not going to be here the first half of the season.
That is late for a Lakers game.
Oh, yeah. They kind of did it last year. I think last year the first game was in January. But here's the deal. The Lakers have beaten the Mavericks since the Luka trade 6 times. 6 times. And last year, the last Lakers-Mavericks game in Dallas, Luka was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't even play. He was at the game, but he couldn't play. What's wild about this game on February 28th? Longtime Maverick fans know, this is interesting. By the way, it's going to be an ABC night game. It's Luka's birthday. Yes,
he's going for 60.
Anything could happen. It's going to be one of those rare occasions where it's Luka versus Cooper Flag if neither one of them are hurt. And by the way, on the LeBron game, which is the day after the Super Bowl, Tolo asked me or texted in last night, said, "Are you sure LeBron's going to play? He might be load managing." He's going to play, and let me explain why. Number one, it's the night or the afternoon or the night after the Super Bowl. No NBA team is playing on Super Bowl. LeBron and the Sixers are not playing on Saturday. They're playing Friday in Oklahoma City. My guess is they're going to be in Dallas over that weekend. Probably team watch the Super Bowl somewhere together, a restaurant or something, or the hotel, and then get ready for the Mavericks the following day. So LeBron should play unless he's hurt. So I circle this because for a lot of people, this could be his last game in Dallas of his career.
Yep.
Unless he decides to do 25 years in the NBA, which is unheard of. Nobody's ever done this. He's already, like I said, he's not the greatest player in NBA history, but he's had the greatest career in NBA history.
I think barring an injury, like a catastrophic injury to him this year, I think we'll see LeBron for a 25th year.
I agree.
I think he wants that.
I totally agree.
He's a milestone guy.
Exactly.
I mean, he is a milestone guy. He knows what 25 years and a quarter of a century playing basketball in the NBA at the highest level, I think he knows what that means.
Yep. Okay, so we mentioned some of these big games the second half of the season. LeBron, the day after the Super Bowl. Luka on his birthday, February 28th. So when do the world champion New York Knicks and the king of New York, Jalen Brunson, when do they come in? It will be in March. They don't come in until March. And that's like, wow, you don't get to see the Knicks until March? These schedule makers are cold-blooded, man. It's going to be March the 3rd, I believe.
March the 4th, Thursday night. Yep.
Okay, so here's the rest of the season, the way the last part of the season, can they make the play-in? I'm building this up on how many games the over and under what Las Vegas is saying. 10 of the last 15 regular season games are away. They got 12 home games. They got a stretch of home games right after the All-Star break. But then, like I said, they got a tough road trip. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Lakers, Clippers, back-to-back in L.A., and they play at Minnesota March 24th. Those 5 road games are all against Western Conference traditional playoff teams. Okay? Mavericks hadn't made the playoffs the last 2 seasons. They did make the play-in the year before last. Okay? They're going to play in L.A., they'll play the Lakers here. No, I'm sorry, in L.A. on April 6th, and they got Portland April 7th, the Kings on April 9th. I'm just saying it's going to be tough. So before I tell you what Las Vegas says, what do you think's the over and under on Mavericks total victories this year? Knowing what I just said.
37.5.
37.5. What about you, Kevin? Mavericks total victories, unless you've already seen the Vegas guest.
No, I have not seen it, but I would probably say around that 40 mark. So I'm gonna go 39.5.
Okay. Vegas says 35.5.
Okay.
They won 26 last year, and then Vegas, the odds makers say they don't even think they're going to get to 36. They just put it at 35.5. I personally think they're good for about 40.
I was going to say, I'm expecting closer to a 500 team this year.
Yeah.
In August. I haven't seen it yet, but as of now, that's where I would go.
Again, this is way too soon
assuming
to predict.
Health.
But I'm saying, the way I'm feeling about it, and again, we don't know what the roster's going to be by game 1.
Right.
Because they still got to go training camp, and who knows what kind of moves and offers they might get. But there you have it. That's the Mavericks season schedule as released for now.
Awesome, man. And I'm looking forward to it. But coming up next at the top of the hour, John Machota from The Athletic, who covers the Dallas Cowboys, will help us break down tonight's preseason game and some of the biggest storylines for the Cowboys next here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
Into Zone on Prime Video. It's a baseball weekend on 105.3 The Fan, presented by K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2.
here on a Saturday afternoon, a Cowboys football Saturday afternoon. Brennan Baxter, pleased to be joined by my co-host, three-time Hall of Famer, CA.
Got you down.
Here in studio. And to get you set for all things Dallas Cowboys against the Seattle Seahawks tonight, we've got our pregame show starting at 4 o'clock, live from our studios here in Dallas, featuring our very own Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. We've got some special features as well, too, this week with NFL camps, a live visit with our own insider Bobby Belt. We'll also check in with Babe and Christy in an exclusive one-on-one interview with Coach Schottenheimer and Brad Sham. Brad and Zach, that'll be during the normal third hour of the pregame show. And then kickoff is at 7:05 with Brad, Babe, and Christy. Halftime, our own Zach Wooly Bully Wolchuk and Brian breaking down the first half with a look ahead to the rest of the game. And then postgame until midnight tonight, live with Zach and Brian's breakdown, press conferences, player reaction, your phone calls, and Brad Sham. Going to be an awesome day for the first Cowboys preseason game of the year against the defending champion Seattle Seahawks. And to help us break all of that down, CA, we are pleased to be joined by John Machota, covering the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic. John, how's it going, sir? Thanks for being with us this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going pretty well. I'm sure you guys have heard it too many times, but the weather's great out here, so I'm not complaining.
Very jealous of you.
You're on the West Coast. You're in Oxnard, but a bunch of you guys did not make this trip up there, right? A lot of writers and beat writers.
Yeah, it's just as these years have gone by, especially over the last 2 or 3 years, it just really hasn't been worth it to go to some of these preseason games because you're not going to see any of the starters. So I can't speak for other teams. Obviously the Cowboys are in a situation where they have an 11-year veteran starting quarterback in Dak Prescott. So this is a team where, they were the Raiders and they had Mendoza or something like that. By all means, of course you'd be going to this, things like that. But where the Cowboys are, and more importantly, it's just what they've done with these joint practices. It was started out as just, you do practice against one other team, and now, they ratcheted it up to now they do two. And I just think that's where this league is going. And you just get more out of that Rams practice that we saw a week ago, and then that Saints one that's coming up this week. That's where you see the good on good, and I can tell you from being at that Rams practice, there was very little wasting of time doing any individual, any warm-up stuff. It was stretch out, get ready, we'll do a little bit of warm-up, and then it's right into team drills. And they did 3 team drill periods where it was good on good, and that's the stuff where you can really see what they got. First team defense, first team offense.
So it makes all the sense in the world. I mean, Broaddus was always talking about it, that the coaches love the fact that these scrimmages, you can get more out of these guys or make better evaluations with the starters versus starters and whatnot. And I guess the Saints scrimmage is going to be on Tuesday. But as far as tonight's concerned, we got some questions about some of that depth. And go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, John, 2 hours ago, you tweeted out players that you're most interested in watching that are expected to play at least a few snaps. And you listed Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, and Siobhan Revel. What are you expecting from Caleb Downs tonight? We've had a lot of Tolos here at 105.3 text in asking about Caleb Downs. Obviously, there's a ton of excitement around what Caleb could be for this team. How much are you expecting to see Caleb tonight, and expectations for some of those other big names you mentioned?
I think for any of the players that are playing of note, I think one of the factors is are you superstitious or not? Because I hate to put this out there, but when the Cowboys have gone up to Seattle, that was a very notable Tony Romo injury. That was a very notable DeMarvion Overshown injury. So for me, I am a little superstitious. So there's part of me that's like, I wouldn't be playing anybody that's a start. But I don't think that I would rest assured that you're not going to see a ton of Caleb Downs. I bet you he plays like maybe a series just to get him out there. And I think that's more about, we need this guy ready to roll week one because he's not just going to play week one. He's going to play a lot. There's a chance he plays every defensive snap in week one. And so I think it's just a little, hey, let's knock off a little rust. Let's get him a little acclimated to the whole process of, hey, this is how we get ready, prepare for a game, because we're not going to be able to ease you in week one against the Giants. You got to hit the ground running, which I'm telling you, being around him, there's nothing like, aside from him not having the star on his helmet during practice, you would not know that he's a rookie. The way he carries himself, the way he practices, the way he prepares, everything. Like, he reminds me a lot of being around a young Sean Lee with just a student of the game type where just wise above his years and like a natural, like, obsessed with the little things of the game, all the intricacies that the film study and stuff that I don't think that everybody loves. So I think he plays probably about a series, maybe 2 at the most, which will be nice to see him play probably in the nickel and maybe get a little work at safety. Malachi Lawrence I could see playing a little bit more because there's a clear cut. The starters are on the edges right now are Donovan Ezaraku and Rashawn Gary. So I don't expect to see those guys in this game, whereas like a guy like Malachi Lawrence, Maris Leafau, Sam Williams, James Houston, those guys, I think they want to see what they have there because I still don't think they're done at edge rusher. Like, I think there's another move to be made. Now, of course, people will think, okay, well, is that Max Crosby? I don't know. That seems like that ship might have sailed. But I would also say maybe that leaves the door open for maybe a Von Miller, who's obviously still a free agent right now. But I think that this could be a big game for some of those edge rushers to show, hey, maybe I can be the fourth guy because the top 3 to me are pretty cut and dry with Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezaraku, and Malachi Lawrence. And then Savon Ravel, he just has been coming on. Every practice seems like he's playing a little bit better. And so to see him against another team, but then also to see him go against a team where, hey, these refs are going to throw flags. So if he's a little too handsy, is he drawing flags? Are they letting him play? Because he is a physical corner, a good solid 6'2", 6'3", with about 200 pounds. So, and then Jaden Blue would be another guy that I didn't mention in that post on X, but he's another one because he's clearly the guy they want to be the backup running back, but he has to do some things to show that, hey, okay, we can count on him. He'll be our number 2.
Exactly. He better not fumble. That's all I got to say.
Right.
Better not fumble up there. Oh, you mentioned sticking with him just for a second. I think he was doing some punt returns a little bit out there in Oxnard. Do you think he might even would they risk him doing that maybe tonight?
I don't think so.
Me either.
I get that he can be a playmaker and things like that, but there's just got to, again, I go to the whole, he's not your typical, like, rookie going to be kind of, worked in there. Like, they need Caleb Downs to be the guy immediately, and in a variety of ways. I think from week to week, you might see him play nickel, safety, mix it up in one game, maybe other game play just nickel, other game just play safety. Like, I just see him moving around because you don't have to take him off the field. He's strong enough in the run game, and he's quick enough to defend any receiver, tight end, running back that he is where this league is right now and where it's going in the passing game. And so he's a player you don't have to take off the field regardless of whatever the offense is trying to do or whatever situation they're in.
John Machota of The Athletic joining us here on 105.3 The Fan, covering the Dallas Cowboys. John, what are some of the biggest storylines or takeaways that you've seen? We had the joint practice with L.A. We've got the one with the Saints coming up. We saw Coach Schottenheimer rip into the team last week as well, too. What has been the vibe, the energy around camp to this point, and some of your biggest storylines or takeaways that you've personally seen in your time in Oxnard?
Yeah, I'd say my biggest one is just the feel of being out here where, whether you want to say this, what I'm talking about right now will be the fans, the players, front office, the whole aura, whatever. You can put it in any one of those buckets. I think it fits in any of them. And it's after that Green Bay loss a couple years ago, I think a lot of people were down and hesitant to buy in on the Cowboys. And this is the first time since that loss in that first round to the Packers that it just feels different. It feels like there's been so much changeover in the roster. Obviously, Brian Schottenheimer, second year as coach, second year as the offensive play caller. And then you have Dak in year 11 with a George Pickens and a CeeDee Lamb and an offensive line that is maturing and could be dominant in the middle. And then you have a runner in Javonte Williams who exceeded expectations last year, and he could be even better. And then the Jaden Blue and Ryan Flanoy. So the offense has all the makings to potentially be the best in the NFL. And then you see on defense, you're like, all right, they were awful last year, maybe the worst in Cowboys history, but Christian Parker wasn't here last year. Quinnen Williams was only here for less than half the season. Rashawn Gary wasn't here. Caleb Downs wasn't here. Malachi Lawrence wasn't here. Like, there's just like a lot of new pieces, but they still have that chip on their shoulder because people like myself are asking them questions about, being the worst defense last year. And so they know going into these games how they have to show up because that's what they're being looked at is like, all right, is this defense any better or is it the same defense? So that's one of those things where you just really don't know for sure if is the defense going to be tremendously better or is it going to be just slightly better? So I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Maybe you got a middle of the pack defense. But I think even if it is, that's good enough to win playoff games.
105 through the Fan, we're talking with longtime Cowboys beat writer John Machota of The Athletic. And John, speaking of defense, and I doubt he plays for Seattle, who are the defending Super Bowl champions, longtime Dallas Cowboys star Tank Lawrence announced to Yahoo Sports this will be his last season. He says he's going to retire for the season. He still lives here in Dallas in the Frisco area. Can you share a Tank Lawrence story or something about Tank that just makes you smile? Because literally, he basically said, I'm going to Seattle and we're going to win a Super Bowl. And I think Dez Bryant bet against him and owes him a Rolex. That's one of the stories.
My favorite DeMarcus Lawrence story is him sitting at his locker talking to a group of us about, I think it was, honestly, I forgot even what the main topic was. It was something along the lines of the edge he plays with and, how fiery he can be. But the part I'll always remember, and a lot of us joke around about it, is, and he said the word, but I won't obviously say it on the air, but he goes, I mean, I'll slap the S out of all y'all. Like, I mean, just like how, but it's funny to me because he's not like that. Like, he wouldn't do that. He's such a good dude, and he's just, I don't know, he's a fun guy to be around and stuff, but it's just like, he also did have that edge where, which I feel like you have to be an elite edge rusher player. Now, when do you turn it on? Some guys do it on Sundays. Some guys do it, on the practice field. Some guys do it and can ever turn it off in their everyday life. So it's a whole different group of spectrum of who could be, how they carry themselves in their everyday lives versus on the playing field. But I always enjoyed being around DeMarcus. I was happy to see him go to Seattle and win. I don't know that everything would fit perfectly with him and Micah. When they teamed up together, and obviously that didn't lead to, I mean, it looked like on paper, hey, this defense is finally going to be like, maybe one of those defenses like they had in the early 90s, like it's building in the right direction, and that obviously didn't work. But, I don't know. I mean, if he's still here, I still think he's doing what he did did last year in Seattle, and I think he'll do this year. But I know that also he was dealing with a foot issue that, that's one of those injuries where you're like, maybe you play through it. Maybe it's one of those things where it's nagging for the rest of your career, especially as you get older. But yeah, always a fun guy to be around, though, in the locker room.
Most definitely. And through the years, he was like the leader of that defense. With that being said, this year, a whole different team, I'm talking about defensively, even from last year's defensive team. I'm trying to find a leader. Is it Big Q? Is it Quinnen Williams? Who have you noticed has stood out a little bit as like keeping everything organized on that defense besides CP?
Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark immediately come to mind. DeMarvion Overshown. And a year from now, because I just think he has to put the work in on the field, will be Caleb Downs. And when I say work, I just mean the fact of it's tough to come in as a young rookie like that and all of a sudden be the guy that's yelling in the locker room and being that type of a vocal leader. But certainly the way he carries himself, he will no question be a leader by example. But I see him being one of those guys where Cowboys aren't really one of those teams that does the whole wear the C on their jersey or whatever, but you kind of can tell, okay, these guys are the ones that are in charge and whatnot. But for this year, Quinnen is number one, and you can tell the Cowboys wanted that as well. From when they made that move for him last year, he kind of had a locker off to the side. Well, as soon as this off season started, so I'm trying to think, the first time we were in the locker room was probably rookie minicamp, and I noticed that they put him right in the middle, right next to Dak.
Look out. There it is. That's the sign.
Absolutely. You know that. And you really, when you even talk to Quinnen, he'll be one of the first. He'll tell you, I wasn't really trying to be that, rah-rah type leader early in my career, but he knows where he is now, and he has to do that, and they need that, and that's also why I think it makes the Cowboys even more comfortable giving him the contract they did, because they know it's more than just, hey, we know he'll be dominant on Sundays, but this guy's going to be great for us Monday through Saturday.
Boom.
John, we were talking earlier in the show about the training camp and preseason darlings, like the guy that you're rooting to make the 53-man roster. He's right on the cut line. He'll get to the end of camp, and you're not really sure if he's going to be on the roster, but you kind of wish he would be. He quickly captivates you as a fan. Who do you think that guy is so far for the Cowboys that we might need to be keeping an eye on as we get closer to the season?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, for me, I think like a Maris Leofau is interesting just because he can play multiple positions, and I think he could be on the bubble there. But he's a guy that can help you potentially at off-the-ball linebacker. They've moved him to an outside linebacker spot. Plus, he gives you stuff, on special teams. From what I've seen from Savone Ravel, like he's obviously not in any question of making the roster, but this guy is going to be a major factor because Kobe Durant and Deron Bland are the veteran guys, and you're like, all right, they're going to be major players here. I think Kalen Carson is a guy that's potentially like a bubble guy that it seems he's fitting in well with them this year, so that he could be a guy that I could see some more from there. It's out when we're out at training camp, the one that always stands out are the wide receivers. And there have been moments where there have been receivers that stood out, like a practice here, a practice there. But I just think the receivers are kind of set because of the guys that they brought in. Like, I don't think they keep more than 5 receivers. So it's like, well, you're not moving on from George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy, Kavontae Turpin, and then the 5th one is probably Jonathan Mingo. So that's a spot where there's usually a bubble guy that I don't know that there really is on this team this year. So, and then with the offensive line, like it's pretty much that starting 5, and then you feel comfortable about a couple of backups. But after that, like it seems there's a lot of projects with the young guys, so I don't know what you're going to have there. So I guess you can also mention Joe Milton. These practices, there's been some days where Milton looks better than Howell, and tonight will be a big game for both of them. But Joe Milton is one of those guys that you just see that potential for wild plays to where, okay, does he put it together in these preseason games where it's just like a no-doubter, like, okay, well, Milton's got to be the backup? Or does he play to a level where you're like, well, we get why they made the trade, but it's probably best to go with Sam because that's the guy you can count on more? I mean, that's really going in these preseason games, probably one of the biggest things I'll be looking at is who kind of emerges out of those two.
Great stuff.
Great stuff,
Same
man.
page there.
A wealth of information.
Yeah, well, John Machota, we appreciate your time, man. Where can people find you?
On Twitter, at John Machota, but I've also recently did the Facebook thing. I'm on YouTube now.
There you go. Multi-platforms.
I'm trying. I mean, hey, I realize, hey, that's where I was under the assumption for a long time that, hey, if you just followed me on X or Twitter, what it used to be, that you'd get everything. But then it's been brought to my attention. There's a lot of people that get their information on YouTube or Facebook or TikTok that have no interest in Twitter. So I'm trying to branch out a little bit.
There you go.
Awesome, John. Well, we appreciate you taking the time with us. Good luck the rest of the preseason. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, man.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
You know it.
There goes John Machota of The Athletic, covering all things Dallas Cowboys. Coming up next, baseball season is still here, and as much as we might not want to talk about the Rangers currently with the 5-game losing streak, we still have hope. CA will break down why it might be more of a Ray Davis issue than a Chris Young issue next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to It's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicArlington.com. We are professional grade.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good afternoon. We're back on 105.3 The Fan. Brendan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Rangers baseball tonight, looking to break the 4-game losing streak. 8:40 first pitch time here in Texas. Game in Oakland.
Nope. Sacramento.
Sorry. Games in Sacramento.
So nobody thinks about that.
I completely forgot they're in Sacramento.
They're actually just called the Athletics this year.
Exactly.
They're not even anything.
They're just the Athletics.
And they're not even quite Sacramento. They're
I'm just
West
looking at
Sacramento.
It's just crazy. I'm looking at the schedule here on my laptop. It says at Athletics. I'm like, okay, Oakland A's. Not that. But
it's like saying where the Angels are.
Yeah.
Are they in Anaheim or are they in L.A.? Chargers. San Diego. Nope, they're in L.A.
Why can't we just simplify this, man? Why can't you play in the city? Why can't we just call you the city like the Chicago Bears? They got to be the Indiana Bears.
No, here's what's wild. They won't be the Chicago Bears. Going to stay Chicago Bears.
Yep.
But they won't be the only team that plays their home games in a different state. Can you, off the top of your head?
Kansas City.
No, Kansas City's still in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm talking about the same state.
The same state.
This is so random, but people forget because nobody.
What sport?
Football. And there's two teams who've got.
Oh, New York.
Thank you.
Yeah.
New York Jets and Giants are in New Jersey.
Yep.
They're not in New York. They're in New Jersey.
Right. Gosh, yeah, that is wild.
It's crazy. But anyway,
Rangers at 8:40. You can find them, listen to them on our sister station, KRLD, because 105 through the fan will be having the Cowboys coverage tonight. So 8:40. Go ahead, CA.
No, I was going to say, but the Rangers are still in the hunt. They're half game.
Yeah, I was kidding. It's like, hey, we're on a 4-game losing streak, but you're still only a half game out of the wild card at 60 and 63. And you have got...
No. Before I get into that, I got to say something about tonight's game.
Okay.
They've lost 4 in a row. I've already told you, I'm not on this emotional roller coaster. I said it back in May. I don't trust the Rangers to be great. I don't trust the Rangers to suck. And I blame the American League for being a suck league this year. If the American League does what it's supposed to do, you wouldn't be concerned about this season. You say, the Rangers having a bad year, they need to rebuild, and you know what they need to do. But instead, they're always in the hunt. They're 3 games below 500. The Rangers are 60 and 63. But they're a half game out of the wild card. They're not that far out of first place in the West because the West sucks. And the Athletics, who are a terrible team, just like the Angels, own the Rangers this year. So there's no guarantee that the Rangers are going to win this game. They should. They could. But guess what? The Athletics have motivation. The motivation is they have it over the Rangers. And the problem that they're trying to solve in Sacramento is they haven't won home games back-to-back in 2 months. So you would think the Rangers are supposed to win. But it's not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed. And before you get into your I don't know what's coming, but I'm excited to hear about the Ray Davis, Chris Young debate there. I think going into this West Coast road trip, you're 60 and 59. You turned it around. You're coming off the Astros series, feeling frustrated. Boom, you go win 5 of 6. You're right back into the playoff conversation. You go against 2 of the worst teams in the division. Granted, on the road, but still, they're 30 games under 500.
And Jacob deGrom fires up the team saying, I'm staying.
He's staying.
And the clubhouse goes, wow, yes, he's in.
You start the road trip with the win in extra innings against the Angels, and you're kind of thinking, all right, we've turned this thing around. We're back. Boom, 4 in a row loss. And it just,
that's because it's 2026.
Infuriating. It's infuriating.
Only if you get on the emotional roller coaster. And I understand, if you die-hard fans, I understand. But like I said, I personally blame the American League. There's other teams that are in the same situation as the Rangers, which is why it was hard to get deals done at the trade deadline because everybody, I'm only a game out, or we're in first place by 1 game. There are teams that have won games. They're not American League, but Cubs won 10 in a row twice, and then they lost 10 in a row in 1 season. The Dodgers are struggling right now. The super team, They're struggling. It makes no sense. Even Boston had the best record in franchise history of the month of July, and all of a sudden, wait a minute.
1-6.
Right.
Yeah.
This is insane. They won 16 straight games at one point.
It's looking more and more like you're going to have an under 500 wild card team. I mean, right now, Detroit is that third wild card team. Technically, it's 60 and 62.
And they traded away their star.
And they're right there. And then Minnesota, Texas, Toronto, and Baltimore, and Cleveland. You just got to keep reading down the under, all within a game and a half of that final spot.
So here's what a lot of people do. They want to say, where can we assess blame? Who is the fault for this team sucking? I have said all along, it's the health of this team. Case in point, Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager, I don't think they've played 40 games yet. 40 games. They've already played over 100, the team has, but they haven't been healthy at the same time. Josh Young, you go down the roster, everybody's had something.
Pick somebody. Yeah.
Pick somebody. The health has not been there. And like I said, there's a lot. Well, it starts at the top. See why? I think it starts higher than that. I think, of course, you don't have a World Series championship without CY. Well, tell me why. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do it like Backstreet Boys. Tell me why. Because CY is the one that talked Boch off the couch into being the Texas Rangers manager in 2023. That was the magical year, and that was also the year that all of the main players had career years. And even in 2024, a lot of people were saying, this is going to be interesting. By the way, 2024 was the lap, your victory lap where everybody, you're world champions and everybody, you're the target on your back, but you enjoy it, the fans celebrate, different promos going on, and you kind of enjoy it. And they were like, because they weren't playing as well, they're like, I wonder if all these different bats in particular and pitchers were having career years in 2023 because they really weren't that good in 2022, no matter where they came from. And so you started wondering, okay, what is the deal here? Well, it's just the, target on your back, you're the World Series champion, defending and all that. Then 2025 happens, and they're not that good. Last year. This year, they suck. But the whole American League sucks. So people are like, well, is it CY's fault? I go further. I go back to ownership. I go back to Ray Davis because in all seriousness, and I've covered this team since 1980, if you look at the ownership, and I don't dislike Ray Davis, but I remember before they won the World Series, they weren't known to spend a bunch of money. This is a top 5 market. There's 30 teams in Major League Baseball. You're in the top 10. You're a top 5 market. You've got butts that can be in the seat. And I kept saying before Globe Life Field opened, I say Globe Life Park, they're going to build one with a roof on it. If you show up, Ranger fans, if you show up, I think they'll spend some money. I think Ray Davis has no excuse not to spend the money. Well, I looked it up. Earlier today, I said, let me find the receipts. Let me see what is the deal on the Texas Rangers and their payroll. Where do you think they're ranked this year on spending? By the way, they cut spending down. And one of the reasons they cut spending down, remember they lost their TV deal. They were concerned about the TV revenues. Remember they didn't have a home. And you see it's kind of playing out. So ahead of that, they cut down. Guess where they're ranked overall?
I'm going to
They spent $183 million this year on payroll.
I'd say bottom half of the league, bottom 15 in the league.
Not quite, but close enough. 13th. 2025, they were 6th. Their payroll was $220 just last year. So they sliced it. Okay? For those they sliced it for real. 2024, this is the year after the World Series. Where do you think they were ranked? Like I said, last year is 6th.
Started falling down, I guess, after 2024, like right around 9, 10.
5th.
Oh, wow.
They were 5th. Remember, they're winning. They were winning. They're coming off the World Series. Why not?
Yeah.
You want to keep some guys, go with the flow, maybe got something going on. They were 5th. In 2023, the year they won the World Series, remember, they spent money. They got DeGrom. They already had Seager and Simeon.
Yeah, you have one of the highest payrolls in baseball.
4th.
Yeah.
They brought back Nathan Eovaldi. By the way, let me tell you who they had, just so you know. In 2023, Max Scherzer, people forget, $43 million. So for that 1 year. Jacob deGrom, $40 million. Corey Seager, $35 million. Marcus Semien, $26 million. Nathan Eovaldi, $17 to $20 million, depending on his bonuses. So they spent the money. In 2023, got the World Series. In 2022, when they first started going after, some big names, because butts were filling up the seats and the attendance, Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, where do you think they were ranked?
Top 5 still?
No. 17th.
After Semien and Seager?
That's including Seager and Semien.
Including Semien and Seager. Wow.
It got them up to 17th. In 2022, they were 17th. In 2021, 20th. Before that, 15th. In 2019, 20th. 2018, 11th. 2017, 17th. I'm telling you, Ray Davis and that ownership group had a history of ain't spending no money. And then CY and JD talked him into spending some money. Started with Semien and Corey Seager. So let me tell you about the attendance real quick so we can match this all up all the way around. Because Ranger fans, it's not your fault. You showed up and they spent some money, and then they decided not to spend no money anymore. The attendance was really, really strong. The biggest attendance they had, I want to say it was the year, the last year, they were still in Globe Life Park. This is when Banny was the manager. They got first place, and they averaged 33,000 fans. In 2023, when they won the World Series, 32,000 fans. Last year, or 2024 rather, another 30,000 fans. This year kind of slid off a little bit, but not bad. The only time they didn't have big numbers was the pandemic year. So the bottom line is, Ranger fans, you have been there. They're making money. But again, they didn't have that TV deal squared away the way they liked it. It's like, hey, we don't have the same kind of TV money. Because remember, Fox Sports Southwest filed for bankruptcy.
Valley Sports. Yeah.
That's where I'm going with you. All that. It's just crazy. So that's part of the deal why they had to let some players go. But at the same time, you just can't blame that on CY, is what I'm saying. It's not about, did he get the right players? They couldn't afford to keep up.
Yeah, he's getting direction from ownership as well, too.
That's what I'm saying. His hands are, he was handcuffed. He's trying to make it work out.
Right.
So when you try to blame and make a villain out of somebody, realize CY is not the target. He might be the messenger you're trying to shoot. But I have to give him credit for you wouldn't have a World Series if it wasn't for him.
He's who we're sending to the front lines.
Yeah.
But he's got a general still that's giving him orders.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great work there.
That's your Rangers. And again, maybe they'll try to win this game in Sacramento and block the Athletics from winning 2 in a row at home for the first time in 2 months.
We hope so. We got to get off the losing streak. Yeah, Mackenzie Gore pitching tonight. And it'd be a 3-game winning streak for me, covering the Rangers on a Saturday and then winning. So the tide's turned there as well, too. So coming up next, Paige versus Caitlin, and Nancy Lieberman has a great explanation on the current state of the WNBA and the drama surrounding the league. We'll get into that next.
Oh, and Ice Cube and the Big Three's in town. Who's going? Next to 105.3 The Fan.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during
season with Spitz and Son, DFW's #1 Stars podcast, presented by the On Time Experts. A new episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The Dallas Wings last night suffered a loss at the hands of the Indiana Fever. Caitlin Clark versus Paige Beckers, two of the bright young stars in the WNBA. 29 points for each in that game, CA. But the Fever got the better of the Wings, but a rematch is coming up here as well, too. Lots of conversation surrounding the WNBA, and Nancy Lieberman as well had her thoughts on the league, too.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this a little bit because, I mean, the Wings are a really good team this year. Last year they sucked. That's how they were able to get the #1 pick in the draft, AZ Fudd. She's injured. She hadn't played for about 4 games. And they also had this girl named Parker. She's really, really good. She's like a walking double-double. She's been hurt I think she's got an ankle. And so they're going up against the Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark, and they win in Indiana. I'm talking about the Fever do. The Wings lose. Wings have lost 6 of the last 10 games.
Yeah, they're 20-15 now in the season.
I think they're 8th overall in the standings. Indiana has won like 9 out of the last 10 games. Bottom line is this. It was a great matchup because everybody wanted to see Caitlin Clark versus Paige Beckers. And both of those two will be starting guards in the FIBA, I want to call it, there's a FIBA World Cup.
Not the World, whatever it's called.
Yes,
yeah.
It's an international thing.
basketball.
Yeah. And so they're going to be teammates down the road, but there's a game they're going to play against each other in Dallas at the American Airlines Center. Good luck getting a ticket to that because everybody wants to see that thing because Caitlin Clark missed it last year because she was injured. With that being said, both of them scored 29 points. Paige also had like 6 rebounds, 6 assists, but they've lost 7 of the last 10. Arike played well. She also scored about 20 points. She's like the unsung hero for the Dallas Wings. But no AZ Fudd. Hopefully when they go against each other again, AZ will be back. That being said, the WNBA is getting a lot of conversation for good things and for not so good things, like antics and off-the-court things. And I was reading an article that legendary basketball player, extraordinary, Lady Magic herself, we're talking about Nancy Lieberman, Dallas's own. She has been doing stuff with the WNBA and college basketball and NBA. She's a Hall of Famer. They talked to her in Star Telegram and asked her about everything. Of course, she's also a coach for the Big Three. Big Three's in town. They're playing right now at the American Airlines Center. Ice Cube's got his format there. I think they're in the playoffs. Whoever wins goes to the championship game next weekend. I think it's in New York or Washington. But a lot of people are there as we speak. And Nancy's won there. She won the whole championship for there as well. She's got her son TJ. She's one of our players. Well, they're asking about all those different things, and they said, well, let's talk about the WNBA a little bit because she is the oldest player to ever play in the WNBA back in the day. I think she was playing when she was like 37, and she's a coach at the WNBA. So she's been on a commentator on the TV broadcast. She is just a walking legend. So, part of the thing she says is you got to understand there's a lot of social media out there that you're getting emotional about, and you got to be responsible, and you got to understand when you tweet stuff or you post stuff, there's going to be reaction. And she didn't say this, but I just realized this in this day and age. If you think about any young athlete, no matter what the sport, they communicate, especially since the pandemic, they communicate online. It's not just their friends, though. It's just out there. And sometimes, no, you back up. No, you back up. No matter what the sport, that's what gets the attention. And in the WNBA, it's women, of course, right? And you got all those things going on at the same time. And so some of the words that you post, as she puts out there, and I can't quote her exactly because I don't have the quotes in front of me, but she was talking about, you got to understand, if you go directly to social media, there's ramifications. And right now, the WNBA's got a $2 billion contract. Right. And so with great power comes great responsibility. That's what he told Spider-Man, right?
That's true.
And so you got to understand, you know, you're in the public eye now. And so sometimes the stars in the WNBA, they say the right thing or they do coach speak, but sometimes they get emotional and either say the wrong thing or whatever it is becomes a meme, or whether reaction becomes a meme. And you were talking about this yourself a little earlier today, and you had some thoughts on some of the stuff that some of the different players, you know, pointing at, or the clotheslining.
Yeah, well, the Sophie Cunningham thing of the pointing, I think, I guess if we want to go there on the Caitlin Clark treatment, and Nancy Lieberman spoke about this over a month ago, it'd be like when Steph Curry was coming up onto the league and you are kicking her out of games for weak technical fouls. You're clearly attacking her, and Sophie Cunningham's defending her. But the fact that it's even in that position where we're clotheslining Caitlin Clark or Sophie Cunningham, and the WNBA is not taking that hard a stance, like she is the reason that the WNBA has a $2.2 billion deal. It's because of the popularity. So I just find it fascinating, and Nancy spoke on that we should be protecting, not giving her, like, you know, first priority, not calling weak fouls on her, but also
not treating her like SGA,
not treating her right, but also defending like Caitlin Clark and what she's done for the league. And it seems like there's a lot of envy there, and I think there should be a lot of appreciation for what she's done for this league.
There is, but there's degrees to this, and let me explain. To me, the comp is not Steph Curry, it's Michael Jordan. Even though she can shoot like Steph Curry, she talks trash like Michael Jordan. She took offense to that, you know, whatever it is. And back in the day when Michael Jordan was playing, the Pistons came up with the Jordan rules. We're like, we're not going to let Michael Jordan clown us, because Caitlin Clark does talk trash. She stands up for herself. I'm not saying she's a villain, but she's not Steph Curry. Steph Curry just bites his mouth.
He does a little swag, or did the swagger walk with the mouthpiece.
Right. Yeah. Even though she can shoot the lights out like Steph, she's not that person. She's more like Michael Jordan, where she's got swag and she will talk stuff and she will back her game up by playing hard, whatever. So, and she'll get it. It's kind of like Luka too. She will get into it with the refs. You see what I'm saying? Refs don't like that. There were veteran players that retired that last year, or when she first got in the league, I felt like, give her some grace. Even though she, she's the reason. But so I think some of those old heads, those OG veteran WNBA players, they're like, well, she didn't have to go through all the stuff we had to go through. It's like get off my lawns kind of stuff.
Sure.
And so they were highly more critical. We were the foundation for this league, and she's just the star, or she's getting all the commercial deals and all that. So there was some envy like that. But when it's women, people always say, aha, because women, it's kind of like those reality shows. The wives of whatever county.
Desperate Housewives.
So it's like that kind of level. Like, wait a minute. So at the same time, I understand, and I'm not saying it's right, but what she's been going through on a certain level, to me, because I was around for the Pistons doing the Jordan rules, they beat Michael Jordan down, which is why he came up with, people call it the Dirk fadeaway. Dirk said, I got that from Michael Jordan. Jordan started doing a fadeaway jump shot because he couldn't drop to the basket all the time because they were going to clothesline him. They were going to take his head off. And he started lifting weights. He started doing all those things to counteract the Jordan rules. So again, they're not going to, nobody wants her to get overprotected like SGA, because SGA can fall down and the ref's going to call a foul.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she should receive special treatment and just be giving petty calls all the time, like you mentioned SGA, but the clotheslining, the technical foul that she got, getting kicked out of the game last week.
Well, she went up with it, and they rescinded it, but she was arguing with the ref about it.
Right, and I just think there just seems like there's a lot going on around the Caitlin Clark story.
There's a lot. And again, just from the outside, because most people don't follow that league closely.
Right.
And just like you don't watch every single game, do you?
No.
But you're saying, wait a minute, she's the reason you got this money, which is fair, which is very fair.
Yeah.
But every game, if she's doing these things, like arguing with the refs, in other words, if she's doing Draymond things, but you don't know that. All you see is, wait a minute, here's the girl who's bringing the money, and you're picking on her. Well, what if she's talking like Draymond?
Right.
You don't know that, do you?
No.
See, that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
She's the reason you're getting the money, because just like Michael Jordan, he was the highlight show. Magic and Larry Bird brought the first wave of attention to the NBA in the 80s, but it was Michael Jordan in the shoes and putting on a show that made everybody want to watch it. You see where I'm going with this? But he's talking trash. And other players said, we're going to stop this guy. And here's Caitlin Clark defending herself, talking because she's got the swag. But you're like, no, she shoots shots like Steph. She's not like Steph at all.
I was mainly referencing the fact that she can shoot from 20. Like in college at Iowa, she felt more like a Davidson, Steph Curry player to me than a Michael Jordan shot player to me.
But like I said, she's taking it to the next level of the WNBA. All I got to say is it's semantics. They should treat her with a little bit more respect, but don't think it's kind of like Tom Brady. People were shocked that Tom Brady's on the sideline cussing his teammates out because he's competitive. But then he's Tommy. He's a nice guy. But then they started winning too much. But I'm saying Tom Brady is competitive. She's like competitive. I'm talking about what somebody said comparing Caitlin Clark to Jordan is insane. I'm talking about being competitive. And the reaction from veteran players to this young rookie or this young player, because that's the way they treated Jordan when he was young. I'm not talking about now Jordan. I'm talking about young Jordan.
89 Jordan.
Yes. How dare Michael Jordan? That's why Jordan was crying when he won his first title. Because they said, I would never be able to because I wasn't like Magic and I wasn't like Bird. Because he was aggressive. And he put on a show. And how dare he? He didn't earn it yet. That's the way some of the veterans were treating her.
We're treating Caitlin. See, yeah,
Rook, what do you think you're doing?
Yeah. And I can see that from their point, but I guess like to your point, you're
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying you got to earn it.
See, and my side is like
financially.
Right. I would not, you're right. I don't record Indiana Fever games. Like I'm not watching their
But they're like, but she shoots like Steph.
But I wouldn't even think about it.
Right.
If it wasn't for Caitlin Clark.
Exactly. Which is why this league, the WNBA, it's a lightning rod because there's things that they probably weren't even prepared for with all this attention on it now, especially since it's growing so fast with the $2 billion and adding franchises and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
It is interesting as that league continues to evolve. There's a lot of layers.
And I think Caitlin Clark is amazing.
I do too.
But I also think Paige Beckers.
Yeah, we've got hopefully one of our own here in Dallas, which is great. The new star. Well, coming up next at the top of the hour, we'll get you set again for Cowboys pregame, which will be at 4 o'clock, and also the drama surrounding LSU and Jaden Daniels, why you're no longer allowed to use the number 5 ever again. It's Jaden Daniels. He's trademarked it. We'll debate that next on The Fan.
Take us with you where
up baseball weekend on 105.3 The Fan, presented by K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 here on Saturday afternoon. 105.3 The Fan. 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold alongside Brennan Baxter here. Getting you set less than an hour away from Cowboys pregame. Our coverage starts at 4 o'clock. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus will be here with you to get you set for the game. And then outside of our normal pregame features, well, too, we got to look around the NFL camps, a live visit with our very own Bobby Belt, a check-in with Babe and Christy, and an exclusive one-on-one interview with Coach Schottenheimer and Brad Sham. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kickoff 7:05 Central there in Seattle. Halftime show hosted by Zach Wooly Bully Wolchuk and Brian breaking down the first half. And then our post-game coverage goes until midnight live from our studios with Zach and Brian's breakdown, press conferences, player reaction, listener phone calls, and Brad Sham. We are excited for the first preseason game here against the Seahawks. It's going to be a fun evening, CA.
Yes, it will. But, you know, there's some college football about to kick off, too, and some controversy from the pros, too.
2 weeks away from August 29th, College Football Fan University will be live 9 to 1 that day. Back in season, our very own Kevin Walker, Jacob Ray, Will Chambers, and myself will be here for all things college football. But there was some college football drama that took place this week. CA Jaden Daniels, former Heisman Trophy winner at LSU, now Washington Commanders starting cornerback, wore number 5. At his time in LSU. I don't know if you're familiar with that number.
Seems like I'm familiar with it for the last couple of days now. I forgot about it.
He wore number 5 during his time. He was only at LSU for 1 year. They went 9-3, but Jaden had 50 touchdowns.
Won the Heisman.
Insane offensive accolades for Jaden during his time.
He had a Dak Prescott season. In other words, the defense sucked, but the offense was amazing.
Offense was amazing. So, cornerback for the LSU Tigers, DJ Pickett, is given number 5. He was promised that number during his recruitment. Brian Kelly, the current coach of LSU at the time, now it's Lane Kiffin, had promised him number 5. So he said he has no plans on changing that. He's going to wear the number. And Jaden Daniels, we'll call it his team, whoever that is around him.
His mom.
It's
kind of like Allen Iverson's mama. It's kind of like, believe it or not, Lamar Jackson's mom.
They sent a letter on August 5th, funny enough, August 5th, a letter to the Tigers athletic director, Verge Osbury, saying that LSU can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. The quote, "The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that his number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university."
That's so...
there's so many ways you could go with this.
That is so petty.
And please let us know your thoughts, maybe your favorite number 5 jokes, because a ton of them have been going on. 817 says, "I'm not even going to high-five anybody out of respect for Jaden Daniels. No more high-fives. You're not allowed to high-five anybody."
Everybody got the memes.
Everybody's got the memes.
He's become the butt of the joke because it's real simple. He was there for a year. He didn't break all the LSU records. He didn't win a national championship there. He won the Heisman. They respected it and loved him there. But at the same time, he's saying they can't use mine. He's thinking about the money side of it on the portal and how you might throw his name out there, recruit, and he sounds like he's pouting.
Yep, and this DJ Pickett, by the way, he wore number 3 last year. He's not some walk-on redshirt player. This was a freshman All-American cornerback at LSU a season ago that wore number 3 but was promised number 5 and wanted to wear it. Pickett's agent, he declined to discuss the details of Pickett's NIL deal with LSU and what that means, but Jaden Daniels had a quote to say, and Kevin, I know that you wanted to hop in on this one as well, too, but do you have Jaden's quote that he had said?
What happened was...
how he's kind of avoiding taking responsibility himself.
Yeah, so this is after the claim is out there and everybody's talking about it on social media. He takes to Instagram, as most athletes do, saying, I have been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can be resolved, with a Tigers emoji at the end.
See...
And that sounds to me like he's kind of displacing blame. Like, I'm focused here. This isn't me. And he feels a little embarrassed, my team.
But see, here's the problem. His team, he's supposed to be in charge of his team. He's supposed to know better. In other words, he's got to sign off on what they do. He can't say, well, I didn't know anything about it. They did behind my back. It doesn't make him a good leader. If he's a quarterback, he's got to be a leader. If he's another position player, he could play that off. But not as the quarterback. I'm talking about for the Commanders. I mean, this just shows you how so many athletes, their whole being is their number. And sometimes, they want to buy the number. If they get to a new team, can I buy the number? You're not the star player. Can I buy that number from you? Or some player wants to. In fact, Cam Newton was saying when he came to Carolina, he wanted to wear his college number.
Yep.
And the quarterback that was there, who wasn't that good, he was trying to say, I'll give it to you for $1 million. What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
The entire thing seems so petty to me on this side of things too, because Jaden, I was wrong. He was, and thank you to Will Chambers who's listening, like a Tolo would. He texted me. Jaden was there for 2 years. He was there in 2022, had the Heisman year in 2023, and I've seen people compare this to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow wore number 9, has not been worn at LSU since. Joe Burrow went 15-0 and won a national championship game.
One of the greatest teams
Jaden
ever.
Daniels had an unbelievable individual season, but LSU didn't do anything crazy that year. He won the Heisman. LSU didn't go to a New Year's Six bowl or the college football playoff.
In fact, they went to a bowl game that he sat out of.
And he chose to sat out. So his legacy at LSU is not, and he's not a legendary LSU Tiger.
Exactly, that because he's only there for a little while. A17, he says, I think Jaden is testing the NIL world with it being so new. He's just working the system, seeing what his team is. He don't want his name all in there. But and in fact, another A17 says it's all the way you handle it. He said, look at Caleb Downs when he got to the Cowboys. It's all the way you handle it. He's going to wear 13.
Yep.
He didn't get the number he wanted to have.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And why do we love Caleb Downs so much? Because he just seems to be about football and the game and taking care of business.
You said you got some audio, Kevin?
Yeah, I got some audio. Dan Lanning, which is one of the more respected coaches in the college world, he was asked by Rich Eisen, because he did an interview with him yesterday. And Rich Eisen didn't ask him directly about the Jaden Daniels situation, but what he did ask him was the situation that was with Dylan Gabriel, who was at Oregon, taking number 8, which was the very famous, very, very well-known Marcus Mariota's number, and Dan Lanning talked about that.
On the Fan.
Before I let you go, when Bo Nix arrived, did you have to call up Justin Herbert to ask him if it was okay to give him number 10? You had to clear it with him?
Oh, man, I think I know where you're going here. Kind of off the face of the play. I think I know where you're going. No, you know what? And,
okay.
Obviously Dylan Gabriel wore Marcus's number, here. Each place is different. I can only speak on our situation, and we've been really fortunate that we got a lot of people working together on that stuff.
So there is a process. There is like a part of your machine, an apparatus set up to avoid any sort of sensitivity on numbers and who used to wear them and who's currently wearing them or anything like that.
I think our players have always had a better awareness maybe even than me as a coach. It's not something you think a ton about as a coach. Right. I'll be honest. You want to respect everybody that's ever been a part of your program, but like Dylan, he had worn different numbers, but ultimately he said, hey, I really would like to wear 8, but let me call Marcus and make sure I have his blessing. So that was like on him. That I can't take any credit for that. That's him thinking ahead.
Dylan called Marcus? Dylan Gabriel called Marcus Mariota.
Marcus Mariota and said, hey, man, I'd love to wear number 8. Do you feel comfortable with me doing that? And I think that's great respect from Dylan and certainly warranted for everything that Marcus accomplished here. But on the same time, I think that's, shows a lot about Marcus as well, saying, absolutely, I want to see you rocking that number.
And it's not that big of a deal. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. In fact, LSU has only retired 4 jerseys, and halfback Billy Cannon, number 20, His jersey was made famous. He was their first Heisman Trophy winner in 1959, and that's actually the only number that can't be worn again per LSU policy. So number 9, Joe Burrow's number, could be worn. LSU has not retired Joe Burrow's number. So it's not. This is a Jaden Daniels issue. This is not a LSU issue or a DJ Pickett issue. Lane Kiffin said, "Look, the kid was promised the number. We're going to let him wear the number."
Yeah, Lane Kiffin said, "I wasn't here on that watch, but I'm not going to. No, I'm not. I'm not in this." And he says that was the deal that they made with him to come to LSU. So they're going to honor that. That was the deal they made.
So in Columbia football, Columbia is not really known for their football,
the Ivy League school,
but out of respect for Jaden Daniels, and I appreciate Columbia University doing this because it's a hard topic.
I see where you're going with
this. Columbia football, out of respect, they've decided to remove the 5-yard line.
Yeah, right.
From their field.
The least they could do.
It's the least they could do for Jaden Daniels.
Oh, did you hear about the Weather Channel?
No.
Oh, yeah. Breaking. Hurricane categories have been changed to category 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 to allow Jaden Daniels to have the rights to number 5. There's not going to be. It's going to be 4 guys hamburgers instead of 5 guys. This just in the world of music, Adam Levine has announced that Maroon 5 has changed his name to Maroon, so that Jaden Daniels can rightfully be the owner of number 5.
I haven't heard that one. That one's such a
That's
really
funny.
The NBA is reportedly they've mandated 4-on-4 basketball, so that Jaden Daniels can have number 5.
Even StubHub got in on this. No longer can you buy tickets on StubHub in groups of 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels, and I really appreciate StubHub doing this.
Oh yeah, Buffalo Bills.
But you can only do 4 or 6 plus. You're no longer to go to a football game or anything with a group of 5.
4.
You're not allowed to do
fives,
that.
No fives. The Buffalo Bills, they said, you know what? We could have lost 5 Super Bowls in a row, but no! We stopped at 4 out of respect to Jaden Daniels.
They did They did give DJ Pickett a New Jersey number, by the way. Square root of 25.
Good. No longer is Cinco de Mayo, by the way, allowed to be celebrated. I don't know if you knew this, but May 5th, May 5th
they moved
is
to May 4th?
now Jaden Daniels Day.
Oh, Jaden Daniels Day.
It's
Cinco de Daniels.
Yeah, there's no long, and Alan Jackson, legendary country music star. His song, It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere, has now been changed officially to It's 4 O'Clock Somewhere, out of respect. You're even getting Alan Jackson to change the name of his song.
There's another song called I Got 5 on it. They changed it. I've got 4 on it. And also, this got put on the meme. He said, I went to Jimmy John's and ordered the number 5, and I've got a voicemail from Jaden Daniels' lawyers wanting to comment about it. Again, most teams don't retire numbers. A lot of teams, they just simply don't allow someone to use that number.
Yep.
The Dallas Cowboys, for example, people don't know this. You don't see Cowboys jerseys numbers, in the rafters. Nobody's going to wear number 12. That's right to stop by.
Right.
You probably won't see nobody wear number 8. That's Troy Aikman. But did you know Emmett wasn't the all-time great number 22? There was another number 22 before him, Billy Bob Hayes. We go on and on and on, but the point I'm trying to make about the Dallas Cowboys, you don't know them to retire numbers. They just don't let some people wear them anymore. And, even Deion Sanders was wearing number 21. That was somebody else's number first.
Right.
So just know, in fact, Michael, earlier, White Guy Radio with Fred and Khaki over here and Will, aka Meat Candy, they were talking about the same topic, and I had seen this online, and I thought this was perfect. Everybody knows the number 88 is sacred with the Dallas Cowboys. Michael Irvin was on somebody's podcast, and he was saying nobody should have their numbers retired.
Why would I want my number retired? When you retire the number, they put it in the rafters. And as soon as you leave time and go to eternity, they say, lost Michael today. Back to the game. That's it. That's all you get. That's the only time you get your flowers. When CeeDee Lamb wearing number 88, every Sunday he step on the football field. When he misses a ball, they said Mike Irvin wouldn't have dropped that. If he catches it, if he catches the ball, they said, look like Mike Irvin. So no matter what, I get my flowers every Sunday. I don't understand why everybody don't do this.
And I actually love that too. And you mentioned 88 is probably, 12, but 8 you got Pearson, Irvin, CeeDee Lamb, some of the best
Dez
Cowboys
Bryant.
ever. Dez Bryant.
It's the 88 Club.
It's the 88 Club. It is. And I think as a Cowboy fan, you've been around a while, not trying to age you, but compared to me, you probably like seeing 88 and being like, man, I remember Michael Irvin. Like, it actually probably brings back really cool memories of some of the guys that you loved growing up. And so I can get, hey, we're going to retire numbers and never see it again. But I also do like the fact that 88, by the way, has been continued, and we do get to remember some of the best Cowboys to ever wear that number.
Exactly, and Fred Davis was saying this earlier today. He said if Jaden Daniels was smart, he would take this as a way to make a joke about it and say, my bad. In other words, take this thing where they're clowning him and just own it and just say, hey, come up with some meme himself to say I'm in on it too.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let it go or whatever. Just do what you got to do.
And we can carry this over to the next, because we wanted to talk about how some of the management as well too of players and certain individuals, that's become a huge problem in NIL, especially when it's your family. So we can kind of talk about that a little bit in the next segment as well too. But I know you wanted to read one more text for us before we head to break.
Yeah. The 817 says I will no longer wear the number 32 because individually that adds up to number 5. Out of respect to Jaden Daniels.
32 and 5
by the way,
longer allowed.
No more high fives. High 4.
High 4.
And remember, the thumb does not count as a finger because you would have 5 fingers, so it's 4 fingers.
4 fingers.
Also, Sony is no longer making PlayStation 5s.
It's over.
In honor of Jaden.
Well, we'll go through some of the biggest news and notes in the NFL and get you set for the Cowboys pregame.
And by the way, when you go to testify, you can't plead the 5th no more. Plead the 4th.
No more. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every
2 years. Their experienced crews can finish the job in just one day, and every window's backed by a lifetime warranty. Schedule your free consultation today at windownation.com. Hurry, sale ends soon.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer CA here, getting you set for Cowboys pregame at 4 o'clock with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus.
You know, the pregame was going to be at 5 o'clock, but then Jaden Daniels kind of stepped in. And 4 o'clock now.
You know, Corey Seager's having a tough year with injuries and all of that, too. And I told Lo from the 972, Corey Seager's feeling the weight of wearing the number 5 this year.
That's
Stealing Jaden Daniels, that's the reason.
That's the reason.
It's not injury. It's just Jaden Daniels.
Making sense now.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. They told us 877-881-1053. Let us know your best. Can I use the Roman numeral for the number if it won't be named? Can you use the Roman numeral 5? I don't know. I didn't see Jaden Daniels' team suggest about the Roman numeral.
I think we start bringing
the Romans.
I think we start bringing Roman numerals to jerseys now. I think that's the next step.
Okay, that would actually be kind of sick. Could you imagine?
Did we just cook?
Should we get that done instead of the A&M camouflage jerseys? Could they do a Roman numeral?
We should do anything but the
Aggie camouflage jerseys. You see these, CA?
No,
man, they are not.
Okay, this is my last nominee, my last nomination for Jaden Daniels jokes. Okay. Jaden Daniels' camp has reportedly reached out to Nickelback requesting the band change its name to Pennyback, citing Nickelback's uncomfortably close association with his number 5.
That is funny. That's funny, man.
Goodness.
This is it is one of the funniest memes I've seen in a long time on sports Twitter. It's just been absolutely hilarious.
He got it on himself.
Deshaun Watson did hold that claim though for a while there. And Deshaun Watson played today. The Browns losing to the Bears 34-10 in Chicago preseason game. But Deshaun went 11 of 15 for 126 yards today. Shador Sanders 6 of 11 for 79 yards with an interception. Dylan Gabriel 5 of 8, 23 yards in an interception. Deshaun got the start. So
who threw a touchdown?
No one. Concepcion looks like he ran it in for 14 yards. So yeah, there's kind of a preseason storyline to watch. An update there on Deshaun Watson maybe taking over the starting role. Shador Sanders, I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Put it like this. It should be Sanders because you know they're not going to keep Deshaun Watson when his contract's up. So, I don't know. We have to see. But Cleveland's Cleveland. One thing about Cleveland will Cleveland.
They will Cleveland. So, in other news around the NFL, Seahawks Devin Witherspoon became the highest paid cornerback in league history.
Really?
Yep. 4 years, $132 million. It might be broken, though, because Christian Gonzalez there in New England is in a contract
Dallas-Fort zone
with New England, and he's looking to become the highest paid cornerback of all time. So the market was set. So this deal could be broken pretty soon, but congrats to Devin Witherspoon on becoming the highest paid cornerback.
We mentioned this earlier, about an hour ago. We were talking with John Machota from The Athletic, Cowboys beat writer. Yesterday, former Cowboys great DeMarcus Tank Lawrence announced that he's going to retire at the end of the season. So all Tank Lawrence fans, be aware, he still lives here in Dallas-Fort Worth. He's got a Super Bowl ring now. This is his last year. We do not expect to see him tonight for any reason because he's a veteran and there's no need to be out there for no reason.
Yep. So
but he might be mixing. You might see him on the sideline.
I'm sure he'll be talking to his former teammates.
Yeah, Brad
a little
Shan
bit.
might bring it up a little bit, but yeah,
I'm sure we'll see some of that. Last year in the league, man, that's crazy. And good, he got his ring last year, and maybe he'll defending one this year.
It's kind of like DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah,
if you think about it,
with the Broncos,
he went to the Broncos, got his ring. Tank went to Seattle and got his ring.
Yep. Some other news as well. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, along those same lines. Well, we'll get into that a little later. Okay. Let me just tease this. Will Von Miller come to the Cowboys and then bless them with a ring, too? Von Miller's got 2 rings. I'm going to explain that. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Okay.
Some of these rumors.
Gotcha.
Some of these rumors.
I'm ready for it.
Another segment.
In other news, the Bills had their first game at their new Highmark Stadium. Josh Allen did play today, so talk about some starting quarterbacks. We debated this with Dak Prescott. Allen and DJ Moore had a couple nice connections. He threw a touchdown pass to Keon Coleman. So the new era of the Joe Brady era in Buffalo got off to an exciting start here today with their new addition in DJ Moore. Some other games going on right now. The Rams and Chiefs are playing no Patrick Mahomes in that one. Jackson Dart did see some time there against the Vikings with the Giants in East Rutherford, New Jersey, not New York City, as we've described. And so he got some starting time. The Meadowlands. He got some time as well, too. So we're seeing some starting quarterbacks get some minutes. We're seeing some guys just being rested. It's always interesting to see how these teams approach the NFL preseason.
And Kansas City, of course, is not going to play Patrick Mahomes for the first time ever in any preseason game because he's coming off of that injury. Dak Prescott, for those who are keeping up, has not played a preseason game since 2019.
Yeah. Going back to the Browns, it looks like Shedeur Sanders is going to start week 2 or preseason week 2, and he'll play at least a half.
Okay, so, and this is, I see, Cowboys, we like backup quarterback competition, that's fun. But when a team is legitimately just thinking, we don't really know where we're going yet. We gave Deshaun Watson week 1. We're going to give Shedeur Sanders week 2, have him play a lot of football in that moment. I think you're right, CA, that they're probably going to lean starting Shedeur Sanders because that would be the future. But it does kind of make me think they are still considering Deshaun Watson. I mean, it feels like a true quarterback competition with Todd Monken there prior to getting into the season.
On the field, they have nothing to lose by that. Off the field, it's up to them. I'm not even talking about, people say, oh, it's Deshaun Watson. I'm just talking about the fact that his contract is so big and he's probably gone and you're not going to re-sign him. That's what I'm talking about. On the field, it's good to have Shedeur get some competition. Last year, remember all that preseason and training camp, they were barely letting him get snaps. And all of a sudden, he was making some plays, and it's like, what is going on? It's like they're going out of their way to work around him as if he's not going to possibly be a quarterback for their future. But now it makes sense.
Some other news, and then we can get to the Von Miller conversation. Tua Tagovailoa had his first action as a potential starting quarterback with the Falcons. He quoted, definitely not up to standard, not even up to par there for Tua. So a rough game. He was 3 of 5 passing, but only for 22 yards there in his debut with the Falcons.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for Tua, and sometimes I don't.
Yeah, it's weird. He's had moments where, man, I mean, Mike McDaniel's a high-flying offense. You thought this guy could be a credible starter, and he hasn't been. It's kind of like the Dak Prescott conversation in a way where Tua's had his moments in the regular season and never lived up to certain elements in but he's played like cold weather playoff games because Miami had never really won the division. But he doesn't do anything that makes you think he's going to lead you to a Super Bowl. And that's why the Dolphins. And then he makes Dak doesn't make boneheaded decisions. Tua makes some just boneheaded plays where you just don't think a starting caliber quarterback would make. So
before or after the concussions? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
See, with him,
there's a fair point to that, for sure.
I look at him, I don't even compare him with Dak because the expectation was completely different with him going to Miami. Remember, Miami was tanking for Tua.
Right.
And, they wanted to get him really, really bad based on what he did at Alabama. But he was always getting hurt, not only in Miami, but at Alabama. Remember his hip?
Yeah, he had a whole entire hip injury, wanted to come back.
And he's got the arm. See, Dak doesn't have this incredible arm. Dak's smart, and he's got a good arm, but he doesn't have this cannon arm. Tua's got the capability of the cannon arm. And so,
oh, sure. I wasn't comparing them as players as much as like the perception of how they were in the league because Tua was on a good team, Dak's on a good team, and it's like, can they elevate that team to this success? Like in Miami, they had multiple years where they made the playoffs, but it just never felt like you could take that next level. As players, I think they're completely different. Yeah.
By the way, as popular as Miami has been over the years, they have not been to the Super Bowl since the 80s, let alone win it. And so if you think about the Cowboys hadn't done anything since the mid-90s, the Dolphins have it worse.
Totally with you.
So, can I interrupt some football talk because some history is happening in Major League Baseball right now?
Oh, please.
Joshua Baez is in his MLB debut for the St. Louis Cardinals and has become the first player in Major League Baseball history with 3 home runs in his debut.
Wow.
That's crazy. Congratulations to him.
Fantastic. 3 dongs.
3 home runs in your MLB
3 home
debut.
runs in his MLB debut against Jacob Ray's Chicago's Cubs, by the way.
I was about to say, who's
in
the
Chicago
pitcher?
or in sorry.
It's in Chicago.
Wow.
That's great for
and
him.
Wrigley, too.
See,
and arguably the most popular.
It's a very unusual year.
That is.
Strange things happen.
Strange things. Final news, Falcons staying on that train. James Pierce suspended 8 games for violating the league's personal conduct when he was arrested on domestic violence charges in February. So James Pierce, a stud edge rusher there in Falcons, will be missing 8 games.
Yeah, they're dropping down all these penalties for guys who, whatever transgressions over off season, like they're sorting through some things. There's a couple of guys that's still not out of the woods yet. They haven't announced it yet.
So Von Miller, CA.
Yeah, he's not in trouble.
He's not in trouble.
But Von Miller has been working out, and he's been hinting that and he's DeSoto's own. I mean, he's been hinting that he wants to play for the Cowboys. And this could be his last year in the NFL, but he's hinting that this is where he wants to be. He's been working out locally, and it looks like he's been working out at the Star. With all this being said, there's 2 big rumors that are out there, and it's because the Cowboys have finally been aggressive in the offseason. They hadn't been aggressive in years. I mean, you go on and on and on. It just drives me crazy about how Steven would say we're drafting the developed team, and that's the only thing they would look at. They would not do all the things that you do in team building, unlike Howie up there in Philadelphia, where you do trades, you sign free agents, you get the draft right too, but you do all these different things to do yourself the favor of saying, I pushed all the chips in to try to win. And guess what? Philadelphia's been to Super Bowl, I think 3 times in the last 7 years, and won it twice. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I see where you're going with it.
So it's like, I'm looking at the Cowboys, I'm like, why do you only do that? And then also they had a philosophy of, well, we don't ever call them. They have to call us with the Cowboys. I mean, they learned that from this guy named Bob Addles, who was back with the Tex Ram days. And so this is the 21st century. You can't just sit around waiting on somebody to call you like you're the big dog. You got to do all the things. And so this offseason, they've been doing all these things. And as soon as they go off to training camp, Jerry's kind of hinting at, but not quite tampering, saying, Max Crosby. He didn't say those words, but all eyes were, could they do something with Max Crosby? Then the Raiders played their preseason game a couple of nights ago, and people saying, look at Max Crosby. He didn't play, but also it's like he's saying goodbye to people. You know, people jump to conclusions.
Right.
The conspiracy theories are out there. They've got the script. I'm just saying.
Could be.
So there's a couple of ways to look at this. I'm looking at it like, and as Stephen has been saying, I mean, seriously, we're making moves. We still got some moves we could make. We're being more aggressive. Jerry told, I want to say, one of the reporters, he told one of the reporters, not one of the beat writers, I think it was Drury Epstein. He was saying, after the Micah trade, he said he loved Micah. Micah's a great guy, great player. But after the Micah trade, we were able to get some more assets. And because we have more assets, it makes me not feel like I'm risking everything. I got more to play with.
Makes sense.
I'm paraphrasing him, but he's basically saying the last few years has been tight because you don't want to throw the baby shoes away. You're playing with the baby shoes or the kids' baby shoes or something like that. And so he's like, and in my mind, it's like, okay, Jerry's wanting to do something. And now he's trying to be more like the gambler from the
Netflix show.
And that's the way he used to be back in the 90s before, you know, all these things happened with Steven and, you know, where he's saying, no, you can't trade. We're not going to get Johnny Manziel, all those little things. So I'm like, okay. And even Dak Prescott was talking about how Jerry seems like, you know, who knows? He's trying to get, like, we've got to take advantage of this, right? And I'm like, this is reminding me, okay, here's Von Miller. He wants to come. Steve is not dismissing that. Max Crosby, they can't even really talk about that, but it's out there. Max Crosby's from here. Von Miller's from here. Last night I was telling Fred, I said, could this be like when the Rams decided to F them picks? And not only did they bring in Von Miller, because they brought in Von Miller and he got his ring. You forget, they brought in Eric Waddle. You forget, the safety, and he got his ring. And you forget, they brought in OBJ. Odell Beckham, he got his ring too. So in other words, there's some veterans out there that don't need training camp.
Right.
That you could possibly bring in, and guess what helps? Like I said, I'm trying to find the script, let alone read the script.
Yep.
When they signed Big Q, Quentin Williams, to his big deal, it freed up cap space. I think it's $17 million for next year and another $19 million for the year after that. And the salary cap always goes up bigger and bigger. And you have to pay the players at least $48 50% of that.
Yeah.
So could this be like when the Rams did it a few years ago? They feel good about the team and they just need a few pieces. Am I putting too much into this?
I don't know, man, because that script exists.
Yeah. The Rams started. They wrote it in Hollywood.
Yeah, you're right.
You could get a couple of key veterans. And again, as Fred was putting last night, he said, because he wasn't even thinking about Von Miller, he said, you know, why are you playing? Because he didn't realize Von Miller had 9 sacks last year for the Commanders. 9 sacks. It's not like he's washed. But he said, Fred was like, I could see him on this defense in a situational role.
Yeah.
In other words, you've got some young guys.
You could have value.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could have some value like that. Waddle had value with the Rams that year. Von had value with the Rams. DeMarcus Ware went to Denver. He had value in situation. He helped raise Von Miller. Look at Tank Lawrence going to Seattle.
Yep.
Taking them over the finish line.
Yes.
I'm just saying, not like being the main guy, but a guy you have to account for. So imagine you put Von Miller out there. You have to account for him if you're an offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And the Bills tried to do that with Von Miller. Didn't work out for them, but they tried the same type of approach too.
Right.
And he still added value to even that defense. It was struggling for sure that year as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like I said, look at Washington last year.
Yep.
9 sacks. Don't look at Buffalo Von Miller. Look at Washington's Von Miller, and then look at what Christian Parker, who has a variety of ways his defense is flex. I mean, it's not just one set pat defense. Levels to this thing.
Levels for sure. Well, we will get you set for Cowboys pregame crosstalking next with Eric Giafalo and Brian Rouse right here on the Fan.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway.
Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage, right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Brennan Baxter alongside three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
Closing out our show, getting you set for Cowboys pregame here at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock. And with that, we've got the guys in studio that will get you set for that. Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo are joining us now here for Crosstalk Live in studio. Gentlemen, how's it going, man? Looking forward to tonight?
Fired up, boys. We're back.
It's officially here.
Yes.
Pre-game shows are back.
I think Chief's going to call this a crossroads game. Pivotal crossroads game. The season could go either way depending on tonight.
Depending on tonight.
Yeah.
But lots of exciting storylines still to get through tonight. You've got the Sam Howell, Joe Milton debate, Caleb Downs and his first official game as a Dallas Cowboy. What are some things you guys are looking forward to talking about for tonight?
I think that there's going to be a group of guys that are going to be limited in what they play. I think Downs is one of those guys. So we're going to try and work through that for everybody and kind of give an idea who they might see and who they might not see. Other than that, there's still some things that need to be addressed. The cornerback situation needs to be addressed. You know, with Ravel, he seems to be the darling out there at camp for everybody. Still grabs, still holds, still does those things a little too much, and he'll even admit that. He'll tell you that. Be interested to see how he plays in this game tonight. He did well against the Rams, but yeah, there's the offensive line, the backup offensive line. Yeah, they got to be able to find some guys. I don't feel like they've got offensive linemen 7, 8, or 9 right now. So maybe they'll change my mind one way or another. I don't know about you, Chief, but that's kind of what I'm looking at.
No, for sure. The offensive line, do you have any guys that can show up and be gamers here from a depth standpoint and give the other guys an opportunity, giving Milton and Howell and the running backs and the receivers an opportunity if you can actually block it up enough. So, and then all the young guys, of course, like Malachi Lawrence, I hope we see plenty of him tonight.
Yeah.
I know Caleb Downs, he's a guy coming in with some serious pedigree and everything like that. So what do you get, a series or two out of him? Obviously, we'll all be locked in on Downs when he is on the field for whatever short period of time he's out there. But I think Malachi Lawrence needs to get a lot of run. And then, of course, these running backs. Jaden Blue, are you going to put the ball on the turf? Are you going to give us a home run type play? Is Phil Maffa going to show a little something there? Is Abanikanda, like which one of these running backs is actually going to do a little bit of something? And obviously there's just a ton about how they line up even defensively with Christian Parker. They're going to come out in 2 tight end sets. What does a base defense look like for Christian Parker?
Yeah, John Snyder just texted me. He's not going to play any starters tonight.
0 starters.
Zero starters. Yeah, so it's going to be and Dallas has got some guys that could be starters that are going to be limited. And Chief and I'll get through those for you tonight too.
Any hints on who may start or how Shotty's going to use these backup quarterbacks today?
My guess is that Joe Milton would probably start. I don't think he's kind of led anybody any way, any direction on that. But, I know that Brad Sham's going to interview him before the game.
Yeah.
I don't think he might not give us that. But my guess with the way practice starts, it's usually Joe Milton. And they flip-flop him. You know, next week, Joe Milton might be the backup guy as they're going in. But it sounds like each guy's going to get to play a half. So that's where you're at, and my gut feeling would be that it's probably going to be Joe Milton to lead off the day.
We were talking earlier about the darling from camp, and you guys were out there at Oxnard too, and how there's always a guy that you're hoping to make the 53-man roster that you're kind of rooting for. You mentioned Ravel there, Brian. Is there a guy you're kind of watching tonight that you're rooting for that you guys have seen that's on the cut line, but you feel like might make the 53-man roster, but needs a big night tonight, needs the next couple of weeks to perform well?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think a guy like Camden Brown, who has kind of burst onto the scene and been a heck of a player as a receiver. And I know the receiver log jam it's pretty established who is going to be on the roster, but even just in terms of him being able to be a practice squad guy or something like that, you always love seeing the out of nowhere players making big plays and being able to make a name for themselves. Yeah. And you never know how it unfolds because it's such a numbers game in the way they go about it. So is there really anything a guy like that can do in these games to make the 53-man roster? I don't know. But in terms of just him getting to show out a little bit on TV the same way that he's done at training camp as an undrafted guy, it'd be sweet.
Julius Wood. The safety, number 32. Keep an eye on him tonight. He's done a great job in practices. In the Rams scrimmage, he had a couple of plays. Every practice, it seems like that he is around the ball, knocking the ball down. He has deserved the opportunity to get more playing time. I know that Marquise Bell made a play the other day in practice, and it's the first one I think he's made all training camp.
That's right.
So, we need to see some of these guys, and especially I think the secondary. I think the secondary's got guys like Elijah Clark and guys like that. They've got those are the guys that, to me, if they're going to be better in the secondary, it's going to be we know kind of who the starters are going to be, and those starters are not going to play tonight. So that's where the Elijah Clarks and the Wood and those guys. Kalen Carson needs to have a damn good game today.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he really does.
Well, and Brian, you mentioned this when we had John on the phone a couple weeks ago about how you look at those joint practices as more of a measuring stick than the preseason games because you're not getting the starter. So that's kind of what I look for at these preseason games is who is a guy that's stepping up in these games that you might not have seen. You guys get the behind-the-scenes access. We get to kind of see him for the first time tonight.
Yeah, it'll be I think there's some of these guys you're going to be impressed with because there's several of them. And Bill Jones and a company there will, Nicole Hutchinson, they'll talk about who's looked good at camp. I mean, you'll be listening and they're like, oh, yeah, because they've been out there the whole time. So, yeah, it'll be there's really only 4 opportunities left. That's it. I mean, you go out today, and let me just give you an example of one here. You go out today, and you're all of a sudden, you're Anthony Smith, who was drafted. And you were drafted late, wide receiver, East Carolina. You go out there and have a couple of drops today, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, maybe he doesn't get enough more opportunities on Tuesday against the Saints. Against Arizona. You start to kind of lose. Yeah. These coaches are beyond now coaching. Yeah. They're about who is going to cut themselves in this game or who is going to put them in a position to make the roster. That's what we're at right now. All the coaching stuff is the last 3 weeks. That's what it's been. Coaching, getting guys ready. Now you have to see guys perform, and if they play well, you get another shot next week. If you don't, they're going to move on and get somebody else.
Yeah. One more question before we let you guys go. Turpin, do you think he might play at all?
He's not going to play at all.
I was wondering. So who might be doing punt returns and kickoffs?
That's a good question. Guys? It's to me, and it's going to come down to guys like. I think Tyler Johnson was involved in some of the stuff that I saw. I know that Valdez Scantling is not. He is a limited guy tonight, so I don't think. But it's going to be one of these wide receivers. That's going to show up. Maybe even you might see Holden, one of those guys. The guy that's kind of the third punt returner is Downs. And I saw that. And I don't think they're going to.
Definitely not doing that tonight.
But Downs, I was told, Downs is in the group that's going to get some limited snaps tonight.
So, which is exciting.
Yeah, that's exciting. Awesome, man. Well, Eric and Brian getting you guys set for Cowboys pregame here at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan.